Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked it.
Yo. Good morning, Dandelion Redux 8477. Yo. I do love ya. It sounds like a combination of like what's up and yup. I love it. Jonah Boy said, let's go. True. It's going to be an interesting content day. Christian Blair says, good morning. Justin Garcia says, good morning. It's just Avi says, good morning. Good to see you, kings and queens. Airborne Kite, good morning. Good morning to you. Christian Blair says, Destiny swatted yesterday night. I wonder what that's about. What has he done recently to piss people off? Like, he's done a lot of the past year. I wonder if the lefties got pissed that the Hasan fan got arrested. I wonder what it was. Solidus dabbing. Hell yeah. Dandelion says, I never liked him. True. Old School says, I'm only here because I was up for my third nightly pee. Welcome to middle age. Rubio. Dude, have you guys seen the Peter Pan with Robin Williams? What was it called? Hook. It was called Hook. Dude, AI video. Why am I not in charge of people's campaigns? At least their online campaigns. Truth be told, I'd probably ruin their IRL campaigns. But I could do a hell of an online campaign. That's for real. Dude, have Marco Rubio, because Peter Pan, for those of you who don't remember this movie, okay? It's Peter Pan. He's middle-aged. He forgot about Neverland or whatever, or at least he thinks it's all a dream or a fantasy. But then they start reading the books as a family, and then him and his kids get sucked into Neverland, and he has to fight because his spot in the Lost Boys has been taken over by a new guy called Rubio. And everybody goes, you know, like, he's actually like a really good swordsman. He has like a golden coconut handled blade. Dude, Rufio's aesthetics were peak. Let's be real. That shit was peak. Dude, I got to watch that with my kids. How have I never watched Hook with my kids? But anyways, I would 100% AI video the Lost Boys cheering for Rubio, and it would be like Rubio. Oh, dude, Hook was peak. Hook, Rufio. Oh my God, these aesthetics were off the chain. He was like a 80s, 90s punk gangster. And he had a sword with a golden blade with a coconut handle. And he was like the teenage leader of the Lost Boys. And he died at the end. God, that hit hard. What a classic. Holy shit. Sorry for getting totally distracted within like the first like 10 seconds of the stream. But you just like flashbanged. You just like flashbanged like childhood memories right into my prefrontal cortex. You flashbanged me. Never liked him. True. Old School says, good morning, Connor. I'm only here because I was up nightly. Rubio, dude. Wow. Flashbang like a motherfucker. Other guy. Hey, good to see you, King. Kay says, good morning. Good to see you, Kay. Great news. I have an interview tomorrow. Excellent, Zenith. Congratulations. By the way, Christian Valeris, I hope you're doing well. I understand that you were saying that the place that you were working for was going through a little bit of a rough spin. I hope you're doing okay. DTA11 says, good morning. True. Other guy says Destiny pisses everyone off. That's what makes him entertaining. I mean, you're not wrong. I'm just thinking who's mad enough recently to swat him. Recently. Morning. I literally watched it yesterday. Oh, you watched Hook or you watched Destiny get swatted? Like what? Ah, no, son of a bitch. Christian Blair says, bad news, got laid off along with the ISDs, got termination separation email on Friday. Okay, that fucking sucks. I'm sorry, King. But the good news is, if you were good enough to get one good job that was high paying, you're good enough to get another one. So, you know, I've I'm trying not to laugh too hard, but let's just say that my employment history is consistent. I stay with an institution for approximately 4 years. Then I get anxiety. Then I get pissed. Then I dip out. Now, this job is probably the job that I'm going to do the longest because I actually enjoy it. Whereas every other job, I was kind of like white knuckling it a little bit. So, and sometimes when I was leaving, let's just say that there were personality conflicts that I had that had been present the entire time, but I had grit and bared it. Whereas when I was leaving, I allowed the personality conflicts to come to the fore and then therefore kind of told people how I felt about them. But the truth is, if you're talented enough to get one good job, you're talented enough to get another. So find the industry that you need to be in, throw out your applications, be aggressive, use your network of other people who got laid off, use your network of people who are currently still with the institution, who might be friendly or friends, and then just try to parachute into another safe location. So I understand. So grassroots, and by the way, I'm not saying this just to say it. I'm saying it because it's real. Grassroots has always been an Oiler, and I love him for it, and he still throws tons of cash at the chat, but he has a dog, I think it's Hobbs, a German Shepherd, who's having like major health concerns and is costing a lot of money because he's a good friend and he wants to take care of him. So if Grassroots needs to not drop so much cash and he needs to take care of his family, which is his dog, awesome, good, go for it, do it. And then Christian Blaris, I would say the same thing. You know, you've been an Oiler for a while, but if you're experiencing job insecurity, you got to pay your bills. You got to focus on that. I'm not going to give you flack, 0% flack, negative flack. I want you to focus on you. I want you to attack the problem. And I want you to attack the problem so much that you end up getting where you need to go. That way you're richer than me. And I'm not rich, but you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. Richer than I want to be. Let's put it that way. So sorry, it sucks. I think every person over the age of 25 or every person over the age of 30 has been there before. Keep attacking the problem and you will succeed. I have the utmost faith in you. Wow, man says, good morning, Girl Hottest. Get your mind maps ready. We're leveling up today, boys. That's aspirational. I don't know if we're leveling up today. I think we're taking psychic damage, but that's okay. Bangarang. I know, right? Anybody see those AI videos of live action anime? It's crazy. Yeah. I actually saw a really good video the other day that was actually AI that I was like, dang, this is actually like solid. It was still like 5-second clips, 10-second clips, but it was good enough. Other guy says Hook is a great movie. Robin Williams, baby. Yeah, man. So Robin Williams allegedly, he stole a lot of jokes when he was in the stand-up comedy scene or whatever. So a lot of stand-up comedians within the industry resented him, but his delivery was so good that unironically, I think the reason why he didn't get in trouble for plagiarizing is because his delivery was so good that like the audience loved him no matter what. So it didn't matter that he was a little bit of a plagiarist. And then he was able to, what was it? Mindy and Mork, whatever the TV show was where he played the alien. Apparently the writers for Mindy and Mork were famous for going to New York City comedy clubs and then just stealing jokes straight from the set. And a lot of people were pissed at that because they were basically bragging while they were hanging out in the New York comedy clubs. They were bragging about how much money they were making, but they were effectively ripping material from stand-up comedians. So allegedly in the 80s and 90s, Robin Williams, not the most ethical or moral of sorcerers in reference to his comedic bits, but still like phenomenal actor, fantastic delivery, created some of the most iconic art of the past 30 or 40 years with like an emotional or sentimental core. Some of it was corny, some of it was silly, some of it was fucking great. So yeah, so rip to Robin Williams. Danny Lyon says Rufio Diddy in Wonderland. I hope not. And I hope that if you are slandering Rufio, I hope he fucking finds you with his coconut sword and runs you through. With his coconut sword, to be clear, not anything else. Other guy says, I want to make my own AI movies. When it gets good, absolutely. Politics JK says, you have to remember the last time Rubio ran was 2016. They never thought of an internet campaign. True. Yo, rude, crude, lewd bag of pre-chewed food. True. God, you guys are like shotgun blasting me with my childhood right now. Spoiler for a 20-year-old movie. What the fuck? Dante Basco. Is that his real name? Officer Nasty says, Connor, total W vindication in the food shops from the weekend, weathered the storm and reap the rewards king. Well, Officer Nasty, funny that you should say that. I don't know what you mean. So do you mean that I kind of called it and therefore she's getting, I don't know about her just desserts. I don't know if she deserves what she's getting. But I kind of called it that it was like a horrific optics, not just optics, but horrible moral, in my opinion, blind spot to be like willingly associating with food shops in such a way that your brand almost becomes commingled. And then as a result, people, I think correctly, should criticize you both in tepid and in hyperbolic ways. What do you mean? What do you mean? That I weathered the storm or that food shops weathered the storm? What do you mean? I know what I mean. What do you mean? Other guy says he died. Damn, it's been so long. I totally forgot that. Oh, yeah, it hits hard. It hits hard. Daniel C says Destiny getting swatted yesterday and having no reaction speaks to the state of politics these days. Well, I mean, it's also Destiny, man. I've been expecting Destiny to almost get murdered for a long time. So like kind of need to pace yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like number one, it's already happened like 2 or 3 times. Number 2, he likes to step on toes. Number 3, he doesn't apologize about stepping on said toes. So when you, it's kind of like Ben Shapiro, right? Ben Shapiro said that if he was ever murdered, it would be like a murder mystery to figure out who actually killed him because so many people are anti-Semites. Well, it'd be the same thing with Destiny. I'd be like, the dissident right hated him. You know, the Muslims hated him. The Christians hated him. The Jews were okay with him. The women, there's a bunch of scorned women. The leftists hated, like, dude, you would have like, you would have like a dozen factional suspects along with tens of thousands of actual suspects to investigate. So yeah, if Stephen got, murdered and or swatted, the suspect list is out the ass. If I get murdered, it was my wife. 35-year-old movie. We're actually old as fuck. Yeah, true. Hassan's chat, probably Doobie himself. Maybe Doobie got sick of maybe he got sick of all the shit talk online and he was like, fuck it, I'm gonna take him out. Tenhauser with the 20 says, new job, better pay, time to oil. Thank you, Tenhauser. I appreciate you. Thank you for the oil king. Shapingro says, and that was $20, by the way. So thank you. Thank you to my chippers. Thank you to my oilers. Thank you to my loyal viewers. Thank you to my community members. Thank you to the people who tolerate me. I appreciate it. Chapingro says, Grill Shallah, Morning Cogdom 07. Indeed, King. Good to see you. Good to see you on the reg. Officer Nasty feels Arsler to do red string theory on Who Dogs Destiny. Laugh my ass off. There's way too many options. I said that literally 30 seconds ago, but you typed this comment 10 minutes ago. So yeah. Jack Hanma says, did you watch Marco Rubio's speech in Munich? If so, thoughts? I haven't watched it. I've had no he did say one line that was stupid that who was it? Pete Hegseth kind of was like, yeah, let's go. Marco Rubio was like, warriors don't fight for abstractions. They fight for their nation, their people, their something. And like all 3 things that he listed Excuse me. All three things that he listed were like social construction abstractions. So I saw one clip where I was like, well, that was fucking stupid. But I've never doubted Marco Rubio's ability to, number one, be smart enough to understand the words that he's listening to and uttering, and number two, come up with a banger speech. That was never his problem. His problem was he was told to not go off of the teleprompter and to stick to the talking points during the campaign. And then Chris Christie and Trump called him out on it, and he got caught flat-footed. And then because he was so shaken, because he was shaken off of the talking points, instead of answering from his actual perspective, he was trying to be like the perfect candidate, that he just got totally fucking washed. He got totally washed because he couldn't fight on his feet. And so, like, for me, like, dude, I would love to meet Marco Rubio. The reason why I would love to meet Marco Rubio is because, number one, I think he could be a presidential candidate, a successful presidential candidate. But number two, I feel like he's lost his way. I feel like he's lost his soul. Well, whatever core was there, whatever moral core was there, he bet on a second Trump administration, and it's been a fucking nightmare. And so for me, it's like the right thing to do now is, like, the Trump administration is falling apart. So if you're Marco Rubio and you gutted USAID and PEPFAR, and it's projected to kill 3 million to 14 million people, you have to answer for that. And what I mean by that is, if he was like, you know what, this is fucked up. I know that we said that the Trump administration is going to prioritize like defense contracts and economic development contracts, but actually we're going to get defense contracts and economic contracts in the countries where we separated PEPFAR, and then we're going to exchange security and economic concessions for PEPFAR, like reinstituting PEPFAR and USAID in a way that actually works. That you would have to do that. And if you don't do that, I don't know how you sleep at night. I actually don't know how Marco Rubio sleeps at night. I'm assuming pills. I'm assuming lots of pills. Christian Valera says, ISD, instructional designer, high-level teacher developer for training programs for corporate, educational, or government settings. Okay, cool. ISD, Imperial Star Destroyer. Indeed, indeed. Yes, he got swatted on stream and didn't even react. That's funny. And at the end of the day, there's always ice. True. Destiny got swatted. Yes. Hobbs is the best boy. True. True. What happened with Slop Shop? Well, she's taking a lot of heat because Hassan Piker realized who she was and decided to actually make like a 10 to 20 minute segment trying to take her down. I'm sorry. I know you'll get another one, but what a fucking hassle. I know. Transition is always a pain in the ass. Giga impacts us on one hand. Rubio is the least bad person on the admin by far, but I still think that him merely cooperating and being a part of it is a problem. Oh, yeah, I'm with you, Giga Impact. I'm with you. Yeah, I'm unfortunately no longer in the Euler class, lol. It happens. It happens. Brush your knees off. Get back at it, you know, for your sake and eventually mine. Old School says, I want to send you Cyberpunk lore, but you're blocked me on Discord since I was an ass. Could you unblock me? It's about Max Tax, the apex predators of Night City. I'd rather you play the game, but yes, I'll unblock you. Just remind me, if I blocked you in DMs, are you still in the Discord, or did you get banned from the Discord? Let me send the Discord. Give me a second. Sorry, guys, we're still warming up. We're still booming. We're still booming. Not only are we booming, I actually had a pretty good weekend. So on the, hold on. Sorry, I got a DM from Grassroots, and it's actually pretty funny. Yes, I'm familiar. I'll send you a longer DM after stream. All right. That's funny, Grassroots. That's really funny. That's horrible. It's really funny. All right, I'm going to post the Discord link. So Old School, even if my Discord is filled with soy liberals, join the Discord, at me in Discord, remind me at the end of stream in order to unblock you. Jen Winkler says, yes, you can work for ICE if needed and get a 50K bonus. Yeah, actually, Christian Valeris, why don't you join ICE as an instructor? Why don't you join ICE? Now, I think the 50K bonus is actually paid out over 4 years as you complete your time. So you'd have to work all 4 years, but you could join ICE. You could get the 50K bonus over the course of 4 years. You could try to climb up to like an instructional thing for them. And then you could also just give them, number one, you could give them better instructions than what they're operating off right now. But number two, you could like sabotage operations from the inside. Now there is like a 1 in a million chance that you'll just be assassinated by a leftist, but it's not the worst idea for employment. Christian Blair says, not for a while anyway. The girlfriend ain't happy given how much money we spent a month prior to get laid off. Oops. Well, it happens. Dude, that wife and I went through the same thing. We started making good money with, I used to work for Liberty Mutual. It's a Fortune 100 corporate company. Simultaneously, I was working for PV, and PV was giving me a monthly stipend that was very generous compared to the amount of work I had to do. So we got used to having money. And then, of course, like PV ended after the 24 election. Like Liberty Mutual was sucking my soul out of my ass. So eventually I left. And then we were like, back to being broke. This feels more natural. Being broke. This feels right. There's a great AI of Naruto in the 90s anime style base. Setbacks are merely opportunities for major comebacks. I mean, you say that, but I would just say setbacks are a part of life. Take 3 steps forward, take 2 steps back, have somebody Rochambeau you in the wiener, run up and kick you in the nads, and then take 3 steps forward anyways, knowing that you're going to take 2 steps back and somebody's going to kick you in the nads. That's life. That's life. Well, QC John, good morning, King. May your girl stay hot. May your beer stay cold. And may you keep all your fingers from blowing things up. Amen. Did it come through that time? It did. It did. Christian Blair says the problem is pretty much every comic back in Robin's day stole jokes. True. Groovy Harp says joke thievery is a difficult thing to pin down because no ideas are original unless they're literally doing it word for word. True. True. World's Greatest Dad, one of Robin Williams' best movies. Cool. There's no way to kill off a character named Rufio. Well, unfortunately, they did. The Coconut Sword. Is that strong Hawaiian for wiener? No. Other guys is 23 and still trying to set a career after honors PhD studies. Kill me, please. Your content is what keeps me going, man. Well, thanks, other guy. That's nice. I don't even think you're normally like... I know you're saying that you weren't like a hardcore Crucible guy, but correct me if I'm wrong. You're more of like a right-wing dude. So that's a high compliment. I know I keep the liberals sane because I'm like a less insane Republican, but then then I justify ICE murdering civilians and they're like, oh yeah, okay, this guy actually is a Republican. They're like, oh, this guy doesn't hate black people based. Oh, this guy doesn't hate gay people based. Oh, this guy doesn't hate trans people based. Oh, this guy wants cops to shoot people. Ah, damn it. It's a complex relationship. It's a complex relationship. It's just obvious as Dante Brasco was the actor who played Rufio. He played on the character in Avatar, The Last Airbender. That's how I recognize him. Good. I'm happy he got work afterwards. What happened to food shops? Oh, just Hasan went after her. Commentary community smells blood in the water. There's just a ton of people dogpiling her. So it's basically because I hate to say it, but it's because she's lying about what her background is. Her background is like two or 3 years ago. She was trying to own the fact that she was a lolicon. She was trying to own the fact that she had POCD, which is basically a disease where like you have OCD, but you're so afraid that you might be a pedophile that you do like obsessive rituals in order to avoid committing pedophilia or being afraid to be a pedophile. I forget what it is, but that's like the vague gist of it. And so she was trying to like normalize discourse, and she was trying to normalize discourse around the topic, and she was trying to get into Twitch and YouTube politics. And she had a few friends, not big creator friends, but she had a few friends like Resevere who are established names in the online political space. And then and she just got like dogpiled. She got dogpiled out of it. And I was a part of the dogpile. truth be told. And then yeah, just all of her history came to light in the past like 48 to 72 hours because Hassan Piker blew up her shit. And then after Hassan Piker blew up her shit, everybody dug through her old shit and then they published it because they smelled blood in the water. Voided Parrot says, I thought you guys made out, joke intended. Not sure what that's in reference to, but I certainly hope so. Officer Nasty says she essentially tagged Twitch support. Oh, that's what it was. That's what kicked it off. Thank you, Officer Nasty. Thank you. And by the way, I didn't buy this. I did not go to Starbucks, okay? I love $8 matchas, but I did not get this. So the wife went on a run for herself, and I think she picked me this up to be nice. So I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it. I'm not rich like that. Not yet. Officer Nasty says she essentially tagged Twitch support and Hassan trying to get him banned and said he's only calling me a pedophile because I'm trans, and that opened up an insane can of worms. Yes, because everybody went back to her discourse from like 2 or 3 years ago and found all the times that she was like trying to normalize lolicon and pedo discourse. And yeah, it was crazy. It was crazy. Destiny getting swatted again is the least surprising thing. Yep. Women wouldn't try and murder Destiny. They try and sue him for rape, like he is currently. Depends on the woman. If he does a Hispanic woman dirty, he might get murdered. Giga Impacts is holy shit. The chat censor hates me. It happens. Sacred Snow says if Steven gets flatlined, the first question would be, was it for business or pleasure? Yep. Yep. Other guy says had to be a Hassan fan. Yeah. Speaking of which, I need to pull up the content in a second. Wowman says like the stream, by the way. True. We're at 26 minutes. That's not too bad for us. Normally, I yap for like an hour before I realize I should start content. Jeb Kush says, I'm not at work this time. Yay! Did you get President's Day off? Dana Calico Cloud says, good morning, girl hottest. Connor, what's the green stuff you're drinking? Matcha. M-A-T-C-H-A. I get myself, when I'm being cheap, which is all the time, I get myself black tea. And I do 2 bags of black tea. And then I do some almond or some, in this case, I actually got oat milk. I'm being really fancy. And then I cover it in sugar. So it's basically like a latte, but it's a latte with black tea instead of coffee. And that's what I normally drink. And it's not enough caffeine, but it's like enough of a kick to get the day started. And I don't like being over caffeinated. I get like jittery. And then matcha is my favorite thing to get from Starbucks, but Starbucks is so goddamn expensive. It's fucking like $5, $7 for like a venti iced matcha latte. Add in taxes, you're at like $8 for a venti. So I don't get matcha, but if I could wake up every single day and get a matcha, I would. It's solid. It's like the perfect in between black tea and coffee. It gives me like the exact right caffeine high. It's perfect. Officer Nasty says, I think if she didn't use the he's calling me a pedophile because I'm trans, she could have skated by, but now everybody's spamming the clips. I know. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. We all get hoisted by our own petards, kings and queens. It'll happen to me. It'll happen to me. We all get haunted by our own sins. So, you know, expect whatever thing you're coping about. Whatever thing that you're like, I'm doing this thing and it's kind of bad. And I know it's kind of bad, but you know, realistically, this is why I do it. And then you have this like post hoc rationalization for why it's okay for you to do the bad thing. It's going to hit you. That's going to hit you eventually. It's just the nature of the beast. So all you have to do is when life hits you for the bad thing that you did that you knew was bad, you just need to go, yep, saw that coming. You just need to go, yeah. That was predictable. That was going to happen eventually. Okay. Short says, I was disappointed when AOC used her speech to shit on the West and Western culture. What? AOC Western culture speech? I'm going to write that down. Speech versus Rubio speech. I thought Rubio was giving a speech to the UN General Assembly. Nationalist or EU or something. Nationalist EU speech. Why was AOC there? Isn't she a congressman? Why is she speaking to an international assembly? Christian Lair said, I would also kill myself at the airport if I had to work for a school district. Oh, well, I wouldn't. Are you shitting me? I would fucking... Dude, pay. I know you're I know you got a long-term partner, but aren't you guys like sex freaks? There's probably all sorts of like sex freak teachers. I mean, they keep banging kids, so you know, you could distract a few women from ruining their lives by having sex with kids. Instead, you could be like, hey, don't have sex with kids. Come into my polycule. I hate myself. Somebody says, doesn't Rubio have a twin? I kind of want to see his twin. Is this a picture of Dorian Gray situation? No, I have no idea. Oh, I'm dying. I inhaled trail mix. Just in case you guys don't know, you're supposed to eat the trail mix. You're not supposed to breathe it into your lungs. Conservative says, I think losing your soul is disqualifier to being a good candidate. Strange how we can see that one so differently. No, I mean, should be. Absolutely. Christian Valera says, laugh my ass off. I don't even want to have my own kids. Not going to want to have a job around them. Yeah, but if you were instructor for instructors, if you were making the instructional material for teachers, then you wouldn't be around the kids. Connor figuratively sucking off another Cuban. Void a parrot. If I didn't recognize your name, you would have been banned just now. But that was pretty funny. Oh my god. Giga Impact says, bro, the censor wants me dead. It's because you're Israeli. It's because you're Israeli. It's anti-Italian discrimination. It's anti-Jewish discrimination. Short says, I'm assuming he just counts the dead Cuban agents that Delta Force killed in Caracas like other people count sheep. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. That gets him hard. Connor, Rubio's remarks at Munich made him a slug for a POTUS candidate. No, that sucks. Marco is the only one of the admin who knows that he's going to hell. I know. Okay. Old School says blocked in DM, still on Discord. Okay, just at me in the Discord then. And then, especially towards the end of stream, and then I'll unblock you. Nike Wing says, you talk about Rubio's morality. What do you think of Ben Shapiro's morality? On paper, Shapiro should have post-Trump, just a character only. How do you think Ben sleeps at night? Because because the state of, I hate to say it. It sounds anti-Semitic, but it's not, I promise. It's because he cares about Israel more than he cares about anything else. It's the breakdown. So, Joe Biden, because he's a Giga Zionist, right? So Joe Biden and Kamala Harris tepidly supporting, tepidly criticizing Israel and holding back support is a sign that they are listening to far lefty anti-Israeli freaks. And as a result, they pose a long-term threat to Israel. Whereas Donald Trump is caught in a honeypot scheme with Jeffrey Epstein involving sexual blackmail, and he's Israel's biggest ally. So it's Israel. And it's also probably like abortion and him emboldening social conservatives in the country and all that kind of stuff. It's probably all that as well. But let's be real. Like a healthy chunk of it is Zionism. Let's be real. Like I'm not even trying to be anti-Semitic about it. I'm just trying to be descriptive. So just trying to be descriptive. Sacred Snow says, brother, do not say brush your knees off after someone says I've fallen out of the Euler class. The diddler jokes are too much. Well, stop being perverts. Giga Impact says, if I was Rubio, I would be secretly keeping track of every single illegal thing the admin has done, then mass release it when madness is over. Yeah, I would release it like 6 months before the end of the administration. Although then that would be label you a traitor. Sorry. You could release it anonymously, though. I wonder if it's possible to scam ICE. Well, Christian Blair's could find out for us. Ahoy, ahoy, says AKA Batusai. Good to see you, King. You can't tell Old School that your Discord is full of soy libs while explaining to them how you will reverse one of your own soy actions. I can and I will. I can and I will. Does ICE need statisticians? I mean, they already know all the important stats, right? They probably got 1350 memorized. I'm kidding. Mostly. Giga Impact, it seems the Iran war is getting closer. Hopefully it's not too late to help them. Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. I mean, if the Iranian regime got deposed, I would, I would go to bed happy. As long as Khosrow lives. As long as Khosrow lives. Grassroots with the $5 is fake, late, and gay tax. Thanks, King. Appreciate you. 10 years from now, Christian Vlaris walks out like new Tom Holman, but with morals. That would be great. That would be great. Bibberty, indeed. I am playing Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy with the Trump admin law. Just an idea if you get bored. Raya Zulmid says, hey guys, is this an atheist podcast? No, it's a deist podcast. God doesn't care about you, but God is real, but God doesn't care about you. Isn't that a motherfucker? God's real. He created the heavens and the earth. He just doesn't give a fuck about you. Connor's natural state being broke. True. Airborne kite. If I ever start succeeding financially, I'm going to be like, this is uncomfortable. Airborne Kites is off topic, but since this chat is a bit of a focus group for me now, how many people outside of Canada are dialed into the curling drama over the weekend? I have not heard about the curling drama. I'm not going to be real. Old School says being broke feels more natural. Connor likes waking in the night screaming. I don't scream. Dude, I'm of Irish descent. Irish people have survived for thousands of years being broke. You think waking up being broke as an Irishman, being broke in the United States is way better than being broke in 1810 Ireland. It's funny. I didn't even believe my parents when they said Dustin Hoffman played Hook. I was like the guy on Outbreak. Oh shit, it's Dustin Hoffman. I didn't know that until you said it. That's crazy. Defending ICE killing people doesn't make you a Republican. It makes you a cop. Yes. Officer Nasty says, did Connor see the update yet about the ICE shooting involving the dudes with shovels? What? They lied about it? That's the only thing that people kept tagging me in. It's like, officers in Minnesota may have lied about officer-involved shooting. That's the thing I kept getting tagged in. I don't know. Just found out about the Nashville Predators last year doing community outreach using predators in the community with the team owner defending their name with 14 playgrounds. Is that your XFL football team? What's that? What is the Predators? I think the Orlando Predators or the Tampa Bay Predators. I feel like that was the XFL football team. For those of you who don't remember, there was a attempt by the owners of WWE to make the XFL, which was like they made the field like a quarter of the size or half the size of a normal football field. That way it could be played in like standard like stadiums. And then they made like the impact rules really fucking intense. And then like it supposedly like they did some stuff where they like did the padding better or something, but it was like they made it like injury central. It was like these dudes are gonna fucking grind themselves into a nub for your entertainment. It was like the Coliseum, but it only lasted 2 years because it was so expensive. Giga Impacts is when you speak to Destiny, save the Pretty shoot as last topic because we both know it would take the rest of the conversation time. Yeah, sure. Other guy says I'm a normal conservative, I guess. I do enjoy Crucible content a lot, though, for its debates and entertainment. Okay, cool. Well, thank you, King, for your compliment. It's high praise. Pete Connor quote, damn, I am a bit of fish stick. Oh, well, yeah. Genuinely, if she didn't use her trans identity as a shield, she probably could have gotten away with it. I don't know. I feel like that's always going to be a liability for her as long as she's like identifiably the same creator as Food Shops. Even if she rebranded, she would still be Food Shops, and that's going to haunt her for a long time, probably the rest of her career. Conserves says POCDA sounds like the perfect cover for being a pedophile. Some people are saying this. Josh CFC says, you mean hero to the trans community, Hassan Piker? Damn, chat's on one today. Mr. Feeney says, Cotter, just admit you bought it yourself because you're so excited for Lib Gun Time with Hutch. I mean, that's true. I don't know what I bought, but yes, whatever I bought in order to get Lib Gun Time going, yeah, it's true. My wife and I keep the cups and use them for Starbucks at home. Nice. Hasan is king of Twitch. What a dumb decision given how many death threats she got. Yeah, well, that happens. I like $7 root beer floats. Well, that's money well spent. She knows how white you are. The matcha. True. Those Resi clips are fucking nuts watching them back. Oh, yeah. Reservoir was Food Shop's friend, and Reservoir was trying to sweep, but he wasn't even trying to sweep. He was trying to cope past what was being said. Whenever he pressed her on the topic and was like, hey, do you like JO to kids? And she was like, yeah, but like cartoon kids. And he was like, I believe you. I don't think you're a pedophile. And she's like, no. I didn't say that. And he's like, yeah. But you're saying you're doing it for a troll. And she's like, I mean, kind of. And he's like, yeah. So it's a troll. It's a troll. You're not a pedo. And she's like, Yeah, those Reservoir clips are wild. I'll get started in a second, guys. I'm just warming up. It's Monday. We're warming up. Real Serious says, hey, Connor, what are your thoughts on Michael Tracy? Personally, I think someone should ask him his opinion on the age of consent because he's hella weird. Wasn't he talking to Pisco last night? I'm unfamiliar with the dude's work. I think his Twitter sucks. If I'm thinking of who I'm thinking of, which I'm not guaranteed that I'm thinking of who I'm thinking of, I feel like he's like a contrarian freak. But I don't know. I would actually have to engage with his content and figure out who he is because I don't think I've engaged with his content anywhere near enough. My arrows were meant for you, scared snow. Sacred snow. Got you. Matcha is the best tea. True. Christian Blair says the content ain't much. It's a dude that rambles at Destiny, yells at North, gets pushed, and then arrested. Yeah. But, that's funny to me, so we're probably going to do it. Jack Hanma says, a Hispanic woman wouldn't give Destiny a chance before you mention Pixie. I mean Hispanic women whom aren't left-coded. Oh, yeah. A Hispanic woman who is dating Destiny IRL, who then Destiny, ditches, is going to show up to his house dressed like she's ready to play, and then she's going to have a skillet behind her back, and when Steven opens up the door, she's going to fucking brain him with a skillet. So, yeah, don't fuck with Hispanic women, dude. They will fuck your shit up. Wait, did y'all see the fucking Michael Jordan clip? No. Does any respectable British person put dairy in tea? Well, this isn't dairy, but I know what you're saying. Try pop and bottle peppermint matcha oat milk latte. Yummy. That might be the gayest thing you've ever said, old school. That might be the gayest thing you've ever said. I'll take a note. Oh my God. Oh, that's funny. Given how shootings go, if someone in-game Destiny, it would be a dagger that was salty about getting banned. Probably. DGGer, yep. Juicy Turkey Gaming says, L for Hutch for asking food shops to get involved in his anti-Hassan crusade. Yeah. I could have saved him from that. That's why you gotta like it's not possible for everybody to know everybody's baggage all the time. But you should probably have your pedo radar up. You should probably have your pedo dar up. Zena says, given how shootings go, if someone... Oh, that was... Yes. I read that one. Officer Nasty says, I'm pretty sure Michael Jordan's a pedo after that clip yesterday. Why? What happened? Jakara says, I've been trying to figure out this problem for years. How is it possible that there are 93 people watching but only 17 likes? It makes no sense. Yes, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. God. Okay. Well, I think that's a Christian Lair says, what the fuck does that have to do with working out of school? There's a lot of lonely women who are school teachers. Can I be real for a second? If you guys actually wanted to be married, let's say that you're an incel or volcel in my chat right now, but you're okay looking, you're passable looking, you have an income, you can pay your bills, you know how to shower, you can wash your balls like every 24 hours or so, then there's no reason why you can't get married. You're just looking in the wrong spots. And the two spots you need to look in are healthcare and education. So if you go into healthcare, either as a nurse or a nurse's assistant or an administrator or a physician or physician's assistant or anything like that. Just start making more than 50 grand a year, okay, as a male in the healthcare industry. There are a ton of nurses who are employed who basically, like, their shifts are so weird that they do not have the capacity to interact with the rest of society, and therefore they are looking for their husbands, like aggressively looking for their husbands. I met them when I was a law enforcement officer. I did not do anything at all, but you could tell the vibes. The vibes were ladies on the prowl, right? And then same thing with teachers. Teachers, the same thing. It's like a 80-20 female dominated field. A lot of males who are in education are either gay or they're kind of feminine. So if you're like a single masculine man who is like I said, you can wash your genitals every 24 hours and you can string a sentence together and you're okay looking. You don't look like a human incarnation of like an ugly foot. You could probably find your wife. So yeah, so strong recommendation. And Christian Valeris can find somebody for his polycule. Dana Calico Cloud says AOC slinked into the chair reserved for the Orange Ghoul knowing he would not attend. Oh, for real? Zena says Operation Sand in the Gears of a bunch of liberals joined ICE and simply refused all the illegal orders. There you go. Mr. Feeney says, can confirm that there are a lot of sex freak teachers. After I graduated back in the day, I found out that the teachers at my school had a swingers club. Lol. Yep. And why do you want to work here? Christian Valeris is at the interview and they're like, why do you want to work here? And he's like, just to smash, just to lay some pipe, just to smash. Christian Valeris says, if I didn't know you, you'd be out of here. Yeah. Why would I discriminate against Jewish aunties? I didn't try to. Conservatism says it sounds anti-Semitic, but it's not. I promise. Goes into the counterpoints out of context. Real. I know. I need to start working on my next one. Pedophile teachers and Ben Shapiro being anti-Semitic is going to be great. Thomas Dudley says, so Connor, you're recommending that Christian Valeris prevent more Nashville predators in the community. There's an SNL skit about the Nashville Predators having a shirt that says predators in the community. Yes, correct. Yeah. Christian Valeris says teachers are kind of like cops. They get shit paid for the shit work. See, you already know all about their work. You could be a shoulder to cry on. Nike Wing says, okay, I figured as much. I was having trouble if I wanted to insult Ben Shapiro using Jewish insults. This helps it clear it up. I feel fine making Jew insults now. Y'all are wild. Zena says, hearing Hillary talk about arming Ukraine made me want to vote for her in 2028. I'm not even American. Based. Officer Nasty says, bruh. But like, if you get over the fact that she eats children, like Hillary Clinton's main problem is that she sacrifices children to Moloch and then she consumes their flesh afterwards. But if you get over the fact that she eats children, Hillary Clinton would have been a great president. So, minus the child eating part. So Officer Nasty says, bruh, not Destiny making memes out of his swatting and posting them to X. What the fuck? Yeah, dude, that's him. Former Food Shops mod here. Can't say I'm losing any sleep over what's happening. Good, Razzle. I hope you volunteered for that position before you knew what was what. The only stats ICE knows are 1315, 1488, and 1776, maybe 911. True. Deist nuts. True. All right. I don't even know what curling is. It's the one where you send the puck across the ice, but then you can like sweep the ice in front of it in order to make the ice more smooth so the puck goes further, or you can let it hit rough ice to slow it down and you're trying to hit a target. There we go. I'm not going to be real. Clip it and ship it. The Airborne Kite says a Canadian player just told a Swedish player to fuck off. It was good TV. Great. That just sounds amazing. That doesn't sound like drama at all. That just sounds like a great day to be Canadian. Grassroots with a 10 says, as our Zion Lion Ben put Israel very high on his list. I agree with him, but it ain't anti-Semitic to say it. Ben's case, and I like Ben. Sure. I'll catch up. I'm going to do like 5 more, 10 more. Then I'm going to catch up with the super chats. Then I'm going to get cracking. Nigel Wink says the Irish famine started to get bad around 1843. 1810 was quiet for Ireland. They had 3 meals of potatoes to eat. Yeah, that was a good time to be an Irish peasant. You had 3 potatoes, and nobody was harassing you in your mud bog. True. Fellrunner says level 4 finally happened and no one even realized it. Trump shut down an election this weekend, a city with no leader. Oh, well, let's kill that guy. I'm sorry. I disavow myself. Jeb Cush says, don't remind me the XFL even existed. It happens. It happens. Officer Nasty says, Connor, it was the dudes with shovels who attacked ICE agents were actually, according to the head of ICE, running away from the officers into their home when agents opened fire. Ugh. That's not deadly force. The Xenocrat says, as a Canadian, I'm ashamed of my curling team. If you're going to cheat, at least have the dignity to acknowledge it when someone notices. Did they cheat? Grassroots 20 says, I'm a neutral evil deist. God is real. He does care about you, but only because he thinks you're a cunt. Why does that hit harder than usual? Let's just say, like, my life's good. My life's good. I love my boys. Despite our difficulties, I love my wife. Despite our challenges, I love my job. I love a lot. A lot of things in my life are really, really good. But, some things aren't working in a optimal way. So saying that God's real and he does care about you, but only because he fucking hates you is actually really funny. Jonah says Blood Bowl IRL. True. Subry Keller says, yeah, it was arena football, and they also made a girls' team where they wear lingerie, and yet somehow no one knew that these dudes were creepy. Yeah, I think the lingerie football is still going. I think that one actually worked. Politics JK says, yes, Connor, Orlando was the Predators. Jay Gruden was their quarterback and player coach for a while before going to coach in the NFL. Oh, shit. Okay, interesting. In the movie Hook, when Robin Williams' character is pretending to be a pirate, Hook spots someone who doubts him, goes up to him, and another pirate who admits doubt. The pirate was Glenn Close in drag. No fucking way, dude. No way. That's interesting. I need to take a look at that. I need to watch Hook again. Grassroots says, don't read that one and leave it on screen for 4 hours. It was a prank. Oh, my God. Yep. Jane Shower says, Irish brought us some great potato recipes, putting positive love vibes and gratitude. Good wins over evil. Evil destroys. Love builds. It's on us. Oh, well, thank you, Jane, for the white pill. I appreciate you. I wish Rezi colored more. He's funny. True. By extending food shops every opportunity to backpedal, he took away all plausible deniability. Weirdly enough, conservative liberalism, that's totally accurate. I have to start the content. I need to stop saying I'm going to start the content. Then I actually have to start the content. But that's true. Rezi, by being endlessly charitable, actually eliminated all of the cover for food shops, which is interesting. Did you ever shake Vosh's hand? No, I haven't seen him in real life. I wanted to go to the New York event, but I wanted to go to the New York event because I love Zhreg so much. I wanted to go meet Zhreg because I heard Zhreg and JJ McCulloch and a few other people were going to the New York event. So I would have gone. And I would have done logistics. I would have been less excited because it was Jamal Bowman, who's kind of like a lefty anti-Israel type. But I haven't met Bosch in person yet. In Shadow the Hedgehog voice, Latinas. Oh my God. Okay. All right. NBA Michael Jordan or Michael B. Jordan? That's an important question. All right. Milk and tea and coffee helps ease the acids of your tummy lining. Exactly. Thank you, Jane Shower. Thank you for being so white-pilled this morning. Yeah, Darth Panzer says, on God, hospitals are so effing, and then says something vulgar on your screen right now. I'm an incel, unless on Valentine's Day, based. If you go into healthcare, you can find someone to sponge bath you every 24 hours. Christian Blair says, next time specifically mention the lonely teachers in reference to my life. Use more exposition, please. No, I'm not trying to make fanfic for you. Aren't nurses notorious for cheating? Yeah, but that's why you would work in the same industry. That way you guys had similar schedules. Grassroots for $20 says, Hispanics women will F your S up and you'll thank them and ask for another. Yeah, if you're into it, that's true. All right, let me read all the super chats and make sure that I've thanked everybody sufficiently before we get the content started. Fell says level 4 finally happened. No one realized it. Trump shut down the election this week in a city with no leader. I thought I read that one. Grassroots for 20 says, I'm a neutral evil deist. God is real. He does care about you, but only because he thinks you're a see you next Tuesday. God, I love that. Grassroots for 20 says Hispanic women will. Okay, so that's the one that I just read. So I'm caught up on super chats. Okay. So if I missed your chat, Fashion 40 has been lurking. Hope all is well. All is well, King. Thank you for being here. Patriarch says, will marry on sex freak teacher nurse Maudie for green card mostly. Marry for green card. Got it. Jane Shower says, why would a woman sign her legal governance over to another? Help raising kids is good, but what is the statistics on baby daddies who stay for the duration? Bad. Bad. The stats are bad. 50-50. That way you guys would have similar cheating patterns. No, it would be so you have a similar schedule so you can spend more time together. What's wrong with you? God, you guys are brutal. What if I don't want God taking detailed notes on my driving habits? Well, I mean, that's just true no matter who you are. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm scrolling to the bottom of the chat. We're going to start the content. I'm going to force myself to do my job. So, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to the 8 people who have already donated so far today. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for giving me your eyeballs. Thank you for giving me your time. Thank you for giving me your likes. Thank you for liking the stream because it's free. Thank you for sharing with your friends because it's free. Thank you for engaging with chat. There's a lot of interesting, cool people in my chat. They're all 3,000 IQ, Giga Chats, and Giga Stacy's. Thank you for the super chats if you have them. Chips, if you got $2, $5, $10, it's appreciated. Every dollar counts when it comes to paying bills. And then if you got oil, I know the oilers are going through some stuff on their own. So if you don't have any oil, don't oil. If you do have oil, oil. And thank you for being here. And let's pull up Hassan Piker fan Destiny, because there was like a 20 to 30 minute debate. And then we could actually watch North too. If the North segment, Hassan Piker fan Destiny UFA event. Let's see if somebody already clipped it up. Yeah. So this one's only 10 minutes. And then I'm going to watch the 10-minute debate. Then I'm going to... Oh, hold on. Somebody might have done all of it into a single clip. Hold on. Was it Food Shops? It was Food Shops. Speaking of Food Shops, it was Food Shops who clipped it up into a 24-minute thing. Oh, that's funny. Hold on. This is the 2 hours. I don't need 2 hours. Let me find the guy, though. Hold on. Give me a second, guys. Sorry for the dead air. It's because I'm actually looking for content for us today. Damn, Destiny. You just love to yap, huh? The people that you're talking... There's people who are like walking up and asking questions. And then Destiny is just like 80% of the camera time. So I have to presume he's doing 80% of the yapping. And he is like the most famous person. So I'm not hating on that. But like also like I thought the point of these events was to do a tete-a-tete. I thought it was to fight people who were coming to question you. So, you know, shouldn't there be a little bit of back and forth? Oh, there's North. So we'll get that North clip in there if we need to. Then I want to fast forward and see if I can find the fight clip. Is the fight clip in here? Fight clip is up. Here it is. It's right here. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to watch the tanky. We're going to shout. Oh, hey, it's Corbin Sales. I was hanging out with him yesterday. That's cool. It's Corbin. And that's right before the fist fight. Okay, perfect. I got everything set up. So let's do a little mini segment. I know Christian Vlaris is saying there's not much to this drama, but we're going to pretend like there is for the sake of metrics. I'm going to bump it up to a 1.1. That way we're not wasting a 1.1 or 1.15. That way we're not wasting a ton of time on this knucklehead. And let's get cracking. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And I got something special for you today in reference to brain damage. I got a tanky. I got Hassan Piker fan. I got a guy who's a leftist, socialist, pre-med student wearing anarchic clothing. As a matter of fact, let me go ahead and bring him up so you can appreciate the aesthetics real quick. And so he's a socialist going to the University of South Carolina, I think. There was an Unfudge America event where Destiny, as one of the most consistent large creators who's willing to participate in IRL debate, he went to a college campus for a debate. And then this lefty guy, not only did he come up and debate Destiny for around 10 minutes and also use a lot of personal invective against Stephen that we will sweep for, that we will excuse, that we will make fun of. But then additionally, he tried to start a fist fight with my friend North, and then he got arrested by campus police. So kind of an interesting day to say the least. So let's let Destiny and this socialist gentleman start. Let me rewind a little bit to him walking up to the mic, and we'll be pausing intermittently to break it down. Let's go.
Oh,
hey,
Big
what's up,
G
buddy?
is in the house, Destiny.
Okay, Big G, how's it going?
It's going pretty good, man. I would just like to say something to you.
Oh, boy.
How about instead of unfuck America, you unfuck the relationship with your son?
Okay, I'll get right on that.
Yeah. But what I would like to debate.
Okay. What I like about this is I love my kids. I don't think anybody in the world could ever actually doubt how much I love my kids. So if somebody came up and insulted me this way, it probably wouldn't hit. So I just like look confused and shrug. But I would also understand that if somebody was, how do I phrase this? If somebody like relentlessly went after my children in a way that's personal, that gate might not be so people can't attack me. It might be so I can't attack people. So Stephen, who, like I said, I've criticized his personal life. Plenty of people have criticized his personal life. Shit, he's probably criticized his personal life. To hear that and not immediately jump over the fence, it's because he has tough skin. You know what I'm saying? It's because he has tough skin. So all right. Sorry. Moving.
You on
More life advice?
Huh?
More personal life advice?
Well, I wouldn't take it from you, considering you're being sued for sharing porn of other people without their consent.
You got your life together real well, yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, I got like almost 4.0 GPA, and I'm a senior about to graduate.
Crazy. Oh my God, that's good for you. What major you in?
Public health. Right now, yeah.
Cool, good job.
Then hopefully med school afterwards. But what I would like to seriously.
You taking your MCATs yet?
No, I've been studying for that. I'm taking a gap year. But what I would like to debate you on is capitalism.
Okay.
So, I don't know that much about you, but whenever it comes to
you don't know any of my positions, but you have personal attacks for me. Well, okay, that's fine. No, it's all good. Go ahead.
But yeah. So you're a why do you attack like people on the left and stuff like that?
If people aren't liberal, I usually attack illiberal people because I don't think we have the same common values.
I mean, yeah, but like I think that's like kind of antagonistic. Also,
I do want to be antagonistic to people that don't have the same values as me. That's the definition of
politics,
politics,
no, but shouldn't we be uniting against the right instead of attacking each other?
You wouldn't unite with people that don't share fundamental values, right?
Well, fundamental values right now should be attacking fascism in America and the corporate oligarchy.
Attacking fascism is like a subset of attacking illiberal ideology, and I think communists or socialists also have illiberal ideology. So I don't think
they're not fascists, though. It's an antagonistic attitude because fascism promotes capitalism, monopolization of the economy.
Well, I think liberalism promotes capitalism. So I mean, I don't know what you mean by that. Like if you're an anti-capitalist, if you want to like abolish all private property and abolish the, your participation in like the ability to vote for different things that other people might not like I wouldn't really consider that a political ally.
I mean, you don't have to abolish democracy. You can have democracy and socialism as well. It's a complete ideology, democratic socialism. We've had instances of democratic socialism in countries that was elected democratically, such as Salvador Allende's Chile.
In a socialist country, would you be allowed to have a party that advocates for a capitalist economy?
I mean, it just depends on how free the economy is.
In your socialist government, would you be allowed to have a capitalist party?
I mean, yeah, sure. But
okay,
I don't think it should be given power.
What does that mean?
Well, I mean,
You see, you can't even just say no. You would. It's okay. You can argue against it, but like
Yeah, no,
to say that you have like a free, like a totally free democratic system, but like there are some ideologies that are literally banned from competing in your political parties. I mean, obviously that wouldn't be
but
completely
those
free, right?
ideologies are completely like amoral and exist for the exploitation of the labor class, though.
That's fine. You have
Okay. This is why I hate this. This is why I hate so many leftists. This is why I hate so many Dem socks, dude. And I think I told you all the other day that I had a friend who I knew from a long time ago. We reconnected. They're a Dem sock. We disagree on a lot, but they're a smart cookie. So I'm trying to figure out how to conceptualize them in my head because it's been a long time since we spoke. And so just breaking down what was said. The leftist says that, well, hey, you're being antagonistic to the far left, and shouldn't we be uniting against the right? I think from a pragmatic perspective, yeah, we could say like, hey, MAGA is insane. You know, they're projected to kill 3 to 14 million people through incompetence over the next several years. They're shredding our international alliances. And not only is Donald Trump sweeping for a pedophile ring, but effectively there's strong correlative evidence that he's a part of the pedophile ring and at least knew about it and looked the other way and may have participated in it himself. And we're not going to know until we release all of the documents. So like those are things that are like true. So we should annihilate Trump. We should annihilate his, cultists. Yeah, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. For now. Have you guys seen that? Have you guys seen that clip? I hate to distract from it, but have you seen that like kangaroo? There's this ad. Kangaroo, then things get difficult. God, there's this video. I forget where it is. It's literally an advertisement. That's not it. The emotional support kangaroo. I mean, that's amazing. But there's some like ad in a guy's in an office, and this kangaroo and this guy in this office are like, yeah, Jan is such a bitch. And it's like, we should unite in order to get Jan fired. And then, and then like, they're like, yeah. And they make like a bro deal in order to get Jan fired. But then the kangaroo was like, okay, but as soon as Jan's fired, things are going to get difficult for you. That's my opinion on like leftists, like socialists and communists. It's like, yeah, we can unite in the fact that we can all vote in the same direction in order to mute Trump's power. But the second that that's over, things are going to get difficult for you. So hold on one second. Excuse me. Sorry, sneeze. So yes, we can unite on the right. Now, Destiny, I think, correctly says that attacking far leftists and tankies and Hassan Simps and all that kind of stuff is a part of attacking anti-authoritarianism in general, which I agree with, and that promoting capitalism, we just don't view it the same way. This guy thinks that capitalism is immoral or amoral. It's like an inherently exploitative evil system, because it doesn't, emancipate the working class from the oppressions of capitalism. Therefore, it's an immoral system. Therefore, it should be abolished. But that's not how I conceptualize capitalism. That's not the way a lot of people conceptualize capitalism. A lot of people who conceptualize capitalism is you're harnessing the greed and avarice and self-interest of human beings in order to make them productive. But then you use said productivity in order to make an incredibly wealthy, successful, and powerful society. And because you generate so much wealth, success, and power, we can distribute wealth, success, and power to the entirety of the human population. Like, at least that's like humane capitalism. Darwinian capitalism is like, fuck the people at the bottom, let them starve if they're not productive, right? So he says you don't need to abolish democracy in order to promote socialism, but then he immediately backtracks and says, yeah, but even if they're like a political bloc, they can't have power, which almost immediately tells you that this fucking knucklehead, this yuppie, it's not even yuppie. Yuppie is the wrong word. I need to think of a different insult, but bear in mind, my brain isn't working properly. This fucking hipster, this fucking punk wearing like Misfits sweaters and shit. He thinks that like, no. We need to abolish an entire way of organizing an economy that has been proven to be more successful than the model that I'm advocating for. And it's like, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Number one, do I think you're an idiot who doesn't understand shit? But number two, I think that like you're an authoritarian windbag. Go fuck yourself. And it'll become relevant really quickly that this guy's basically a cry bully. He's a fucking cry bully.
Have that opinion, but at the very least, then,
I
but
mean,
you're not,
it's
it's not a
actually
democracy
like
at that point,
true
right?
that they
Sure.
exploit the labor class. They kill millions overseas. Nestle company killed 8 million people.
Okay.
For
How many people
instance.
died in the Holodomor? How many people died in Mao's revolutions? How many people
Under
died
capitalism, even though we have a resource surplus in regards to food, 8 million people die every year due to food insecurity. We have constant wars for imperialism, constant wars for well, yeah.
How is
imperialism.
socialism solving any of these? Do we have less wars with the Soviet Union or what?
Soviet Union wasn't like it wasn't.
Thomas Dudley's is currently working on a pre-interview assessment for a company in a target industry plus city of mine at the moment. Likely need to lock in and listen to podcasts plus music, so need to get back to moving for a bit. I'll be back. Thanks for dropping by, King. I pray social love you. Check in later.
Starting wars and doing like proxy shit.
Really?
No,
What do you
not
think
in
where
comparison
tanky
to
comes
America.
from? The Hungarian Revolution. What do you think all the?
Who overthrew Salvador Allende's Chile? Who overthrew Nicaragua?
I'm not
Who
saying
invaded
capitalist
Panama?
countries are perfect. I'm not going to argue that. Of course, there's issues. I'm just saying I don't know why we
You're
would assume that.
comparing an
I don't know-
aggressive power to more of a defensive power.
You think the Soviet Union was just defensive?
They weren't fucking overthrowing every single country that had socialist
What do you think
values
the
left and
Soviet
right.
Union was? How do you think they got all those other countries in the Soviet Union? It was by overthrowing their governments or supporting people to
Yeah,
overthrow
but
the
those were
governments.
domestic revolutions in many cases.
Domestic
you had to
revolution
have domestic support
that
in
were
order to do a
supported by
revolution.
the Soviets? You think Afghanistan? You think all these were just domestic revolutions? The Soviets just happened to? Do you think the same in Ukraine
So you
right
think
now?
every single one of those people who overthrew those governments were backed by were Soviet Union agitators then?
I think there's
You
a
don't
reason
think they
why
had
when the
developed their own
Soviet Union
domestic
collapsed,
ideology?
the countries that left didn't want to go back. There's a reason for that.
Well,
And
the
it's not-
Soviet Union didn't exist when also when you're talking about like Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, even Ukraine, they all voted to stay in 1989 with the Soviet Union.
Why didn't they even go back after 91?
Because the Soviet Union dissolved under Gorbachev after he
Why
did
didn't
an
they try to
illegal
join
dissolution.
Russia?
What?
Why not try to join Russia?
Because Russia is a capitalist oligarchy.
Okay.
It's not.
That was their issue after, is that Russia became too liberal for them. They wanted back their Soviet
The economy
overlords.
collapsed under shock therapy, dude.
Sure.
Nobody's going to want to rejoin that. It did.
What- okay,
GDP
let's-
collapsed under Boris Yeltsin.
Yeah, I'm aware. I know you're gonna say Yeltsin. Okay, what today in our political system, like the problem is also like this is so pie in the sky. Like, so for instance, if we talk about like progress towards whatever world you want, what candidates would you even support today that are already in office besides Mamdani? Would you even
Besides
support Mamdani
Mamdani,
anymore?
Oscario Cortez is a really good one. Bernie Sanders, even though he's kind of become more liberalized. I mean, democratic socialism is something that Americans want right now.
Then where are the politicians winning elections that are Dem socks? Why don't they exist anywhere?
Elo Omar, democratic socialist, Oscario Cortez.
So we have the
Mamdani-
Justice
dude,
Dems, those four.
The
yes.
city that has the greatest GDP production in the United States, New York, got a democratic socialist mayor.
Yeah, so
People
New York
want-
City, a very blue place. I'm aware of that. But outside of like these plus 30, plus 40 like blue places, where are all of these Dem sites? Why don't they win elections in like competitive areas, in purple areas? Why don't they win elections in red areas? Why is it the only elections they can ever seem to win? The very, very few they have, the 5 that you've pointed out, the 4 Justice Dems and Mamdani, are in like super, super, super blue areas. That makes it seem like the people don't generally want democratic socialism.
Well, yeah, you have a polarization. America's a heavily propagandized population. Red states politicians.
Okay, then I can't. You understand? I can't win the argument, right? Because on one, you just said that most Americans want this, and then when I ask, well, why don't they win elections? You say, well, because most Americans don't want it because of propaganda. Well, what am I supposed to say then?
Well, nobody can doesn't even know what democratic socialism is. But what is
Democratic
happening?
socialists don't even have a consistent definition for democratic socialism. You can even tell me if you would allow capitalist parties to exist in your system,
Well,
or
I'm not
that
a
people say the
democratic
Soviet Union
socialist.
wasn't socialist, or
I'm not a democratic socialist, though.
what are you, a socialist?
I think that you can't really have democracy and socialism at the same time because capital will overthrow the system again and
Okay.
become reactionary forces will.
Sure. So you
reinstitute
want like a
capital.
vanguard party, and you want to like have a violent overthrow of the whole capitalist class and everything.
Well, I wouldn't say for like legal reasons I'd want like a revolution or anything like that.
Sure.
So
God, I hate this guy. Oh, I hate him for legal reasons. Okay, hold on. Let's break this down real quick. So first, hold up, wait a minute. So they start comparing the death counts and political intrigue between different countries, and what I would say is what frustrates me about this is the fact that the United States engaged in a Cold War. Okay, we engaged in a Cold War. We went overseas. We overthrew governments. We assassinated people. We backed right-wing militias. We backed authoritarian dictators. We backed kings. We backed sultans. We backed anybody who would stomp out socialism or communism. It didn't matter if they were good. It didn't matter if they were bad. It didn't matter if they were evil. We supported them as long as they were stomping out socialism, right? But the Smooth as Silk says, haha, Destiny always changes the subject when he's out of his depth. I don't even know what you saw that he was out of his depth on. Did you want them to sit down and argue the history of the 20th century and the Cold War? I mean, I would love it. I would love that content. I would sit there and go back and forth. But pretending that the Soviet Union had no intrigue when they had military advisors in almost every single country that we sent people to, when, you know, they were exporting arms to Cuba, when the it was the Sandinistas and the Contras. But basically, like, there were legitimate socialist revolutions in South and Central America. There were also who was it? Mossadegh was a socialist who nationalized the Iranian oil economy. Oh, shock therapy. Okay. All right. Well, sure. But shock therapy is smooth as skin. The point is there, in my opinion, is that if socialism was so great, okay, if emancipating the working class from the oppressions of capitalism was so great, then when the Soviet Union collapsed as a result of shock therapy, which, correct me if I'm wrong, it was like an attempt to liberalize the economy because it had become stagnant under a central economy, a centrally planned economy. Why didn't those other states say, hey, Russia, good luck, but we still like emancipating our populations from the oppressions of capitalism? As a result, we're going to continue with decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production because we think it is morally correct, even if Russia is changing. That's the thrust of the point. So getting lost in shock therapy, like, I don't know how you answer the question that I just asked. But anyways, moving on. So you guys don't like it when I say Zoran Mamdani is a social democrat who hides his power level. AOC is not even a social democrat. He's a democratic socialist, right? AOC is a democratic socialist who hides his power level. Bernie Sanders probably is a democratic socialist who hides his power level and uses rhetoric to normalize the concepts. He might have gotten more incrementalist in the past few years, but that doesn't mean that he isn't trying to normalize the term, and that he wasn't simping for Venezuela in the thousands, the Soviet Union in the 80s and the 70s, doing apologia for Vietnam in the 70s. All that shit's still true. And then he says Ilhan Omar, who's a member of the squad. So, and he says that she's a Dem sock. Now, I don't know Ilhan Omar's politics. She might be a Dem sock. She might be a sock Dem. I have no idea. But effectively, like, don't you find it a little bit alarming that when a tanky is asked, who do you support? It's all the people that I'm skeptical of, all the people that I'm most critical of for hiding their power levels. Because the thing is, I know the rhetoric. I know the propaganda because I've hung out with leftists long enough. And so when Ilhan Omar, AOC, when Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani do effectively like socialist dog whistles, then yeah, I'm like, fuck you. You're hiding your power level, you piece of shit. Fuck you. And you guys look, no, they're nice. They're cute. They're uwu. They're kawaii. Between JD Vance and these like socialist power hiding freaks, you have to vote for the power hiding freaks. And it's like, no, I don't. I can kill myself in an airport. Now, he does say New York City just elected a Democratic socialist. The thing that he omits to say is that it was a split election. So you had a New York Republican. You had Eric Adams, who I think was running independent. You had Cuomo, who was the corporate Dem. And then you had Zoran Mamdani running as a Dem sock, right? Okay. Smooth as Silk says, I'm not really talking about the subject. It's that Destiny has a pattern. Okay. Gotcha. Copy. Heard. But anyways, the point is, the only reason why we have a Dem sock in charge of New York City is because there were 3 moderates who split the field. The most likely to win, which was Cuomo, was what was it? He was like a sex pest. He was like an Italian guy who like harassed a ton of women and pinched their butts and slapped them on their ass and said, nice cans, sugar tits, Moses McCown 5544 says vote progressive, socialism rules. Listen, man, there might be some creators on Valor Media Network that are for you. I'm just telling you, we're gonna fight. Like, I'm just telling you. So Cuomo's a sex pest. And then what is it? Eric Adams is accused of corruption, where he was like selling out aspects of his office to like Turkish international groups. So yeah, so we have a corrupt guy, an insane Republican who's a part of the Guardian Angels, who got shot by the mob half a dozen times, and he has weird stories about his glory days. Then you have the sex pest. And between the sex pest, the corrupt guy, and the schizophrenic, the Democratic Socialist wins. That's not exactly like a high bar, in my opinion. I'm not handsy, I'm Italian. Exactly. So I do think it's ironic that the tanky says, well, everybody wants socialism. They just don't know what it is because we're so heavily propagandized. And it's like, okay, well, it sounds like you should cut through the propaganda, and you're kind of a piece of shit. So that's probably not going to work. And then the consistent definition. Okay. This is where I get pissed, because I think that now I actually have a pretty good handle on socialism. I really do. Just constantly beating my head against the wall for the past 4 or 5 years. Socialism, pre-Marxian socialism, so socialism that existed before Marx wrote his works, okay, is trying to figure out how to free humanity from the oppressions of capitalism. You know, you wake up every single day, you have to go to work, you have to drink your caffeine, you have to work your ass off for some guy that you hate in order to make enough money, in order to get your food and your water and your shelter. And particularly in the 19th century, you had to work hard in tough jobs without any benefits, without any retirement, without any medical, without any dental, without any vision, because those things hadn't really been created yet, let's be real. But then if you participated in that society, if you got burnt out, if you got injured, if you got hurt, anything like that, society just like threw you to the wolves. It was like, oh, you can't be productive anymore. Go die in a gutter, you street rat. Right. And so people saw that and they were like, well, there's a ton of good people who are being chewed up and spit out by the system. And as a result, this isn't a just system. Therefore, we need to free people from the oppressions of capitalism. So how do we do that? And Marx came up with the thing of like, well, we need socialism. And what socialism is, at least according to the people who have philosophized about it since then, is decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. So that means that food, water, and shelter are free. You can just get food, water, and shelter any place because the state is making sure that everybody has food, water, and shelter. And then not only that, but when you go to work, you have a dictated share of the pie. Now, in China, in Maoist China, and in the Soviet state, the dictated share of the pie was done through a central government that was allocating resources in order to execute economic justice as they saw fit. Whereas in a market version, I think similar to Tito's Yugoslavia, we should make a poster with Tito's Yugoslavia, and it should be like Tito's tequila or whatever, or vodka. But anyways, wait, does Tito's make vodka, and are they from the former Yugoslavia? That would be interesting. Anyways, sorry for ADD thought. But the point is that the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production in Tito's Yugoslavia, the way that they allegedly achieve that is through market socialism, which means that if you go to work for somebody, the state forces so that you have a like stock. You have a share of the company. Oh, it's Tito's vodka. Oh my God. Is it from the former Yugoslavia? Where are they? Where are they from? Where's Tito's from? Sorry, I know this is like totally ADD. I'm interrupting my own flow of thought for a point that nobody gives a shit about. Where is Tito's vodka from? Austin, Texas. That's no fun. See, I thought that vodka, I thought it would be Eastern European. And so I was kind of hoping that it would be from like, you know, Czechoslovakia or Serbia or Croatia or Bosnia. I was really hoping that it would be from Eastern Europe, but that's all right. That's all right. That would have been cool lore. All right. Anyways, back to the point. So the point is like, this is a moral claim. Okay. It's a moral claim that you should free people from society. But the truth is we're all a little bit of utilitarians. And so the point is that if you had a more moral in just society in that people were emancipated from the oppressions of capitalism, and if they had a share of the economy, but then if everybody lived demonstrably materially worse lives under a demonstrably more authoritarian and murderous government, then why the fuck would we do that? Right? You can make all the moral arguments you want. You can say, oh, well, you know, you shouldn't have to get up every single day so you can earn your daily bread. It should be, you know, society makes so much wealth that we should just provide these things to people no matter what. And yet, if we live in a mixed economy capitalist society that has a welfare state that actually does take care of the people who are deprived materially in our society, and then we look across the way and there's a socialist society, and the socialist society is falling apart, and it's a kleptocratic, oligarchic, fucking theft-ridden, corruption-ridden fucking shithole, then don't we have a moral duty to advocate for the better system that actually functions? Just my 2 cents. Anyways, back to it.
Okay, sure. So I just don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. We have a system that exists today where we have a two-party system where we can push, you know, further to the left, we can push further to the right. None of the people on the far left that identify in your camp want to support any Democratic candidates basically at all.
Why would you want to support Democratic candidates? They're not giving us universal health care. They're not easing tuition. They're not making America necessarily affordable right now.
That's great.
And they're caving into Trump.
Really
they
good,
congratulated
like,
ICE. There's
like,
no reason if you're left-wing to
push...
support the Democratic Party. They cave in. They're the fucking fleshlight of the Republican Party.
Okay, that's fine. And if you want to have that opinion, that's great. But just don't pretend to be a Democrat.
It's not. Everything
just
I said was
make your own party.
Gavin Newsom struck down a bill for public health care in California.
I'm familiar with all these lies. I don't really feel like running through them all right now. It is. If you feel this way, that's fine. But why not make your own political party then? Why like be a leech or a cancer in the Democratic Party that just sits here from an ultra-privileged position? I'm not a member of the Democratic Party. Okay, then don't be. Then you're not. Then don't advocate for that. And you shouldn't be. And I wouldn't want to form a coalition with you because we're fundamentally misaligned in values. We're not going to share the same values on almost anything. Which is fine because we live in America, in a capitalist liberal America. We have the right to disagree.
Dude,
I don't
you
know if we
literally brag about
country,
putting Nick Fuentes on the map, dude.
Do you think I put Nick Fuentes on the map? The guy that works with Kanye West campaign?
You said that online.
If I said it, so it's true. But I also said I did it. What do you mean? I platformed him because I've debated him in the past. I think you should have debates with people.
Yeah, you platformed him, then you bragged about him becoming famous, do you?
I don't think I was the one that made Nick Fuentes famous.
Then why do you say it?
I don't think I do say that.
There's literally a video of it, along with an inward
There's a video, or there's like a 7-second clip of me saying something. You saw what a subreddit was. Okay.
Listen, I'm supposed to be taking notes, but like, I'm actually perfectly fine with how that played out. So let's just say that we're talking to space aliens real quick. Nick Fuentes is a dissident right-wing Christian nationalist creator who was largely banned off of the majority of platforms from like 2019 to 2022 when Elon Musk bought Twitter. And so Nick Fuentes, I think he went to Odyssey for a while. I think he eventually was able to move to Rumble. I think he created his own backup website, Cozy TV, that he tried to make a platform that people, he got other creators onto. But the problem with Cozy is allegedly it has like a 3x modifier. That was the rumor from some people who used to work with Nick, is that it has a 3 times modifier. So if you actually have 50 people watching on Cozy, it shows as 150. If you have 1,000 people watching on Cozy, it's 3,000. That's a rumor. Nobody really knows what the internal metrics are. Rumble has been accused of the same things, by the way. But the point is that like he was able to survive on alternative media platforms, but while he was in digital exile, Steven thought that fighting Nick Fuentes on stream, debating him in a friendly way, but debating him nonetheless, he thought that it would be excellent content. This was kind of like the this was during like the Mr. Girl arc too. This was back when Steven was looking for the most schizophrenic orbiters possible, but like clouded up schizophrenic orbiters. Like John Zerko was in there. That's like a coke addict who bangs like 17-year-olds. Mr. Girl, who's like a pedo apologist. And I'm not even saying that derisively. That's just like what he does. He does apologia for, you know, sexual degeneracy. then and then Nick Fuentes, who's like the dissident right guy. So Stephen was just like milking the fuck out of all these people. So it's not surprising to me that there's probably a clip where Stephen says, oh yeah, he was in digital exile, nobody was talking to him, he had no friends, nobody was making content with him, blah 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 blah. I was by bringing him into the red pill sphere, by bringing him in to debate more people, I guarantee you that I threw him a life preserver that he was able to use in order to get into more places. Like, I'm pretty sure that Sneeko, who has collaborated with Nick Fuentes since and has been banned off of YouTube since and has participated on Rumble since, I'm pretty sure Sneeko and Nick actually met each other through Steven. So it's probably true that he threw him a life preserver while he was down, but he did it in the name of the content. Matter of fact, that was like Mr. Girl's criticism of Steven at the time, because Mr. Girl is a Jewish sex degenerate, that Nick Fuentes, if Nick Fuentes could fucking crucify Max Carson, he probably would actually like physically crucify Max Carson and think it was a good thing. That was Mr. Girl's criticism at the time, was that Steven was effectively throwing him a lifeline. So, yeah. So Steven was probably being an edgy boy in a clip. What else is new?
I mean, you got a clip of it. I mean, you can say nuh-uh, nuh-uh all you want, dude, but like, actually.
Do you think I made Hassan Piker?
Conservatism says, what if the corrupt shithole works better in my imagination? So true, King. So true.
No.
But I made Nick Fuentes?
Yeah, but
you know, I platformed Hassan in a way more friendly way when he was a much smaller person than Nick, like way longer, right?
Well, I don't think you were fucking debating Hassan Piker in like 2018 and shit like that constantly.
Wasn't I literally debating Hassan in like 2019? And
I'm not like a...
Yes. This is where this guy not knowing his Destiny lore is kind of fucking him a little bit. From 2016, when Destiny made the transition to politics, from 2016 to 2020, dude, Destiny was having debates with Hassan Piker, Sargon of Akkad, Shuan Head. There were all sorts of like wild panels back in the day, man. The reason why I got into online politics was probably because of that content. Not specifically Destiny debate content, because I didn't even know that was a thing at the time, but knowing that Sargon, Shu, Armored Skeptic, Chris Raygun, I wasn't aware of Destiny at the time, but people like Destiny, Lauren Southern, Dave Rubin, the fact that they were all like getting into like not even Discord calls. I think they were getting into like Zoom calls at the time. They were getting into fucking Zoom calls and throwing elbows on Zoom calls. Like that was the shit. That was excellent content from that time period. Real quick, Sacred Snow says, Connor, you don't understand. All the other guys just did it wrong. The soy boy do nothing LARPers are going to do the one socialism right. True. And sorry if I'm not engaging with chat as much as I normally am. I'm trying to keep it on topic as aggressively as possible so I can have a nice, clean segment. So sorry if I'm not engaging with chat as much as possible, but I'm trying to take notes and engage with the content as accurately as possible. Speaking of which, let's keep it rolling.
Crazy Hassan Piker fan. That's crazy that you obsess about some fucking tall tan guy. All fucking dated.
Tall tan guy. He's the largest left-leaning political content creator. I also talk about Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, but you
Jordan
automatically
Peterson,
assume that like I'm this crazy Hassan Piker fan just because I'm
because you're a
left-wing.
socialist.
Why are you like so
Hassan
fucking
Piker is a
obsessed about this
socialist.
guy?
Is it crazy for me to assume that you would be politically aligned with the guy who shares your political ideology? Is that really that insane for me to think?
I mean, I just think it's kind of strange that you automatically go to that I'm like a part of this other guy's group.
If I was talking to a MAGA guy and I assumed that he was a Trump supporter, would that be a weird thing for me to assume?
What?
If I was talking to a Trump supporter, or if I was talking to a MAGA person or a conservative and I assumed they were a Trump supporter, would that be a weird thing for me to assume?
Yeah, but I'm not a Hassan supporter.
No, but you're
that's
both
the thing.
socialists.
I don't define myself. Hassan's not like a fucking politician, dude.
Okay, that's
I support
great.
his policies and then put him in office.
I appreciate that answer now. Why were you so quick to reject the idea then that I made him famous, though? Why did you seem personally offended by that?
Because I don't know enough about Hassan because I'm not a fan of Hassan. I don't like
then
watch
why
him
even
like
have an
religiously.
answer? Then why does I don't know anything about that. Do you think that if it weren't for me, do you think Nick Fuentes would just not exist?
He wouldn't be as big.
Really? You don't think the Kanye West campaign helped at all? You don't think Candace Owens and all these other people that...
I mean, I did, but that was like after you, though.
Okay, so without me, he would have never been involved in that Kanye stuff. Milo wouldn't have reached out to him.
He might have, but
him.
you definitely played a role and you even bragged about it.
Okay, well, if the second clip said so, then I guess I can't argue with that.
I mean, you just admitted that you have a clip of saying that.
I've probably said that I have platformed him before because I debate a ton of people. Yeah, that's what I do. Do you think that like you should never debate people who have substantial disagreements with you? Should you never debate like a Nick Fuentes type?
Yeah, you can debate them, but you shouldn't fucking brag afterwards that you made them famous.
I don't brag about making him famous.
There's literally a clip of you doing it, though.
Okay, well, if there's a clip of me doing it, then Godspeed, God bless. Do you have any other points you want to bring up?
Not really. I'm low-key bored.
Okay. Well,
So
Okay, I didn't have a lot of substantive things to say there because he was trying to evade being a Hasan person, and he's about to do something so cringe that I hate it with my whole thing. But I'm going to point out that this is also really cringe. If you come to a conversation and start having the conversation, and you're engaged in the conversation, and there's a passionate back and forth, and then you say, actually, I'm not interested in this conversation is boring, then fuck off. Then just fuck off. If you don't find politics interesting, okay, fuck off. If you don't find drama interesting, okay, fuck off. If you don't want to have a conversation about something, then don't have the conversation in the beginning. But don't hang out with me for 10 to 20 minutes talking passionately about a topic, and then at the last 2 seconds, pretend to be cooler and above the conversation. Go fuck yourself, you fucking loser. All right? Sean Kaplan for 5 says, good morning, Connor. Did you vote for Biden or Trump in 2020? I left the top of the ticket blank. And if Biden, what horrible things did Trump do in his first term that made you switch teams? I've abstained from voting with Trump the entire time. So in 16, bear in mind, this was a long time ago, so if my memory is faulty, my apologies. But in 16, I abstained from voting, and I know I've abstained from voting because, like I said, Hillary Clinton would be an excellent neoconservative candidate, except for 2 problems, okay? Number 1, she hates guns. She wants to ban guns. She thinks that the DC versus Heller decision that extended individual rights to keep and bear arms, she actually thinks it's a mistake. She does not like the personal right to keep and bear arms, and she's a pro-gun control candidate, and she's actually pretty passionately pro-gun control. And she thinks like the way that Roe versus Wade, the way that conservatives wanted to repeal Roe versus Wade, either from the bench or through legislation, she has articulated multiple times that she wished that she could rewrite DC versus Heller. So, fuck her for that. Number 2, she eats kids, right? So, like I hate to say it, but you know, if there were like child sacrifice rituals where they take the fetuses and they snap them open and then they drink the adrenochrome out of the fetuses, she eats kids. So besides being pro-gun control and eating children, Hillary Clinton would have been like a perfect neoconservative person. As a matter of fact, watching her sociopathically talk about geopolitical affairs, I'm like, damn, if she shut the fuck up, if she did not care about guns, and if she did not eat children, she would actually be like a neoconservative queen. She would actually be like she would be Nikki Haley if Nikki Haley was doing performance enhancing drugs. It's actually kind of wild. But in 2016, I wasn't involved in public politics. I just had to vote my conscience. And my conscience was saying that I couldn't vote Trump because of his comments about the military and John McCain, where he said like his war heroes didn't get captured. Meanwhile, he's like a draft dodging fucking pussy. And him saying that he knew better than the generals and all that kind of shit. It's like, this dude can eat a dick. So I didn't vote for Trump. I did not vote for Hillary. When Trump won, I thought it was funny though. I thought it was super funny. My wife was so mad. My roommates they were like crying at like 2 a.m. when the election results came in. They were so fucking mad. And I was like, because I was basically like an anti-SJW at the time. So I didn't want Trump to win, but watching lefties mauled about it was hilarious. Then in 2020, I think I had just started talking about politics, and I don't think I had the calculation of lesser of 2 evils at the time. So I think I left the top of the ticket blank again, just because I was like, I hate both of these fucking candidates. Fuck this. Yeah. And then in 2024, I did vote for Kamala. I did check it because I had the lesser of 2 evils calculus. So thank you for the question.
Good luck in your...
But I do have something to say. I know it's contradictory to what I said earlier.
Okay.
But long live Hassan Dao Pai Tung.
Great. Have fun. Good luck.
So hold on. Long live Hassan Dal Paitung. Is that a Hassan Piker reference? And then he like took off his punk hat and he put on like a Chinese Maoist revolutionary hat. What was it? What did he say? What did he say? But like, dude, we need to fist fight these people. And like, I'm not rich enough to fist fight these people, but like, you understand that if you guys pay my bond, I will fist fight somebody like this, right? Can you guys just like promise to pay my bond if I fist fight a guy like that? Old School for Two says, is Destiny wearing XR glasses? I don't know. That'd be funny. What if Destiny was looking at pornography while he was debating people? All right. Anyways, so speaking of fist fighting, I brought that up for a reason. Okay. The reason why is because my buddy North, who is a Never Trump Republican who did debate Destiny at this event, and I invite you to watch this event. I also invite you to watch the North segment because he's a good egg. I parasocially and actually love North. But North not only did a debate against Destiny, but he also was hanging out afterwards and running a video and running a mic around. And so the socialist guy comes up and starts like hanging out with North and talking shit to him and tries to start a fist fight. So we're going to watch that in a second. Now, on your screen right now is a gentleman by the name of Corbin Sales, Corbinsays. Now, unfortunately, his YouTube got nuked recently, so I think he's starting from scratch in reference to YouTube. He's also on TikTok, but you should check him out. He's basically like, he says he's not a nihilist or a hedonist. He's definitely a hedonist. But he's like a hedonist liberal. He used to be religious. Now he's not religious anymore. He's pretty smart. He knows how to throw elbows. You know, he's kind of a, I know that he probably doesn't identify as DGG, but he's probably a DGG style liberal. He doesn't love lefties. He doesn't love progressives. He just like accepts the far left talking points that he believes in, and he rejects the ones that he doesn't. So check out Corbin Sales, check out North. Okay. But at the end of this, pretty much in the next 5 seconds, it's going to go to my buddy North running an interview. And then the leftist freak that just debated Steven is going to try to start a fight with DGG and start a fight with North. Then a DGGer is going to push him. Then that guy's going to try to kick him and punch him. And then that kid is going to get jammed up by police. So let's take a look at that real quick.
Thank you. All right. Howdy.
Dude, actually, all you do, you said you would cower instead of standing up for your values. You're a fucking pussy, bro. How about you hit the fucking gym and some fucking bitches?
Bro, look at your arms. You're a bitch.
Okay. I'm just going to say it right there. If I'm at a UFA event and you start fucking with North like that, win, lose, or draw, we're stepping, bro. Like, I applaud this guy. Who is this guy? When I get paid, can I buy you an Uber Eats meal? Can you send me your Venmo and or Cash App? Can I buy you an Uber Eats meal? Because watch what this guy does.
Whoa, whoa. Don't fight. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Fucking push me. Chill the fuck out. He just fucking pushed me.
Gentlemen. He just fucking pushed me. Can you grab that jacket? I got you. I don't know what
Fighting is kind of crazy, I guess, but.
Bye.
I have the right to react. Hold on.
Please, hold on.
Give his fucking, you forgot the mouth of dog hat. Fucking hat.
Give him his hat back.
Jesus Christ. Okay, sorry, what were you saying?
No, yeah.
Essentially, he was just debating me on fucking liberalism shit. And then I was like, how about you get some bitches? And then the other guy grabbed me by the arm and started tugging and pushing me. And so I tried to push him back. You know, at least like jury's camera has evidence. Release or something. I'm a senior, I'm about to graduate. And I really wanted to go to med school. Well, if I get some on my criminal record, it will harm me.
So hold on, guys. Hold on, okay? So here's the thing.
On the left.
We've gone over this before, okay? I'm borderline quizzing you right now. I'm gonna scroll through chat when I'm done with this segment, and I'm gonna just engage with chat for a minute while we're moving segments. But do you guys remember that we looked up in the state of Florida? Obviously, like Florida criminal law is going to be more my strong suit since I was in law enforcement in the state of Florida, but most states have similar laws. So there are fighting words statutes. And so we could look at the Carolinas and see what they have. So fighting word statutes are where if you say or do or act in such a way as to provoke a fight, then you can be charged with the crime. And so do you think screaming into somebody's microphone in a sexual way, calling somebody a pussy, so sex noises, calling someone a pussy, calling someone to get bitches, you know, telling somebody to like stand on principle. Do you think these things are likely to incite a fight? And my answer is yes, because I feel like fighting this dude and I wasn't even there. And it's mostly just to defend North because I'm a fan of North. So that DGG or whatever, they have my sincerest thanks. But like, seriously, like if that person, if anybody knows who that guy is, if you want to reach out to them, send them a clip of me talking about him. And I will seriously, like, I will, when I get paid on the 20th, probably Monday, Tuesday, so it might be the 23rd or 24th. When I get paid, I would like to buy him a meal because I appreciate him standing up. And so basically, even the act of the DGGer being like, hey, I'm going to put my hands on you because you're being fucking psycho-aggressive towards somebody that's around me. He might not even have been North's friend. For all I know, that was some random liberal guy. So the DGGer, you know, pushing him, now that's battery, okay? Simple battery. When you touch somebody and they don't want you to touch them, that's simple battery. So the DGGer easily could have gotten arrested as well for simple battery. And then let's say that the cops wanted to be dicks. They could have arrested both of them for affray, at least in the state of Florida, or disturbing the peace or some similar statute, right? And so what's interesting about affray is affray does not have to establish fault between two parties. You actually do not have to identify who started the fight. You actually just have to say, these two people were in a public place. They started a mutual combat that disrupted the peace in this area. Therefore, both of them are going to jail. Now, the thing about it is, what's so funny is this guy was ready to throw down. He was ready to be provocative to Destiny in a way that was likely to start a fight. He was willing to be provocative to North in a way that starts a fight. The DGGer did do simple battery, but I applaud him because I think it was moral, even if it was potentially illegal. I think both of them are liable for affray. But then the second that this guy gets jammed up by actual law enforcement, he's like a hardcore Maoist revolutionary, fuck the pigs, ACAB, you know, let bloody Vanguard revolution now. I can't tell you what my real politics are because they're illegal. And yet, the second he's confronted with actual force, he falls apart like wet fucking tissue paper. And this is what pisses me off about these like revolutionary leftists. They've never encountered real power before. They've never encountered real firearms, real men with guns, real men who will oppose their ideology through force. And so they have this like utopian fantasy of what they're going to achieve. Then they have this they have this apocalyptic fantasy about the glorious bloody revolution and the day of the wall. And then yet when they engage in the lowest level of violence, they fall apart like wet tissue paper. It's cry bully bullshit. I actually hope he doesn't fuck up his career. I genuinely hope that the DGGer doesn't press charges. I hope that he graduates. I hope that he gets his degree. I hope he realizes, holy shit, I was LARPing about violent shit for a long time, but I came really close to fucking up my life through violence. And that's the other thing too, guys. When I say like I'm ready to engage in a fist fight, it's because like what's going to happen to me, man? Like I'm an old man. I already did what I'm going to do on this planet. Like if somebody knocks me out and they knock my neck out of place and they break my neck and then I die, I got life insurance. You know what I'm saying? My kids get 250 grand and the world keeps spinning. It is what it is. Whereas if you're a young man who has ambitions, who hasn't lived life yet, who hasn't explored the various cool parts of being alive, then yeah, that you have a lot. Young men, weirdly enough, have a lot more to risk than I do. So anyways, let's watch that one more time before we wrap.
In general is they aren't doing anything in real life, right? So like it is good to make videos and cover what's going on. This is objectively a good thing, but we need to do on the ground work and do things to get communities electing Democrat politicians. If you're just online, I mean, I'm glad people are making videos and whatever, but you need to actually touch grass. So that's why we're here, for example.
When you say purity testing is bad, like, should the left not purity test on anything? So when people say, like, we should run pro-life candidates in southern states, or when people are critical about Gavin Newsom statements.
Sorry, I'm interrupting my own shit. Cowmass says, if you don't find politics interesting, you're an idiot. Having clean drinking water is downstream of politics. I saw what you did there.
About trans athletes, is there anything the left should purity test over, or do we just accept anybody? And then at that point, how are you differentiating yourself from the right?
It depends on where you draw your lines. If you're engaging with people who I think are who have certain values that are fundamentally opposed to the party, I don't think that we should necessarily incorporate them in, especially people on the far left who aren't willing to back our candidates. But when you have people that are maybe more pro-life or maybe pro-gun on the Democratic base, and it's like the more practical decision to run them in a largely red state or red county or whatever, yeah, like that's fine. It just depends on like where the values of the person that you're running, that you're potentially purity testing lies. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
Put on your, for the roller coaster, put on your lap belt.
All right. Howdy.
Dude, actually, all you do is you said you would cower instead of standing up for your values. You're a fucking pussy, bro. How about you hit the fucking gym and some fucking bitches?
Bro, look at your arms. You're a bitch. Whoa, whoa. Fight.
Whoa, whoa.
Okay, so just rewinding it real quick. Let's get where he's grabbing the mic. Okay, so right here, fighting words. You're a bitch. You're a pussy. This, him grabbing the arm, the DGGer saying, look at your arms, you're a fucking bitch, and then shoving him. That's simple battery. Okay, so the DGGer is guilty of battery, but I think he did a moral thing. So I would like to buy him a Quiznos submarine sandwich, or some Publix sushi, or a Chipotle burrito. Then this guy is like, fuck this, I'm gonna fight. Now, word to advice or whatever. So if this guy wasn't a weirdo pussy, okay, so this guy's taking off his backpack to fight, and this guy's like, okay, I'll fight. So he takes off his jacket. But look at this. Now his hands are trapped inside his jacket. What he should be doing is retreating right now, because the lefty guy goes for like a nut kick. Weird move, not going to lie. If he had taken another step forward and gone for like a shot to the jaw, which he did do after the fact. I would not lead with a kick. I would have led with a shot to the jaw. This is a weird position too. So, but our DGG king, his arms are still trapped in his jacket. So basically I would say fight with the jacket on with limited range of motion, or retreat and take your jacket off so you don't get clipped while you're taking your jacket off. Now, also right here, what's cool about this is if you're willing to take a shot, what you could do is you could grab this dude's leg, like grab this dude's leg with your left hand, grab this dude's chest with your right hand, and then leg sweep his leg right here and knock him to the ground and try to slam him into the dirt so bad that he loses his breath. Okay, that's an option that you had right there. Now, to DGGer's credit, he does retreat far enough back that he doesn't get clipped. Then the event organizer runs up, says, hey guys, this is absurd. You know, fuck off. We need y'all to calm down. And then campus police, even if the shove happened, they can argue that lefty guy kicked it off with the fighting words. DGGer guy did do, you know, simple battery. But then what the cops saw is lefty guy going for a kick and throwing a punch. So basically lefty guy gets in more trouble than everybody else. So good. Fuck him. Once again, I hope he wakes up. I hope this doesn't ruin his career or his academic career or his professional career. I hope he realizes that violence, while fun, can get you in a lot of trouble real quick. And so you should not be so reckless in promoting violence or engaging in violence. End of segment. Let me go ahead and engage with chat. Randy Chang says, I want to travel to the parallel universe where Howard Dean wins in 2004 presidency. I agree. Kamala over Biden. Connor, you've committed a grave sin. Indeed. Patriarch says it's a Mao joke. What's the joke? Emperor of Elba says Hillary was raised Republican and was a Goldwater girl. Good. God, I wish we could have our own U.S. version of Margaret Thatcher. I mean, I think that was Hillary Clinton, to be honest. Ved Sunil says the real enemy of the Republic are the boomers. They will devour the young. True. Sorry, boomer moment. Checking out my chat real quick. The real enemy are to the Republic are the boomers. They will devour the young. Maybe. Mr. Feeney says, imagine getting so defensive about being called a Hassan fan, then doing that at the end. Yep. What is to be gained by fighting that loser? Nothing. It could be fun. AK Bati says, yeah, I thought people were weird for going to Trump rallies in 2015. I thought it was a huge meme. Then Trump won, and I laughed my ass off when Hillary lost. True. Does Connor have the clip of the fight? I do. We do not live in an oligarchy. We live in a gerontocracy ruled by the old ball sacks. True. I think you said the N-word in Chinese. God damn it. Come on, horse god. Come on, man. Does he try to start a fight or does he just yell like a Spurg? I remember him yelling at North and then he's pushed. I would say those are fighting words, bro. Oh, hey, it's the guy that keeps calling you during streams. Yeah, it's North. Yeah, it's North. I love North. And Corbin Sales. Yeah, it's Corbin Sales. We should cut Social Security, Medicare to fund a public option. Sure. Does Corbin own a clock? Yes, he does. Describing the Hassan fan as trying to start a fight is insane sweeping, considering North shoved the Hassan fan first. North didn't shove anybody. North was the guy with the microphone. North should have stood up as if it was going to be a fight, and then if the dude swung on him, he should have fucking planted him in the goddamn ground. You guys see that Destiny got swatted yesterday? Yes. The other guy says, shit, I'll pay the bond myself to get you out. You're not serious. Are you, Valorous? Hell yeah, I am. North is a good guy. I'm confused. Who's the one who grabs a commie? Some DGG'er. Xena says, hit the gym and get some bitches. I don't think hitting women is good, actually. I saw what you did there, Xena. I would put hands on someone to protect North, but clearly that guy can't fight. It'll be an easy win. I mean, that's where I'm at. How does Destiny get swatted when he's on like 4 FBI office files? Because it's local police, probably. Is North the guy in the beanie or is that someone else? That's someone else. North was the guy with the mic. Connor, do you think we should reform Social Security and Medicare with a means-tested method? Maybe. Maybe. I still think old people, even if they're rich, they should still get health care. So the North guy assaulted the commie? Nope. North was the guy with the mic. Don't engage. Let the police arrest him. God, you guys are such fucking pussies, dude. I'm not even trying to be that mean, but like, you understand if somebody squares up on you, you can square up back, right? This was one of the best things. Holy shit. Okay, you guys, you have spawned another rant, okay? In high school, one of the worst things that they did is they implemented the no fighting policy, where if you get into a fight, regardless of who started it, you get suspended. And what happened as a result of that policy was that fightings dropped by a substantive degree, okay? Fist fights in high schools dropped a lot because of that policy. And you're like, hey, Connor, isn't that a good thing that fist fights dropped to a substantive degree in high school? Isn't that good? No, because it was reinforced by an antisocial order. What that allowed to do is it allowed bullies to do bully shit, to talk shit, push people, steal their shit, talk shit. And what happened was the good kids wouldn't defend themselves because they knew if they defended themselves, then they would get in as much trouble as the bully. So it created effectively, like the right wingers, they talk about a narco tyranny. It's where like the state imposes laws on the just, but lets the unjust run amok. So you're effectively like you're lost in the anarchy of a society gone wild, but you can't even appeal to the state because the state will bully you. The state will bully you if you even complain about the state of affairs. That's a narco tyranny. And I would say that high schools, while they statistically dropped fistfights a lot, they created their own miniature anarcho tyranny where bullies were allowed to do whatever the fuck they wanted on school grounds. Now, the truth is that got implemented as I was coming up in high school. So truth is there's like a lot of creative things you could do, like fist fighting the bully after school. I wasn't that smart though. So, so what I did is I let a bully me because I had already been suspended once for alcohol. I let a bully me during the school year, but then I bumped into him at a party and then I fist fought him at the party. But the point is that like, you don't have to let it get that far. You don't have to let it get that far. You can check people. If somebody comes after you, you can check them. You're allowed to defend yourself legally. And even if you take the suspension, I'm going to tell my boys, you never start the fight. Okay. You never start the fight. You never initiate, you never bully, you never do anything like that. But if somebody squares up on you, you square up on them. And if they swing, you finish the fight. You know what I'm saying? And if you get in trouble, you get suspended. It is what it is, right? Just because you're punished by the state or by the school administration doesn't mean that what you did is immoral. For people who are constantly appealing to the separation of like legality and morality when it comes to sexual affairs, you guys seem to like completely abstain from like moral analysis when it comes to violence, which I think is really funny. Actually, it's really disappointing, but I'm going to find it funny so I don't get disappointed. Patriarch says, North is a guy sitting down with Mike. True. Tries to get his fucking camera taken away. Lol. True. I have the same sweater. I am burning it tonight. Well, no, the Misfits didn't do anything wrong to you. Don't burn the Misfits sweater. The Misfits sweater didn't do anything wrong to you. Don't burn the Misfits sweater. Did he whip out some karate? The karate sucked. Cotter says, fighting him is counterproductive. The police should distribute the justice, so it's okay. Bud, why do you have muscles, bro? Why do you have muscles, man? Look at this. This is Bud 123 in my imagination. Okay, short bodybuilder. Okay, let me find Bud 123 in my imagination. Okay, so this is Bud 123 in my imagination. So Bud 123 spends all this time in the gym, just getting fucking yoked, doing his triceps, doing his biceps, doing his forearms, doing his pectorals, getting his quadriceps and his hamstrings and his calves on fleek. And yet this motherfucker, when we're coming to fist fighting, he's like, nah, bro, don't fight. Let the cops handle it. Bro, why you get all these muscles, bro? Why are you working out? Are you working out just to like move pencils more efficiently, bro? These muscles are meant for something. Okay? They're meant for something. Use your muscles. Why are you wasting your God-given manlit bodybuilding king energy? What a shame. What a shame. Do not waste what you have worked so hard to cultivate. Biggin says, lol, he wants to act all tough, then he gets pushed, and now he's crying. True. Old School says the Marxist guy dresses like a school shooter. I don't think so. I think he dresses like the dude who hangs out with the Hot Topic girls in order to get a crumb of wussy. Airborne Kite says, was North laughing or trembling? I think he was laughing. But I think he was laughing because he didn't have another response. Like, North and I we need to have a combo. North didn't do the pushing. It was another guy that saw the commie reaching for North. Yes. And I would like to buy that guy a meal. Reaching for North, he put his hand on the mic that was extended into his face. Okay. And I feel like fighting word statutes don't hold up in schools. They don't. In a literal debate, calling someone a wussy and getting bitches can't be considered fighting words. Why wouldn't it be? Why would saying you're a pussy who gets no bitches and you need to go work the gym, you don't stand for anything, you fucking coward. Why would that not be fighting words? So let me see if South Carolina or North Carolina, it's South Carolina, right? South Carolina fighting words statute. Okay. Fighting. Any person who shall cause, provoke, or engage in any fight, brawl, or riotous conduct so as to endanger the life, limb, health, or property of another shall be deemed a disorderly person. Let me sneeze. Excuse me. Any person for the purpose of engaging in a fight or brawl assembled to congregate with others, or any other person who shall assemble or congregate for the purpose of trouncing another shall be deemed a disorderly person. Any person who shall use fighting words directed towards any other who becomes outraged and thus creates a turmoil that can be seen or heard by the public shall be deemed a disorderly person. So this is like a, what is it? A subsection of disorderly conduct. Chapter 131, offenses against persons. Yeah. Let me share this with you real quick. So yeah, do you think saying, hey, how about instead of unfucking America, you unfuck your relationship with your kid? Do you think that those are fighting words? Because I'll tell you, the only reason why those aren't fighting words for me is because I have a good relationship with my kids. But if you said that to me, those are 100% fucking fighting words. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Y'all were raised with like sticks and stones, but sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. And I agree with that. I agree with sticks and stones may hurt my bones, but words will never hurt me. But if you say some shit about my fucking kids, I'm going to come across this fucking, I'm going to come across this fucking metal gantry. You know what I'm saying? So shit, we need to fucking be about it at this point. We've talked about it so much. We just need to be about it. So anybody who wants to spar, let's spar. Anybody who's in Orlando, anybody who's in Central Florida, and you just want to spar, like we don't have to hurt each other. You just want to spar, let's spar. Saying those things only cause people who can't control themselves to fight. Pussy. This is pussy shit. Provoking to fight, then shock someone was prepared to fight. Yes, horse god, you and me. The DGGer was in the wrong, but F the tanky. Y'all have been raised wrong. Raised wrong. Y'all were raised wrong. Being dumb in public should be punishable. I mean, it is. Which Frey? No, not Waldo Frey. A Frey. A-F-F-R-A-Y. Didn't the DGGer act to defend North from assault? He sure did. He sure did. That's probably why he didn't get arrested. Did they not both go to jail? I don't know. But I'll buy that guy an Uber Eats meal. I'll buy that guy a DoorDash. Officer Nasty says, but Connor's so fucking anti-commie, he's fine with them getting assaulted. I mean, that's true too. But hold on. Let's differentiate real quick. You understand that I've said the DGGer can go to jail for battery or affray. Okay? Especially in the state of Florida. I know this is in USC. Battery is touching another person and against their will, and then pushing them, right? Like pushing them, shoving them, poking them, punching them, whatever. Like, and you don't cause a lot of damage. That's simple battery. Okay. So I think that the commie can be charged with fighting words and disorderly conduct. I think he can be. Okay. Based off of his behavior. Those were not peaceable action. Walking up to somebody and calling them a fucking pussy who has no principles, who should stand on business, who needs to lift weight and gets bitches. Yeah, that's disorderly conduct. I know you guys are like all internet brained or whatever, but would you tell your mom that? Would you tell your dad that? Would you tell your uncle that? Would you tell your uncle that molested you that? Obviously not, you know? I have a really terrible joke, but I'm not going to follow up on that one. The point is, you don't talk like that. You don't talk like that to people in real life and not expect something to happen, right? So if you know that talk in a certain way can make something happen, you're guilty of fighting words and disorderly conduct. Is the DGGer simultaneously guilty of battery? Yes. You need to hear me, okay? Hear me real quick. Commie, guilty of disorderly conduct. DGGer, guilty of simple battery. They could both be charged and incarcerated. I think from a moral lens, the DGGer acted correctly, and I want to buy him a sandwich. Okay? Samson says, these are the same guys the world say the word revolution but have no idea what they're advocating. They do. Public fighting, which is basically a fray. Connor is afraid of the commie combo kick punch. Yeah. Don't throw both at the same time, though. That's very weird. First, he says the Hassan fan held the mic that North was holding and had extended to the proximity of the Hassan fan. This is the extent. First T News, were you raised in like a padded kindergarten? Are you a bubble boy? What's wrong with you? Christian Valera says, legally speaking, he shouldn't have been assaulted, but he faffoed. Maybe. But once again, you guys need to hear me when I say this, because you're thinking that I'm saying that the DGG is completely legally in the right. He's not. Now do the one about the revolutionary right wing licking boots so they can hold their own KKK rallies in peace. No, I'm good. That's okay. From ACAB to please, Mr. Policeman, don't arrest me. I'm just a small bean, please. Well, isn't that the fucking truth? First T News says DGG really needs to stop crying when people like Rob Noor or J Stalker Queeman says they're full of violent freaks. Pussy. This is weak shit, First T. You might just be disappointed in my analysis. I'm disappointed in your reaction to my analysis. Airborne Kite says, no, I think getting a handcuff scare as harsh enough consequence for this one. Yes. I'm with Airborne Kite. Here's another thing that you need to hear me on, because I think here's another thing that I think you guys need to hear me on. I don't think the lefty should be severely punished. I think the lefty should be effectively like getting detained, going to the jail cell, getting fingerprinted, getting told that you could be charged with battery or affray, but we're going to refer this up to the state attorney's office and they're probably not going to charge you. So you're released on your own recognizance. Have a nice day. I'm fine with that. I think just scaring the shit out of the kid is fine. Old School says, I know you're joking, Connor, but your kids need you a lot more than 250K. Maybe. Christian Blair says, God damn, why are you some J-Stack fans such fucking pussies? Holy shit. I mean, that's how I feel. Some with far right, like Fuentes, these arslers know nothing. Maybe. It shouldn't be applauded. Well, I applaud it. If politics interferes with your mental health, you should actively not give two fudges about it. That's the moral choice for yourself. Yeah, I mean, I'm addicted to mental health issues. Hope you people advocating for political violence go outside and actually live up to your tough words in this chat. Well, honestly, there's a guy who hit me up, Sleuth. I think it's Ruth. Ruth, which is a guy. Ruth is local. He's a DGG, or we're gonna go shoot guns or whatever. But I'm tired of talking about it. I wanna go shoot content, man. So like any Twitch and YouTube poll person who wants to like grab some sparring gloves and go down to the park, and we could literally set up like a mat. There's a HEMA guys, high European martial arts guys. There's HEMA guys that practice at my local park. I would literally go set up right next to them on a Saturday or a Sunday. And then we would just spar, you know, like we wouldn't be trying to take each other's heads off. We wouldn't be trying to kill each other, but we would just throw some kicks, throw some punches, you know, do a little bit of wrestling. So you guys can, you know, kind of see what it is, because I think it's one thing to just talk about it. I think it's another thing to see what it is. Officer Nasty says he did a moral thing for attacking someone he disagreed with. Hold on. Officer Nasty, this is disagreement because I think you're too internet brained. Okay. I think you've never had a confrontation in your life, or if you had a confrontation in your life, you kind of put your tail between your legs. Okay. So here's a disagreement. And I'm going to play the Maoist real quick. Let me be the Maoist. So the working class has been the slave of the ownership class and the political elites throughout all of material history. And the truth is, at the end of the day, we're all human. So these hierarchies that we've created are not only artificial, they're unjust. And we live in an unjust society where the poor are exploited for their labor in order to make the wealthy incredibly rich. And there's a luxury class that doesn't have to lift a finger in order to conduct labor, and yet they are the most materially rewarded in our society. Until we can guarantee food, water, and shelter for the people who make society work, we are in a fundamentally unjust proposition. And it should be the duty of every human being, both working class and owner class, to seek to not only improve the system, but abolish the system and start from scratch. And if violence is necessary in order to start society from scratch, then so be it. Okay, that's me being the sane lefty. Okay, and then North says capitalism harnesses the self-interest of human beings, and consistently when you see socialist regimes and communist regimes iterated into reality, because of human nature, the communist and socialist leaders become the new bourgeoisie, where they use the central command economy in order to enrich themselves and their friends, and they create a dystopian, Orwellian, authoritarian surveillance and police state that ends up not only being more materially deprived than its capitalist, mixed economy, capitalist competitors, it also abuses the rights and the freedoms and the privileges of humans to an infinitely more egregious degree that is unacceptable. Therefore, I think mixed economy capitalism is better. And then the socialist goes, I disagree. That's a disagreement. Saying you're a fucking pussy who won't stand for shit, go get some fucking bitches and start lifting weights. You stand for nothing and you're a coward. Those are fighting words. Know the difference. Bro bound up his arms as the other guy was swinging. Yeah, not my favorite move. Is Quizno still active? No idea. Jack Hanma says it's always fascinating to watch 90-pound guys attempt to be physical. It is fun. Beef Supreme says same thing I'll teach my kids. Words shouldn't be met with violence unless they're Nazis. Well, I mean, or just words shouldn't be met with violence, but you should be ready for violence. And if the other guy swings first, then you be ready for that. First T News says you can't invoke a third party for fighting words directly to a third party. Yeah, you can. You can articulate an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to other people, and then you can use that as an invocation for self-defense. So I have no idea. If you saw a woman, if you saw a man berating a woman, let's say a 200-pound man, let's say that you're a 200-pound man, and you see a 200-pound man berating a woman and on the verge of throwing a punch, okay? And so you step in and you say, hey, buddy, you need to fuck off. And then you give him a shove. Now, the shove could be considered simple battery. You could still go to jail. But do you think you're moral for interjecting yourself? Or do you think that you can't say, oh, well, I'm a third party, therefore I have no moral or legal duty to act? Or no moral or legal responsibility to act? I think that's fucking cringe as shit. Grassroots says, when push comes to shove, only one of these two has the capacity to enforce their will. Socialism and communism manage to be completely useless and masturbatory. I agree with that. Thank you for the $20, by the way. This is a weird position too. Well, you don't say. Sure. Officer Nasty says, it's just wild we're defending assaulting people who use fighting words like Destiny doesn't do this every fucking debate, and Connor would be cool with him getting assaulted. No, I would be cool with Destiny getting assaulted. You didn't watch my Jack Posobiec coverage. So immediately after Charlie Kirk gets killed, Jack Posobiec is on a panel with Destiny. And then Destiny's like, yeah, I don't give a fuck that Charlie got killed. All the crazy hyperbolic shit that the right wing says, I don't give a fuck. Fuck them. Fuck the escalating violence. They're responsible for this. Blah, 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 blah. And Jack Posobiec starts like fucking crying. Jack Posobiec is on the verge of tears. And he's like, Destiny, can you please just be like a human being for 1 second? And Destiny's like, nah, I'm going to be a straight sociopath and I'm going to make fun of you for crying over your dead friend. I hate Jack Posobiec. I hate Jack Posobiec with my whole fucking being. If this was an IRL debate and Jack Posobiec came across the metal gantries and slugged Destiny in the face, I'd let him get a few shots in before I pulled him off. like being real, Destiny needs to get checked a little bit, because I think Destiny's been used to saying crazy shit without having any kind of like physical repercussions or physical consequences for his behavior. So Destiny needs to get checked. So your instinct is incorrect. Mr. Feeney says, I think the reason, like obviously I'm going to defend Destiny. Obviously I'm going to pull Jack off of Destiny. That doesn't mean that I'm not going to let Jack get a few kicks in first. Mr. Feeney says, I think the reason he is the one who got arrested is because he was throwing punches that the cops saw. That's probably true. 2-hit combo, low kick, high punch. I know, that's a weird one. That's a weird one. That's a weird combo. Yeah, it was more of a nut shot. Yeah. Don't throw a kick and a punch at the same time. Other guy says, good night, you crazies. See you, buddy. Beef Supreme says, why though? What even warranted this fight? Come on, bro. Damn, y'all are soft. Azia says, left men perform misogyny while left women galvanize men towards revolutionary violence with the promise of sex. Whoa. Left men perform misogyny while left women galvanized men towards revolutionary violence with the promise of sex. Whoa. That's a spicy analysis. Sweep the leg. Indeed. First, he says Christian Blair is too scared to take his political views IRL and also afraid to engage on the facts instead of crying about it. A typo, sad. Don't know what that was. DGGer was twice the size. I think they were the same size. Correct. Sweep the leg. He's already off balance. Yes, but but what you guys saw, okay, he was cocked back like this, but his leg was also there. So if you go in and grab the leg and grab his chest and then you sweep, you have to understand that you're probably taking a shot from him as you're going down. But the shot from him is not going to have that much power because he's already not standing on that leg. So you might take a clip, but if you're willing to take that clip, you can fucking hit him into the ground. You fall way too hard on fighting words? No, I don't. No, I don't. Blood123 says, isn't the best move to get into a fighting stance? Not everyone knows jiu-jitsu. I can block the kick and the punch at best. Yeah. No, fighting stance is great. So literally, telephone. Take an old school telephone and put it to your ear. Okay? Now move it a little bit. All right? What you're doing with this, let me show you real quick, okay? So what you're doing with this is you're blocking your temple, but you're also blocking your chin. And so when you put your hands up by your head and you're guarding your temple or whatever, what you're doing is you're already in a block stance. So if somebody comes for your guts, you can shrimp. If somebody comes for your chin, you can block a haymaker with a chin. Sorry, I just flexed so hard I hurt my chest. Ow, that sucked. Then when I shrimped, I hurt something, which is funny because I'm just getting old. Then you're also blocking your temples because the two places that this is an off button. If you get clipped in this hard enough, you're going down. If you get clipped in this hard enough, you're going down. So you need to guard those guys. And then you don't need to guard your vital organs as much, but I have seen people get taken out by liver shots before. Weirdly enough. Excuse me. I've seen people get like knocked down by a liver shot. So you don't have to protect your core as much, but bear in mind somebody can fuck you up if you leave your core too exposed. Heavy leg kick every time, hurts like hell, ends the fight, looks defensive, no permanent damage. What do you mean heavy leg kick though? I would do a push kick. I know basic karate block strikes and kicks. Good. Good. Hello? Oh. Connor minimized himself. What a legend. I know it happens. Connor, start a police react channel. You can rage bait your lib community and other libs into making money hand over fist. Probably. If I was muted for the past 20 minutes, that would have been hilarious, but my green bar's still going. Boomer points. I curse Connor. Why is everyone soying out? Sound booming, stare into the void. We have entered the warp space. Boomer points. I see your super chat screen. Infinite reaction to infinity. It's a window and a window and a window. Muted. Wonder how long? No way. I have green. It better be going right now. Is it going right now? Okay, you guys are talking about liver shots. Okay, no. We still have audio. Okay. All right, so let me scroll up not all the way. Let me scroll up to the most recent super chat. Or the top 2 most recent super chats. Y'all are popping off, by the way. Yeah, let me go to... Okay, so I'm caught up here, but I'm going to scroll a little bit because I think we're being soy. It's always the person that... Oh, actually, but I do want to address this, or I want to check out your guys' reaction to it. It's always the person that retaliates that gets caught up. True. Heavy leg kick, hurts like hell, ends the fight, looks defensive. Scrolling. Connor minimized himself. What a legend. Streamception. Boomer points. I curse Connor. Sound. Boom. Staring into the void. I see your super chat screen to infinity. Ha ha ha. I can see the gods in the smallest window. Professional streamer. We back. I put an African voodoo spell on Connor. Guys, was it Mossad again? No, it was me. It was me. Excuse me. Grassroots with the 10 says that's a person who never had their grandmother go upside their head with a cast iron skillet as a child. That's what I'm saying. Is me taking my shit off and flexing at this troll not allowed in public? No, that would be great. I would love that, Bud123. Christian Valera says, I'm not legally justifying the dude being assaulted, but Connor's point is that he himself in a situation is being antagonistic. Yes. And I'm also like, guys, you guys need to hear me. I'm not making a legal analysis. This is a moral analysis. Bud123 says, you need to go to the gym. Have you seen my chest striations? Bruh, show your chest striations, bro. Dude, that would have ended the fight right there, too. Here's another option, okay? Here's another option. Bud123, somebody's talking fighting words, okay? They're calling him a wussy. They say he needs to get girls. And then Bud123 stands up, and instead of taking off his shirt to fight, he takes off his shirt and he starts hitting poses. I don't get how assaulting someone for calling you a pussy is fighting words in the middle of a debate. Do you think that calling someone as a pussy is fighting words? Yes or no? Well, answer the question. Do you think that calling somebody pusillanimous to their face is fighting words? Yes or no? If you say no, you're crazy pants. Darth Panzer says, I got in trouble for that in middle school and it was such bullshit. Literally just got attacked by a bully and got 3 weeks suspension for fighting back. Yup. Got asked about it in job interviews. For what? No fighting policy includes sweeping and jiu-jitsu? Not really. Not really. You could totally fight defensively. Jeb Kush says, as a former teacher, I would tell my students, I think you did the right thing. Unfortunately, admin disagrees. Yup. Yeah, do all your fights outside the school. True. Excuse me. Was he not being antagonistic? He was hella antagonistic. Randy Chang says, in our school, football players who had to start Friday couldn't be suspended, so that went predictably. Yup. Kay says, honestly, I think the cost of being an asshole or weirdo is best to learn as a teenager. Learning as a young adult results in a whole generation who seem to be fucked and entitled. Yep. This is what MAGA does to Democrats. Yes, they do. And so y'all need to learn to fight. Yes, good point. Who said that? Politics JK. Sorry, I'm going to expand on this real quick. This is what Republicans do to you motherfuckers all the time. Y'all say, that's illegal. And they're like, what are you going to do about it, bitch? They do that shit to you all the time. And then some of y'all are like, well, it's illegal. So if I fight back, then I'm going to be in just as much trouble. Therefore, I'm just going to let myself be steamrolled. No. Okay, no. You don't have to do anything illegal. Okay? Matter of fact, my advice to Home Slice DGGer would not be to grab his arms and push him. It would be to stand up and say, hey, bro, you're fucking with my boy. You need to fuck off. And then if the dude starts squaring up, then you get into a fighting stance. But you don't throw the first shot, right? Then homie throws the fucking first shot, trap the arm, wrap him around, and leg sweep his ass into the ground. And then if you get arrested after that, you get arrested after that. AK Batu Sai says, my parents told me to tell them to stop more than once. Then you give them a warning. Then the fight is in. Yep. Ask, tell, make. True. Ved Sunil says, I have muscles to look pretty. These guys are on steroids. I'm lean but skinny still. I weigh 150 pounds and I'm 5'10". Okay. Well, as long as you're yoked, who gives a shit? But why are you working on those muscles? Why are you working on those muscles? Just say wussy? No. I'll say wussy or I'll say pusillanimous. This is a family show. I need to sneeze again. Oh, Jesus. All right. Also, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats. If you got a membership, so you got them. I'm going to hang out with chat for another 5 to 10 minutes. Then we're going to move into the next segment. I weighed 135 pounds in July when I started going to the gym. Oh, good. Yeah, dude, you were hella skinny, bro. Congrats. You're an ectomorph. Officer, why did I ask that? Because there was another chat before that. True. Officer Nasty says, hold on. Fuck. Because if you're an actual animal who can't control yourself like clavicular or sneeko because somebody calls you a wussy, you shouldn't be debating. Weak sauce. Sure. Fighting words you can respond to with fighting words back. That's true. Fighting words really is a pretty flaccid phallus concept. If it's used to justify going hands-on with somebody, offense is taken, not given. Go ahead and call them disorderly, I guess, whatever. Okay, I'm right, you're wrong. It's just obvious as the real reason to have big muscles is to carry grandma's groceries. True. Thank you for the chip king, and thank you for the wholesome white pill. I'm actually trying to encourage liberals to like lift weights, get into fist fights, and shoot guns. And it's just Avi with the $5 chip is like, no. Carry grandma's groceries in. True. Based in all-in-one trip pilled. Nice. Grassroots with a 20 says, I got in a verbal argument with a kid once and was complaining about it, and my overworked mother said, get in the car, drove me to the park and told me, if you're going to fight someone, do it. Don't talk about it. God, I love your mom. Not in a perverted way, in a respect way. Destiny will say unhinged shit over the internet and not offline because he knows that'll get him assaulted if he did. Yeah, sure. If somebody wants to be a midterm hero. No. I want you guys to engage in defensive legal violence. Okay. Yeah, I have a terrible joke that I can't say. Me, do it, no balls. Yeah, I know. Yes. Connor is sweeping for commies. You hate to see it. Next, he'll tell us how he was wrong about Mundami. What? Guy, what are you talking about? I'm literally encouraging my chat to get into legal defensive fistfights with communists. What are you talking about? This segment is the opposite of that. When Destiny tweeted the Texas drowning kids jokes, Connor justified the family members of those girls assaulting Destiny if Destiny said the same jokes in their presence. Yes, and I would be backing the family members. The family members could go to jail for battery, but Destiny would 100% warrant getting stuck for that, for sure. Okay. Yeah. So, Officer Nasty, your position is, I can say whatever I want and you can't touch me. That's not true. It's just not a true statement. As a matter of fact, it's a very silly statement. Very silly statement. Jakara says the DGG and the comedy went to jail and then they fell in love and kissed. God, my chat's so fucking wild, dude. Assaulting people for being unhinged is wrong. Nah. What does HEMA stand for again? High European Martial Arts, I think. Officer says we were talking about an organized debate. Retard, not street fights, Connor. Why can't we do both? Why can't we do both? Yeah. Why can't we do both? We don't have to die. We just have to throw fisticuffs. What's the problem? God, I need to find somebody else to throw fisticuffs with. Yes, Connor, if you're walking down the street and call somebody a bitchless pussy, those are fighting words, but rules are a little different than an organized debate event. It's not, they're not a part of the event. They're off to the side. They're doing an informal debate event. Yeah, you can do third-party self-defense, yes. I'm pretty sure. Even if it's illegal, it would still be moral. I grew up in Philly. I get the concept of fighting words. Thank you. Sure. All right. Christian Blair says that's a bad example. It was not in person. Destiny does not engage in the same antics rhetoric offline. And what? Wait. So you can be the dog. So what you guys are encouraging, which is true, by the way, it's true. What you're saying is true. But you know the films of the dogs where they're like on the other side of a gate or they're on the other side of like a glass door and they're like, and then like the gate opens and they're like, and then the gate closes again and then they're like, you guys are saying that the internet is the gate, and therefore you can growl and bare your teeth and let your hackles rise and all that kind of stuff. But the second that the gate opens, you're just supposed to chill out. Whereas the reality is that that is like a voluntary thing on behalf of both dogs when the gate opens, where they're like, are we ready to fight? You know, are we ready to fight? I don't know if we're ready to fight. Are we ready to fight? Should we fight? I don't know. We might both get jacked up. Let's not, you know, maybe we shouldn't fight. So the truth is that that is the way that it conducts itself. But what I'm telling you is that if you're a pit bull and your opponent is a chihuahua and they're going all crazy when the gate opens, then if the chihuahua nips you, then you can bite them back. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Jack Posobiec is gay. I just haven't shown him yet. Nice. Vince Wilson says Conor versus Destiny boxing match. Yeah, that wouldn't be fair. I would 100% spar with him. I wouldn't like fight him. Just came back and Conor's talking about jacking off Destiny. Yes. Your park adventure is going to turn into that episode of King of the Hill where Hank sends Bobby to the Y to learn boxing. Excellent. God, does anybody live in Orlando? I'll DM Ruth or whatever, but I kind of want to. If there was somebody, because I don't want to be like, yeah, let's go shooting, and then I'm like, okay, let me fist fight you in the park. Oh, bullshit. Just Julius. Brain dead tag. Desi doesn't start anything. He only ever matches tones. They call liberals literal domestic terrorists. Yeah. When Destiny started tweeting out the Minecrafters smashing the Muslim holy site. Sorry, which Muslim did something to him where he decided to piss off an entire religion? When I don't know, like 30 teenage girls drowned in a Texan flood. What did the conservatives do where making fun of them in a sexual manner was justified? What are you talking about? Officer Nasty says, and I'll admit I was wrong. I really didn't expect Conor to agree Destiny should be assaulted for how mean he can be. Yeah. Yes. The Johnny Bravo defense technique for showing off your chest striations. True. Oh my God. Dog. True. Why would you catch a sneeze with your fucking hand, lol? Because it's my germs. What am I going to do? Reinfect myself? Tico Suave says, are you planning on moving off of Discord? I've seen a few alternatives like Matrix and Stute. I didn't have any plans to. I don't care. What, the government wants a picture of my face? They can have a picture of my face. But if you like actually sold me on Matrix or Stoat as legitimately having advantages, then maybe. I don't know. Words don't steamroll you. You just have to hit back, be witty, develop a personality. If you got to fight, but you don't throw the first shot. Yes. You should be defensive. Really likes leg sweeps. I do. I'll tell you the reason why I really like leg sweeps. The reason why I like them is because I've done them multiple times in sparring and real fights. They're just an incredibly effective tool. If you can just get your enemy in the right position and then pull up on him and slam him into the ground, it actually does give you a lot of advantages. I heard a guy say, I can't fight. I don't have health insurance. Oh, that's funny. I am working out for aesthetic purposes to feel more confident, to feel mentally good, and make myself more attracted to the opposite sex. For sure. But you should still, have fun. Tessie says, can we squat up? Absolutely. Don't rub it in your eyes. I thought half of you were like Nergalites. How come I have a bunch of like inquisitors in my chat? He'd run away before the first strike hit him. Maybe. AK Batu Sai says, I disagree with you on some extent. I wouldn't construct morals around letting 6'5" guys with fighting experience to run their mouths and always fall back on fight me or I win. Sure, but that's not what I'm saying, aka Batu Sai. I feel like I'm saying the opposite. I wouldn't construct morals around letting 6'5" guys with fighting experience to run their mouths and always fall back on fight me or I win. Correct. But I think that that's where you should differentiate between a 6'5" guy who's running his mouth because he actually feels like he's correct versus a 6'5" guy who's running his mouth because he thinks he can win. You know what I'm saying? Like it should always be defensive. Okay. It should always be defensive. Silver says fighting words is an exceptionally high bar. I think it definitely does not cover someone calling you a bitch. You just say that because you're 8 feet tall, Silver. Silver's 8 feet tall. Don't listen to him about shit. The reason why Silver can never be assaulted is because he's 3 feet taller than the average human being. And so as a result, if somebody was like, hey, Silver, I'm going to beat your ass, then he could actually just like pick them up by their skull, fucking lift them off of their ground off of the ground with his deltoid muscle, and then squash their fucking head with like a grape. Yeah, Silver, sorry. When you're the size of the mountain from Game of Thrones, normal rules don't apply to you. Okay? Yeah, I'm not going to you for legal or moral analysis because if anybody ever fucked with you, you could truly just kill them with a single hand. So I actually don't, I don't, no, I'm not going to you for analysis on fighting. Like were you in the Marine Corps? I feel like you were in the Marine Corps. In the Marine Corps, I would not be surprised if you never got above 12 pull-ups, although I feel like you told me that you got 20 at some point. Correct me if I'm wrong. How many pull-ups did you get while you were in the Marine Corps, if you were in the Marine Corps, Silver? But then also, Silver, did your drill instructors talk shit to you, but they also looked scared of you simultaneously? Did your 6 foot tall drill instructors run up to you like, hey, Silver, you fucking pussy, you fucking F-slur, get on the ground and give me 50? But was there like a little bit of fear in their eyes that if like they ever, like you're an ogre, you're a fucking ogre, dude. So like, did the drill instructors get into your shit and fuck with you, but you could always see like a little bit of fear in their eyes that like if things went the wrong way, they were scared that you were going to fucking murder them? Because I'm pretty sure that's what happened. Sacred Snow says, you reading parts of a back and forth argument because they weren't at the other person, but missing all the context that was added will be hilarious. Well, it happened. So Voided Parrot says, ironically, I disagree with fighting words being a thing other than death threats. I believe behavior and body language matter more. Sure. So Connor's idea of smack talk is intensive tonguing. Good to know. Whoa. What happened there? What does that mean? What I'm confused. Oh, shit. It hurts itself in its own confusion. Jakar says, fighting words are, I'm going to fuck you up, square up, you won't do shit. If someone just says you don't get bitches, responding with violence is unhinged. Master your own emotions. Also, fuck that commie. Disagree, son. Disagree. Maybe I come from a different generation. Go into a bar in East Orlando and say any of the shit that guy said. Say any of the shit that guy said and tell me whether or not it's fighting words. Sun Patriarch says, I'll be around Orlando around March, I think, Connor. Okay, cool. Let's fist fight at the park. Let's go to the park and fist fight. AK Batu Sai says, I would only advocate for pushing if the other person is touching your stuff or bothering you physically. Can't say it's moral to push for the strong words. Correct. Okay. I should amend everything I said where I do not think the DGGer is legally correct for grabbing the guy by the bicep while he's standing up and then shoving him. I think he's legally incorrect. I think he committed simple battery. I think I articulated that earlier, but I'm just trying to reinforce the point. What would have been better is if the DGGer had stood up and said, hey, man, you're talking a lot of crazy shit. I think it's time for you to leave. And then if the guy stands up and bows up on you, then you go into a defensive stance. And then when he throws a shot, you throw a counter shot. That would have been the legally and morally correct thing to do. But if I had to choose between the instincts of some of my chat members who say, no, you can say whatever you want and violence is never warranted, or if I had to go with the DGGer who was like, fuck this lefty, he's all up in North shit, he's saying crazy shit and he's acting like he's tough, somebody needs to stand up and let this fucking guy know that it's not going to be tolerated, I'm going to go with the DGGer 100 times out of 100. Okay? 100 times out of 100. I would never, if I saw that exact situation play out, everybody cower because of that fucking lefty nerd, and then I saw a DGGer standing up and doing something wrong, but doing it, doing something morally correct, then I would side with the DGGer. Officer Nasty says, wait, what was that one? I didn't hear that one. It was bad. Sacred Snow says, I live in Citrus County and I'm willing to make the drive. Nice. Let's do it. Destiny literally called for assassinating conservatives. Lol. I don't know if that's true. It's the conservatives need to be scared of getting hurt or killed at events. That way they go to their political leaders and ask them to turn down the temperature. That's not the same as saying, like, go shoot your local conservatives. Those are not the same statement. Dana says, God, you guys, I had to pop back in to save my brain from exploding. The stranglehold on the U.S. democracy has it gasping for breath right now. How can this be happening? Because you guys don't fist fight. It's because you guys won't be, it's because you guys refuse to fist fight. That's why. That's why democracy is dying. It's because there are members of the COG chat who refuse to fist fight random people. That's why. I would actually have more respect for Destiny if Destiny did go to Euro Muslim country and post that tweet. Yep. Unhinged maxing to the highest degree. I know. Connor's about to get triggered by the sick maxing combo. Maybe. Connor in sweeping classic. Oh, God. Unork owned me. How am I supposed to move on? How am I supposed to move on? I lost 30 people, but the chat is on fire right now. The chat is having so much. I'm having so much fun with the chat. Sacred Snow says leg sweeps are excellent. Anyone can do them and get free ground advantage. It's a W for non-fighters. Yep. Grassroots 10 says, I tell Mama Roots you love her. She likes your content and hair with regard to the family. This is actually a family show. Good. Thank you for the 10K, 10 bucks, King. There was a guy I used to do sparring with at judo, 100% win rate against the guy just using leg sweeps. There you go. I like Papa Nurgle's aesthetic. I ain't rotten personally, though. Okay. Maybe that's the difference. Silver can't fight defensively because he's always punching down. I know. Laugh my ass off. True. You don't get to be born a space marine and dictate fights. I know. Silver says you got it exactly wrong. I was that kid that never got suspended, but everyone wants to pick a fight with because no matter what, it's a win-win for them and a lose for me. Duh. Maxed at 11 in the sandbox. Okay, bro. So hold on. You would love this scene. So there's a new TV show that's coming out. It's set in the Game of Thrones universe. It's a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, and the main character is Dunk, who's kind of like, he's not dumb, but he's not smart, and he's incredibly valiant. And then he's got Egg, who's spoilers, he's Aegon Targaryen in disguise. It's all over YouTube right now, so I'm not spoiling anything for anybody who hasn't been on YouTube in the past week. But they're effectively like a knight and a squire, and they're a hedge knight, so they're poor as shit. And so in the clip, he goes to Lionel Baratheon's tent for a party and a dinner because he's starving. So he eats some of his food, but he's like 8 feet tall. I mean, he's probably 7 feet tall. His name is Sir Duncan the Tall. And so Sir Duncan the Tall gets called out by Lionel Baratheon, the Laughing Storm. And he's like, old men eventually realize that they either want something from you or they want your head on a spike. So what are you here to do? And he's like, neither, my lord. Like he's really like cute and kind of innocent and principled and all that kind of stuff. It's a really good show. But one of the quotes is like, really tall, really short men like to pick fights with really tall men. Is that why you're slouching? So you don't appear as short or as tall as you actually are. So short men don't try to punch you in the face. And then Dunk is like confused and he's like, I don't slouch. So that was Silver in high school. USA Libertarian says, when he said they need to be put in fear of being killed, shut the fuck up. God, you're such a pussy, dude. Just like pace yourself. Pace yourself. Silver says, yeah, I had a Mexican that was 5'7", head grab my collar and drag me down. That's pretty funny. That's like, dude, that's like a Chihuahua trying to discipline a Great Dane. Like, it's not going to work. Data says you don't have to be a Marine to stab a pen in the eye of the killer. Yeah, you do, because you have to, with Silver, you have to have ups. I'm not kidding. He could tell me what his height is. But I got to say, he's in the high sixes, low sevens. And when you're a high six, so what happens, guys? I know that you're aware of this, but I'm going to explain it anyways. As you go up, your volume increases substantially, okay? So adding a foot of height is not just taking my already skinny-ish, not skinny anymore, used to be skinny, but taking my skinny frame and then adding a foot. That's not what happens. What happens is the volume gets dragged out as well. So Silver is 7 feet tall. And you're like, Connor, you're 6'4". That's not that big of a deal. What? It's 8 inches. Punch him in the nuts. And I agree with you. However, when you see a 7-foot dude, what you realize is his arms. So I think I got nice arms. But his arms are also proportionally larger, right? So he can grab you by the skull. He couldn't do it to me. He could probably grab me by the skull, but I don't think he could lift me off up in the air. But he probably could grab. Like if somebody was actually 4'11", he could probably grab someone by the skull and squeeze their head to the point that it was actually painful. And they would like tap out off of like pressure to their skull from a single hand grab, like palming a basketball. So yeah, drop and give me 50, please. Yep. Okay. All right. Let me at the risk of doing at the risk of losing some viewers, but I still think it's going to be good content. Sydney Watson. She's a right-wing gal. She did an Elijah Schaefer expose, and it has a ton of views. And that's not my only motivation. My other motivation is to point out how conservative women have been sweeping for the bad behavior of conservative men for a really long time, which includes Lauren Southern, by the way. And so that's the angle that I wanted to talk about it from. So I still want to engage with chat because I think you motherfuckers are funny as shit. I think this entire discourse that we've done for the past like 20 minutes has been hysterical. But, you know, we should probably do some content. Grassroots 10 says, don't you dare fist fight my wall husband in a park in Orlando without me. If you want to fight us all, you have to do it in the open. I volunteer to sit on Simpati's shoulders. Loser has to patch it. Okay. Oh, my God. All right, that's funny. Knight of the Seven Kingdoms is slow. Dunk is pretty dumb. Rob says, I'm untrained but lift fairly heavy. 6'3", heavier than Connor but slightly shorter. If you're ever in Oklahoma, I'll get my ass kicked for the experience. Big enough to make it a challenge either way. Nah, you could win. You could win. Dunk is not Aegon. Egg is. Yeah, no shit. Yes, I know. Egg and Aegon kind of goes together better than Duncan, you know? Christian Valera says, thanks for being honest. Bye. What? Oh, you're saying goodbye to USA Libertarian. Okay. All right. Oh, my God. All right. Anyways. Yeah. Grassroots hegemon. The gods have made you tall. So be tall. Apparently, so they were talking about the dance scene because there's a dance scene where Lionel Johnson is giving Dunk a bunch of shit, but then they get wasted and then they start dancing. And Dunk is kind of like, you know, he's kind of like an ogre, you know, just kind of like shaking it a little bit in the tent. But Lionel Johnson is just like fucking, he's like doing like crazy ballet moves. I admire both Dunk and I admire Lionel. And I haven't even seen the show yet. So Corey Peltzman says D's nuts. True. Yeah. Yep. All right. Anyways, let me find the content real quick. So it's a gambit. People, the true cog will stick around, but there's going to be people who drop out just because they're like, I don't want to listen to a conservative woman. I don't want to listen to a conservative woman. Why are we watching a conservative? But it's going to be funny. So we're going to do it anyways. We're doing it for the content. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to Grassroots for chipping and oiling so far today. I really do appreciate it, man. Grassroots, aka Batusai, aka Batusai, Grassroots again. It's just Ave, Grassroots, old school, Sean Kaplan, Grassroots, Fell Runner, Grassroots, old school, Chapingro, and Tenhauser. We've almost hit 2 goals today. Thank you, kings and queens, for your financial support. Thank you for your viewership. Let me go ahead and introduce another segment. Let's get cracking. That's a terrifying photo. Anyways. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican. And today I got a special drama treat for you today. Was that redundant? Who cares? There's a gentleman by the name of Elijah Schaefer. Elijah Schaefer has been a documentarian, a videographer, and now his own pundit for the past 5-6 years, somewhere in there. And so he does have a lot of powerful friends because he used to shoot and edit for them. Ow, I hurt myself doing that. Anyways, the point is that Elijah Schaefer is a douche. He's married. He has a couple of kids. He cheated on his wife with a Nazi bimbo. He sexually harassed some of his coworkers. He does drugs. He's an alcoholic. And he's overall a douchebag. So while he's constantly talking about the conservative and traditional life, he himself is not living it actually himself. Sydney Watson was a former coworker. The affair that Elijah Schaefer participated in with a blonde Nazi named Sarah Stock. I don't say Nazi like casually. She's actually a white nationalist, like a open Christian white nationalist who believes in like ethno-nationalism. So I don't say that term flippantly. So anyways, a Christian trad con cheated on his wife with a white Nazi at a conservative political conference. He's been doing tons of drugs. He's been a total shitbag to everybody. His former coworkers calling him out. Let's take it from there. And this is a gay boy who was friends with Sarah Stock, the Nazi, and he has something to say about the drama.
High and mighty, better than everyone man. He was fired from his job for inappropriate behavior. And not even a year ago at a conservative conference, he did my friend 4 times in one night, unprotected.
You have that post-ejaculate clarity. Not clarity, they call it online these days. But like, because you realize like, after you nut, you're like, you're just a bunch of holes. And that's really sad because then it devalues women. So then your view of women becomes so low because women really are just a bunch of holes today.
Dumb bitch, please. I'm trying to, like, god damn it. Being such a fucking whore. I'm like literally like, oh, hey, you know what? You had a couple beers. Oh, why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me? You know what? You're a fucking whore and you're a bitch.
We have a lot to talk about. Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. And a trip into hell is precisely what this video is. I think for a lot of people, this video is going to be a long time coming. And for my new subscribers...
Wow. I need to interrupt already. It's just Avi with the elbow from downtown. Couldn't lift Connor off of the ground because of all the carbs he eats. All right, that just hurt my feelings.
And for new friends of the channel, you are all going to be extremely confused, and I do not blame you for that. Your mama bird had a life before I hatched all of you from your eggs, okay? That was a weird analogy. I'm sorry about that one. Jokes aside, I think it is also worth noting too that as this video progresses, I want you to keep in mind that while all of this to most of you is spectator sport, and more specifically blood sport, this is my actual life, and the things that have happened have directly impacted my actual life. So the subject matter of this video is very sad and very dark, and it has brought me a tremendous amount of stress and pain over the last 4-ish years. And I say it's dark because it concerns a masterclass in manipulative behavior, compulsive and pathological lying, cheating, what I consider to be a form of grooming of younger men, sexual assault, and a host of other really untoward and negative things. It also concerns me being harassed both privately and publicly since about 2022-ish, and not being able to defend myself during this entire time. Funnily enough, after all of these years, everybody has been able to weigh in on my situation but me. And finally, I'm in a position where I would like to tell my side of the story and hopefully give myself some closure. So for those...
Okay, I'm going to analogize this and go to Lauren Southern because I have a feeling that this video is going to parallel with it, although I haven't pre-watched this. So if I'm totally off, I'm totally off. Real quick, though, I need to address this. I was saying Lionel Johnson. Lionel Johnson? Is that? That's the Primarch of the Dark Angels, right? Lionel Johnson? The Johnson's throwing me off because I feel like it is Johnson, but I'm doubting myself for some reason. But it's Lionel, L-Y-N-E-L, Baratheon. My apologies for mixing up the names, but it's a great name. And they both have great armor. Lionel Johnson, the Primarch of the Dark Angels, has amazing armor. And Lionel, L-Y-N-E-L, Baratheon, also has amazing armor. So love both of those characters. Why are we watching a woman? Joke? For sure. Old School says, tell the truth, Connor, you dance like Dunk. Of course I do. But I love dancing like Dunk. So I don't hate on myself for dancing like a giant ogre. I'm an ogre. Ogres like to dance. Anyways, so let me analogize this to Lauren Southern real quick, and also let me like take some notes or whatever. So what's frustrating me about this situation is conservatives are supposed to have principles and ideals that we live up to. Okay. So an ideal is like a state of affairs that is maximized to the optimum benefit. But Christianity and conservative ideology teaches that you are going to fail in your ideals. You're going to fail. Okay. You are not going to be the perfect husband, the perfect father, the perfect coworker, the perfect physical specimen, the perfect whatever the ideal is, you're going to fail. But the point of conservatism is that we have these like valiant myths around knights and God and the world and how it should be versus how it is. And the people that we idealize, the people that we romanticize, the people that we hold up as heroes are people who strive towards ideals and fail. Hercules is a hero who failed. Samson is a hero that failed. Achilles, weirdly enough, is an anti-hero, and he definitely failed. Hector is a hero that failed. The Prince of Troy. I'm trying to think of like other ancient. King Arthur failed. Robin Hood. I don't know if Robin Hood ever failed, but Robin Hood was definitely close to failing tons of times. And so these heroes are like valorous, valiant, virtuous people who strive towards an ideal and fail. And so the point is not to be perfect. That's actually like when you look at the histories of these people, no one's perfect. But I think a lot of conservatives think that like you have to embody the ideal. So if you're embodying the ideal, that means that you can't be honest with your audience about the struggles of life or your actual failures. But then what happens is when you start covering up your failures, you become comfortable lying about your success and lying about your failure. And then before you know it, you're lying about your entire life. And that's how I've seen it time after time after time after time. Lauren Southern trying to be the embodiment of the trad con female ideal, failing in that conception, and because of that failure, leaving the own massive audience that she created for herself, which I don't think that she needs to. I think that she could come back at any point and she could carve out a social media space for herself. And if she was honest and truthful about her failures, there would be a core audience that would stick with her. Then Sydney Watson, I don't know Sydney Watson's deal, but Elijah Schaefer is like I don't know. He's like a moral testament to living a lie and being a fucking failure. So anyways, I'll take more notes. I'll try to get more organized as we go. But the point is that conservatives trying to live ideals and pretending that they actually are idealistic and that they are pursuing stuff while not allowing for failure and lying about their lives is how they keep getting destroyed in the public eye. Real quick, before we move, aka Batu Slices, Connor, pretend you are making the same arguments as a 5'6" guy who's 120 pounds and doesn't have any big friends. Morally, we should still let that guy run his mouth if he's not touching anyone. No, you're saying that as a 5'6" guy. Nope. A 5'6" guy should know that he could get his ass beat and he should be respectful. He should be able to communicate his ideas tactfully. He should not be able to endlessly run his mouth without getting his ass beat. That's fucking crazy pants. You're advocating for short people to be able to say whatever the fuck they want because it's their birthday. And that's bullshit.
Those of you who don't know, I was friends with and formerly worked.
Real quick, Darth Panzer, I'm going to drop soon because I got work tonight, not to avoid the content. Well, thanks for hanging out, King. I parasocially love you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you for being here. Let's go.
Worked with an individual and an online commentator called Elijah Schaefer, who was recently exposed for having an affair, so to speak, with one of his employees, a woman named Sarah Stark. I will probably show you some unrelated clips of these two for visual purposes, so you can put a name to a face.
You know, I was actually nervous for everybody, considering the fact that like you were trying to pull the sword out and like you just didn't. You were trying to pull
and it was
out
kind of heavy, and I almost like kind of like dropped it on my shoulder too, and
not good at wielding the sword. That's definitely a true statement. So she is blonde.
For those who are not familiar with Elijah and his history as a commentator, the reason that this new information and these allegations appalled a lot of people and led them to accusing him of hypocrisy online is because Elijah, for years, has talked about his relationship with Christianity.
Christian says, all right, as much as I like far-right content, I got to go do lunch with a girlfriend and in-laws. We'll be back if Connor's still streaming. Have a good day, Connor, and Chad 07, brother. See you soon.
Giving himself over to God and his journey as a Christian trying to do better and be better. In this podcast, for example, from 3 years ago, he talks about his history of doing drugs in his youth and, I suppose, not living up to the expectations of the church, but navigating his way through his belief system. It's worth noting, too, that despite his discussions around trying to be a better Christian and routinely telling us that he has given himself over to God and become a better person in the process, he simultaneously has continued to make comments like this.
You have that post-ejaculate clarity, post-nut clarity, they call it online these days. But like, because you realize, like, after you nut, you're like, you're just a bunch of holes. And that's really sad because then it devalues women. So then your view of women becomes so low because women really are just a bunch of holes today. But that doesn't mean that's who they have to be or who God made them to be or what they should be. And I think that a lot of the hatred that I have towards women and a lot of the hatred a lot of men have towards women is simply the product of generations of sin and rebellion that have created women to be something that they're not. They're not feminine. They're masculine.
Anyway, prior to
By the way, saying that women are a bunch of holes, I mean, Elijah, you're just a bunch of holes, bud. You're just a bunch of holes, too. Well, QC with the 20, thank you, King. The incel red pill discourse from the weekend of Brett Cooper being politely standoffish and smiling while trying to get away from a gay man means she's a hooker is peak. The birth rate is never coming back. Damn. Tell me more about this later so I can react to that.
the information about his alleged affair dropping, Elijah tweeted a series of things about his wife and children being kidnapped, then tweeted that he'd lost his car, or that I suppose it was stolen, and I don't know where this came from, but some people were talking about him saying that he'd lost his gun, which led a lot of people online to speculate that he had murdered his family. After this, he deleted those tweets, but then posted that his wife had actually left him and he was just sober and sad. After this, a host of additional information came to light, and the reason why none of this surprises me is because this is very similar to many of the claims that I made myself about Elijah years ago. And when these claims were coming out from me, a lot of people said that I was lying. There were people who flat out said that I was trying to Me Too Elijah, but we'll come back to all of that later. Soon, these affair accusations were substantiated in some capacity by an audio recording where we can hear Sarah, Elijah's employee, admitting that he got her drunk and reportedly the two hooked up.
Because it was like at CPAC the 2 nights. You're there, and the second night I was like breaking out in like a rash, and so he's like, oh, like get some Benadryl, it'll help with the rash. And like now I'm thinking back, and it's like that's probably why I like blacked out, because he like intentionally gave me Benadryl and like fed me a bunch of shots and stuff, and like obviously that's like stupid on my part to like go along with that, you know, but at the same time it's like he obviously like knew what he was doing.
It is worth noting that I personally fully believe this, because in the time that Elijah and I were friends, it was not a running theme, but it was well understood that he would try to get people blackout drunk. Now, his motivations for doing so, I could not tell you, but it's worth understanding that this is a pattern of behavior. After this, more audio was released of Elijah drunkenly either berating his wife. It's quite unclear who is actually filming what he is saying. What I think is happening is that he is just talking about her in an awful way to somebody else. Obviously, that doesn't excuse this whatsoever, and this is an incredibly hard listen, fair warning. But this is something that Elijah would do, where he would get drunk and then discuss people like this.
Okay, which by the way is like so catty and shitty. Bud123 says, so the conservative lifestyle of some of these prominent conservatives is to have a wife, family, and party like a rock star at parties and have affairs. Yes. And Lauren Southern, weirdly enough, during her expose, let me run the Lauren Southern lore real quick. So Lauren Southern is not on screen right now. Lauren Southern is blonde. She started content creation in 2016. I think she worked for Rebel Media, which is a Canadian group. While at the Canadian group in 2017, she went to a free speech rally with Jordan Peterson. She filmed Jordan Peterson being verbally accosted by random students at the University of Toronto who were calling him like a Nazi piece of shit and this, that, the other. That actually like catapulted Jordan Peterson's popularity. Lauren was along for the ride, although Jordan Peterson didn't necessarily promote Lauren a whole bunch. They still collaborated. Lauren collaborated with Dave Rubin and a whole bunch of other anti-SJW personalities in the late 2010s, including Destiny, by the way. In 2019, she did a tour in Australia with the libertarian race realist Stefan Molyneux. She also did a whole bunch of controversial things in reference to ethno-nationalist groups in Europe at the time. I do think that she's either an ethno-nationalist or she's either was an ethno-nationalist or she's an ethno-nationalist sympathizer. And then while traveling with Stefan Molyneux, so much of the money had been taken by the event promoters and not spent wisely that the event flared out. And so as a result, she was like stuck in Australia with nothing but her YouTube revenue. And so she stayed local. She dated a guy. They got married. They had a kid. He was working for the Australian state, but he took a hit to his job because he married basically a political extremist. She wanted to go home. So they went to Canada and he was going to try to rough it out in order to be like a normie, boring couple in Canada, married to Lauren Southern and living a normie, boring life in Canada. But he missed Australia so much that eventually he basically said, and this was allegedly during COVID, he said, hey, this isn't working. I don't like this. I'm going back to Canada, or excuse me, I'm going back to Australia. If you don't come with me with our son, then effectively I'm considering our relationship over. At least that's according to Lauren, based off of her own confessional videos. And so she tried to maintain the marriage. She didn't want to get divorced, allegedly. But what ended up happening was he left. She didn't go with. They broke up. After they broke up, she was kind of lost. She knew that if she went back to being a conservative commentator with a her husband isn't like Asian, but he's a little Asian, and so her kid is a little bit mixed race. And so if she went back to the public sphere as a single mother with a mixed race kid after cultivating a audience of dissident right-wing race realist, ethno-nationalist authoritarians, she would be cannibalized like a motherfucker, especially because 2020 to 2022, that was like the peak of the red pill arc. That was like the peak of the whatever podcast and the peak of that shitty show down in Miami with Myron Gaines, Fresh and Fit. That was like the peak of all that shit. So if she came back as a conservative commentator, she would be fucking cannibalized. So she kind of came back in like, I want to be more nuanced and I want to give more sides, more clarity. But then she was working with like Tim Pool and doing documentaries. So that's actually where her and I work together. And so, but she dated Destiny for like 6 months. She dated in like the summer of 2022. I don't know how long their relationship was, but I think they dated for like 6 months. And that blew up her shit because basically she had this secret that she was dating. She was like an anti-SJW, ethno-nationalist, dissident right-wing single mom who was dating the king of soy progressive libs. And that secret, if it was ever revealed, would damage her career way more than it would damage his. And then it did end up damaging Steven because ultimately Melina was not cool with that. And Melina and Steven got divorced. And then with Lauren, it looked like she tried to come back a couple of times. Like she wrote a book and she released a couple of YouTube videos here and there, but it never seemed like there was a dedicated attempt to come back and become a public figure again. And I still think she could. I think she could do it at any point. I think there's enough people who trust her as a intellectual and insightful commentator, even if they object to her personal life, that she could still be a valuable person in the social media sphere. Also, I think she's friends with Sydney Watson, the woman that we're watching right now. But the reason why I gave you all that lore in reference to Lauren Southern is Lauren Southern also knew the dirty laundry of everybody. She knew that I don't think there's anything big about Tim Pool. But Tim Pool, Lauren Chen, and her did all work for Tenet Media, which was a big deal. And then she also was hanging out with that English guy who likes to fistfight Muslim people and talk about grooming gangs. I forget his name, but she was hanging out with him. And apparently he does believe everything he believes, but he's also like a rabid, unprofessional alcoholic who blows through the cash that his audience gives him in order to promote the anti-Muslim cause. But he's not fighting it as if it's like a legitimate existential political battle. He's fighting it as if it's like a glorious cult of personality around him where he can just get like wasted and spend money, but not really be politically effective because he's just like a rallying cry. He's just a symbol of the anti-Muslim immigrant politics in the United Kingdom. I forget that guy's name, but I know like half of the audience is just like spamming his name in chat right now. Excuse me. Or, sorry, God is striking me down right now with heartburn. Content.
I'm a bitch. Please. I'm trying to, like, god damn it. Being such a fucking whore. I'm like literally like, oh hey, you know what? Got a couple beers. Oh, why do you lie to me? Why do you lie to me? You know why? 'Cause you're a fucking whore and you're a bitch. And you need to shut the fuck up. How about that? Because when I talk to you the truth, you become a fucking whore. And I don't want to be around you. Oh, I'm not a whore. Yeah, maybe you're not. You act like one. How about that? Oh, well, you want to show yourself to me? Yeah. How about this? I can handle your shit. Fucking divorce me. Take my son. Do what the fuck you want. How about this? Shut the fuck up because I'm your husband and I'm trying to support you and be your husband. Well, you had a couple beers, son. Oh, god damn it. I was honest with you. Do you know what I got in return, being honest? This shit. So fuck you. Honestly, from my bottom of my heart, fuck you, you bitch. I fucking will never be honest with you. You're a fucking ungrateful bitch. So fuck you.
There were also a series of
That's a little spicy. That's a spicy meatball. That's a spicy meatball, particularly if he's cheating. If he's lying to her about his fidelity, has beers with other people, females, confides that in his wife as a way to do like a little lie, where like he's admitting to getting beers, but he's not admitting to something more hardcore. Then she gives him a bunch of flack for it, and his response is to call her a whore. That's fucking crazy. Also, correct me if I'm wrong. The way that I understand the word whore is like promiscuous. So if she's cheating on you, then yeah, obviously that would be grounds for a divorce. But if she's not cheating on you, like let's just say that she's like posting pictures to Instagram and she's interested in sleeping with you, problem? Your wife wants to be attractive in public and she wants to sleep with you. Why does that make her a whore? I would need to know a lot more about the dynamics of their relationship. Not that behavior, what he said, is good at all. Getting wasted and shit talking your wife in that way is psycho. But the butt thing is, I know that everybody pops off. I pop off. Shit, I pop off for sure. But I try to make sure that my pop off is like rooted in reality. That's a little bit too personal, so I'm gonna keep that to myself. But why would you call your wife a whore unless she cheated on you? I don't understand that. And then if she cheated on you, why would you stay together? I'm actually kind of confused right now.
claims made online about Elijah that refer directly to his proclivities and his interest in same-sex relations. There was also a dossier that, I don't know if it was leaked or if it was just sent to a bunch of people, I'm not sure, but there was a dossier that came out that detailed a bunch of new allegations about Elijah and his current behavior and many of the things that he is currently doing. The YouTuber Tree of Logic, who is a friend of the channel, covered this dossier in a video, which I will link in the
Tree of Logic is crazy. Tree of Logic is like a random conservative black lady who likes to fight Destiny and likes to fight a bunch of other characters. Man, Tree of Logic blast from the past, but I don't trust Tree of Logic to have like good analysis of anything, but what a weird source. But let's see what Tree of Logic has to say.
Description box if you are interested in hearing the extent of the claims made against him by who I believe is a former employee. But it is worth noting here that this is not the first time that Elijah has been accused of untoward behavior. At the end of December 2022, an influencer called Christian Walker exposed that Elijah had cheated on his wife previously with one of Christian Walker's friends.
Elijah wants to act like he's some moral, high and mighty, better than everyone man. He was fired from his job for inappropriate behavior, and not even a year ago at a conservative conference, he did my friend 4 times in one night, unprotected, while he was married. Go get your family life and your morality together, adulterer. You go study up on what morality actually is, because it ain't cheating on your wife. I met your wife. She was really kind, and it's gross to what you do to her behind her back when you go to conservative conferences without her.
YouTuber Blair.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna take some notes. That way I can break this down a little bit better instead of pausing every 30 seconds. But I'm sure Sydney Watson is going to read this in a second, so I'll just let him do that. But like, yeah, man, this is part of the reason why I don't throw elbows, man, with like gay folk and bi folk, because you know what I can do. I can say, hey, maybe don't do meth and have unprotected sex with 30 men at one time. That's straight up not cool. You're going to hurt yourself and you're going to hurt other people, right? So it's not the homosexuality that I'm really trying to indict. It's the reckless promiscuity. Because the truth is, while I do think it's less common in the straight community, I still think it happens where a girl might participate in the same behavior like Bonnie Blue. And you guys know that I look down on that behavior. I think it's bad. I think it's unhealthy. I think all that kind of stuff. And so the reason why I can throw those elbows is because I can say, well, I don't participate in that bad behavior, therefore I can criticize this bad behavior. Or even if I did participate in that bad behavior, which I won't, I'll never be involved in a gangbang. Sorry, that's a crazy sentence. I'll never be involved in that behavior. But let's say that I think I would be able to maintain the consistency that it's bad behavior. But Elijah Schaefer, it was out there throwing elbows, saying that like homosexual people, not even once. He was saying that homosexuality, because it's stated in the Bible, is immoral by itself. And therefore, like, all gay people are immoral and they should not be a part of the conservative movement. Well, Christian Walker threw a fucking elbow towards him. Yeah, Connor refuses the pile. ... For now. Hate you guys. All right. So, dude, I like actually pulled my shoulder earlier. Ugh. I'm getting old. I have like heartburn and I pulled my shoulder by moving. Jesus Christ. But anyways, to finish the point. The reason why, God says, judge not lest ye be judged, right? Christ says that. And it's not that you can't make judgments about the world. It's not that you can't try to live a Christian life. It's not that you can't, pursue ideals. It's not any of that. It's that the harshness with which you visit your neighbor is the harshness with which allegedly God will judge you. Okay? And so what Christians are reminded, and I think it's in Paul. I think it's in Paul's letters. It's like, yes, be discerning. Okay? Be discerning. Be like, judge your own behavior, judge society's behavior, judge culture, but do not be so hostile to believe that like any soul is beyond redemption, including Hitler, including Mao Zedong, including I don't know, name like the most like villainous pieces of shit of history. Even they, if they like came to Jesus Christ, and I know I'm not a Christian and I know most of my chat isn't either, but even if they said, you know what? I read the Bible. Jesus is right. I need to I need to love my neighbor as myself. I need to treat people well. I need to turn the other cheek. I need to be more moral. I need to be loyal to my family. I need to be loyal to my community. I need to tell the truth. I need to do this. I need to do that. Then you're supposed to like kind of welcome them, right? You're supposed to welcome them with that path to redemption. I don't know how to wrap that. So I guess what I'm saying is Elijah Schaefer is a terrible Christian. That's the fastest way to do it. That's the fastest way to cut through the flack. Elijah Schaefer is a fucking terrible Christian because not only does he engage in rank hypocrisy constantly, not only does he judge others harshly, but he doesn't even live the values that Christ calls him to. And he's kind of a piece of shit. So fuck him, right? Fuck him. Anyways, back to the content. I'll try to take notes so I can let it flow better.
White also tweeted about Elijah in the past, alluding to his interactions with men in a not entirely platonic sense. It was also reported back in 2022 that Elijah was fired from his job at a right-wing network due to reportedly sexually assaulting a female colleague. On this front too, I do think it's worth noting that I know of at least 2 other situations where Elijah groped or was sexually inappropriate, sexually harassed women. In one of those situations, I have screenshots corroborating that, but could not get permission from the person involved to publish them, which is completely understandable. In the other situation, there is audio of this floating around. And again, I am just not going to share people's stories like that if they are not interested in being involved. But I do want to make note of this because, once again, I think it's important for establishing a pattern of behavior. Editing Sydney from the future here, I just want to make note of the fact that this...
All right, real quick. Got a couple of super chats I need to address. I did set a goal, and we did hit 2 goals for the day, which on a slow day is my goal, is 20 super chats. So thank you, kings and queens. And thank you to Grassroots Hegemon in particular for being an Oiler today. I really do appreciate it. Thank you to Anonymous Chatter, Well QC John. I'll thank everybody momentarily. But Grassroots for 5 says, I maintain this man as a power bottom. He works out so I don't have to. And in fact, he has many holes. Wow, that was horrible. Thanks for making me read that. Anonymous Chatter with the 10 says, we all know you stan our pile queen, Bonnie Blue. You don't have to bring her up all the time. Okay. Okay, chat. Okay. Is this Sarah Stock's friends? No, but Sydney Watson is a conservative commentator, and I think she used to work with Elijah Schaefer. I think that's who she is. And Fellrunner said, who are all these people? The way that we have lore around Destiny and DGG and the Orbit Sphere, the right wing has similar lore about Lauren Southern, Tim Pool, Faith Goldie. That should be a name that's a blast from the past. She's another like conservative e-thought. Elijah Schaefer. I already mentioned Tim Pool, but Tim Pool, Lauren Chen. The way that you guys and I have a whole lore set of like orbiters and peer creators and all that kind of bullshit in reference to Destiny is a way that there's another orbiter sphere that exists around like Lauren Southern, Lauren Chen, and Tim Pool. So these are players in that orbiter sphere.
Information at this juncture is, of course, only alleged. These situations are extremely awful when they transpire, and I would never want to put anybody else, especially not these specific women, in any awkward type of situation. And frankly, that's exactly the same way I feel about any young men who have articulated to me in the past that Elijah made them feel uncomfortable. For the men as well, there is so much stigma surrounding these events, and I just don't think it's my place to tell anybody else's story because people have been doing that to me for years, and so yeah, I'm just not going to do that. A handful have talked publicly, such as one young man who recently said in a Twitter space that he had to put a chair up against a door when he stayed at Elijah's house because he was afraid Elijah would break in and do something to him. He also said that Elijah would walk around drunk with his gun. In other messages, I was told by a friend in the industry about his conversation with 2 young male influencers, where one warned the other about never being alone with Elijah due to his behavior. On top of that, another young man sent me a video where Elijah went into his room and put sexual imagery on the walls and some weird stuff on the floor as well. Some of you might also remember a video that circulated some time ago where a young Nick Fuentes fan alluded to Elijah trying to buy him drinks. The teen referred to Elijah as a British cigarette, if you catch my drift, a bundle of sticks, if you will, and discussed how Elijah and another person called Ali Alexander, a known PDF file on the right wing, tried to hit on him. Another individual who is privy to Elijah's behavior shared their own screenshot with me where they allege that he is the Diddy of the right wing. In this message, this person alleges that he used his position to manipulate young men and women, give them drugs and alcohol, and put them in compromising positions while intoxicated or high. This person adds that he would later, sometimes, take photos of them in order to use those photos against them at a later date if need be. This person goes on to add that his cheating was an open secret, but he would threaten those around him with legal repercussions if they said anything. Now, I want to be clear. I know that to...
So, somebody, Sacred Snow says this, and I think it's quite accurate. So, the vibes I'm getting from this drama is that Elijah is 25% of the reason Grindr crashes at conservative events. Apparently. Nick knew Ali was a weirdo, but still worked with him, lol. No, dude, it was worse than that. Nick Fuentes defended Ali Alexander when the things came out. So, Ali Alexander was a part of Stop the Steal. And Ali Alexander was credibly accused of grooming young conservative men who he suspected of being homosexual. And he would like get them drunk, ply them with drinks, try to hang out with them, try to hook up with them, et cetera, et cetera. And then I think some of those guys were underage. Like some of the people who came forward and said, oh yeah, Alexander was constantly trying to hang out with me, constantly trying to get me drunk, constantly trying to hook up with me, et cetera, et cetera. Some of them were under the age of 18 at the time. And so that was like a huge scandal on the right. And people were saying like, hey, you can't defend Ollie Alexander. He's effectively like a gay pedophile working with the conservative hard right. And Nick Fuentes basically said, nah, he's a part of Stop the Steal and he's clouded up and he's important to the movement. And the left wing always like, they always have their bad actors that they like cancel and destroy. And the truth is that if we're going to make it through the political windstorms of our current era, we cannot cancel all of our people. So even though one of my close working associates for Stop the Steal was accused of effectively being like a gay ephebophile who was getting underage people drunk in order to have sex with them, I'm still going to work with them. Fuck all of you. And that was Nick Fuentes' position. And I'm not going to lie, it was kind of wild. It's kind of wild. Is Elijah a sociopath? I think he's too sensitive to be a sociopath. I think he just got power and money and clout by the people that he hung out with, but his personality is not oriented for it, and so he's crashing out. I don't even think he's a sociopath. I think he's a douchebag who got clouded up, and he's just crashing out.
To a bunch of people, this will all seem like very unhelpful gossip, and ordinarily, I would actually agree with you. But considering I was friends with this person and in his orbit for a number of years, I think this goes well beyond a person who has some out-of-the-box proclivities and an inability to stay faithful to his wife. We are talking about a person who has done untold damage to the people around him, who has threatened his own friends, who has lied prolifically, and who...
Is Hassan Piker redeemable? Ali asks. Yes, Hassan Piker's redeemable if he stops being a piece of shit, obviously.
Continues to act depraved while presenting himself online as a Christian figure who should be instructing other people and giving other people advice on how to live. And I have seen almost everything that I am talking about here with my own eyes. It's probably worth saying, but I do hope it's obvious, that my motivation for making this video is not to be vengeful or malicious. I freely admit that I do have a lot of anger in me over the things that have happened over the years, but that is certainly not the guiding principle here. I feel and have always felt that Elijah's behavior is intolerable. And I just cannot in good conscience sit back while this person is able to probably successfully outrun a series of serious accusations again, like he did with the initial SA allegation in 2022. In making this video, I of course feel quite motivated to give my side of the story and to lay some rumors to rest and explain some of my interactions with Elijah and sort of what I've been experiencing over the years. But I also want to balance that by giving some insights into this person and some of the things that I do think are important enough to be articulated. And, you know, truthfully, I think that he needs to seek help or in the very least remove himself from the public sphere entirely. For the most part, the screenshots that I'm sharing in this video, I do have permission to post. I asked everybody if it was okay. There might be one or two that I include that I haven't gotten express permission to put in here, but the reason I'm sharing those ones, and they come a little bit later, is because I want to highlight what I said, not what the other person was saying. Also, the sole reason that I'm even sharing screenshots is because I want to corroborate what I'm saying, and I don't want anybody to, you know, accuse me of basically just talking out my butt, because I'm not doing that. Since all of this new information has dropped, a ton of people have said to me that I am vindicated because, like I mentioned, I did make a series of similar claims about Elijah a number of years ago. Now, at the time when those claims were made public, a bunch of people took that as an opportunity and an invitation to not only lie about me, but to say that I was trying to Me Too Elijah, to question my morals and my integrity. And also they took that as an opportunity to drag my name and my reputation through the mud. I admittedly still feel a ton of anger and frustration about all of that taking place, as I'm sure, you know, most of you would in a similar situation. Being misrepresented is just not something that I appreciate, and I have never appreciated that. And there is something uniquely terrible about not being afforded the ability to have your own say and to knock down crappy rumors and things that are just certifiably untrue. When I...
What's up? Yeah. Maybe even earlier, yeah. 3:30. Okay. Thank you.
I initially met Elijah in 2019. For all intents and purposes, he was just a regular newlywed guy. He was just a guy. And by 2020, he had moved to Texas and then encouraged me to move to Texas and to move into the same apartment building, which I did. And so we were neighbors. And this was really cool for me because his wife was one of my closest friends, and she and I hung out all the time, and I really enjoyed our time together. Whereas, and I think this is important, he and I rarely spent time together, just the two of us. The behavior in question and a lot of sort of what we're talking about now really only started to take place in 2021-ish, and that is when it really started to accelerate. Elijah and I eventually had a show together on a right-wing network between mid-2021 to the beginning of 2022. I ended up taking legal action against my former employer. The complaint, which is accessible and public online through court records and through legal document websites like PaySat and whatnot, detailed accusations of hostile work environment, sexual discrimination, and sexual harassment perpetrated by Elijah. We settled that lawsuit at the end of 2024. I signed a confidentiality agreement, so it is worth noting for the purposes of this video that I am not going to talk about that suit. I'm not going to talk about the company I worked for, my time at the company, or anything relating to anything to do with that. All of my claims about Elijah's behavior are publicly available through PaySat and through court records and the other websites like Justia and whatnot that
Dude, that sucks. Like I would have loved the breakdown from Sydney Watson from her interior perspective, but I'm gonna summarize what we've heard so far today. Okay, just to keep it at like number one, to react transformatively, but number two, also to keep it clear in your mind what's happened. So the allegations are that Elijah Schaefer cheated on his wife with Sarah Stock while not only being married but also claiming to be a man of God. He's also been incredibly derisive and dismissive towards women in his sphere. He's an alcoholic who did drugs, crashed out, groped people, and hooked up with dudes and chicks at conservative conferences. Both Blair White and some other people said that he was hanging out with Ollie Alexander, which is the Stop the Steal guy who tried to ply underage people with drinks in an attempt to hook up with them. And apparently, Mr. Schaefer had similar tactics. He threatened to sue anyone who spoke out. So he said, if you spread lies about me, I'll take legal action. But he was saying that immediately after cheating on his wife and maybe hooking up with dudes. And so by implication, he basically said, I have money, I have power. If you call out my bad behavior, then I'm going to sue you. That way, I'm going to burn up all of your money, clout, power. I'm going to destroy you within the conservative industry. And so as a result, don't fuck with me. Okay. Then Sydney Watson spoke out about some of this stuff when she was working with Elijah, and she got dogpiled. And she also felt like people outside of the sphere weren't listening to her legitimate criticisms of Elijah Schaefer and the parent company. They kind of like made her claims more extreme than they actually were. And so as a result, she was vilified as a like feminist cancel culture harpy because she was trying to take out a conservative commentator. But Sydney Watson was neighbors with Elijah Schaefer. She didn't spend a lot of time with him alone, but she was friends with his wife and spent time with his wife consistently and considered her a personal friend. That Elijah created a hostile work environment. She has settled a hostile work environment sexual harassment suit with the parent company that employed both of them. But as a result, she can't talk about the details of their working relationship. Although if we wanted to, we could go back and check out the allegations that were made in the court records. I think that's what she just did, is she directed us to go check out the court records. Now, I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty lazy, right? So I'm probably not going to go check out the court records. But maybe I'll find some additional content if it's interesting and, just get like a summary, like a TLDR on the internet. But the point is like, yeah, so Elijah was an Epstein light, basically, except everyone involved in this are adults, actually. I don't know, dude, that might be too vilifying of Elijah and not vilifying enough of the scenario. And what I mean by that is I think that based off of what I'm seeing from Jeffrey Epstein, okay? Jeffrey Epstein worked with intel agencies in the 1980s. as a part of the Iran-Contra affair in order to get weapons into Israel that were then passed on to Iran, that then generated money, that then came back in cash, that was then used to buy weapons that were then sent to the Contras in Central and South America so they could fight an anti-communist war. And then the CIA, at minimum, knew about the drugs that were coming into the United States via drug trafficking. At maximum, they helped facilitate it for revenue in order to continue to fund anti-communist guerrillas in South and Central America. And that might have actually been a coordination with some law enforcement operations in order to map out criminal organizations in the United States. That way, law enforcement could take them out, right? So that's what's alleged during the Iran-Contra affair. But after that, Jeffrey Epstein, after becoming a mover and shaker via his Intel connects, he became the financial manager for Les Wexner, who was a Jewish Zionist owner of Bed Bath & Beyond and a Jewish Zionist owner of Victoria's Secret. And they used the shadow fleet of airplanes that they did use for Iran-Contra. They sold them to Les Wexner, and then Les Wexner used that to mass import cheap Chinese goods for Victoria's Secret and allegedly to fly models as well. So basically, like, Jeffrey Epstein's clouded up. He's got a ton of money. He's got billions of dollars. He's friends with all the right people. He's got intel agency connections. He's got law enforcement connections. And then basically in the 80s, 90s, and thousands, he decides he's an ephebophile, and that's just how he wants to live his life. So what he does is he starts sexually recruiting allegedly girls as young as 9, but the averages were between like 13 and 17. And then he like diddles them, and then he passes them around to all of his friends. And so what we haven't established is whether or not that was a part of an intel blackmail operation on behalf of the CIA and on behalf of the Mossad. We haven't established those facts yet, but we also have 3 million additional documents that are censored. And didn't Pam Bondi the other day, didn't she say that like if the Epstein files, Pam Bondi, if the Epstein files were exposed, it would destroy the international order? So this could be like a boomerism thing. Pam Bondi's testimony on the Epstein files revealed one of the things. This could be totally like a Facebook boomer meme. This could be a Facebook boomer meme. Pam Bondi has reportedly said that if everyone named in the Epstein files were prosecuted, the whole system would collapse. The comment has immediately fueled intense reactions online as the Epstein case continues to raise questions. This could be total bullshit. This could be like boomer bullshit. I don't know if this is boomer slop. This could be boomer slop. So anyways, the point is that like we don't know about the intel agency shit. We really don't know. So, excuse me. So I wouldn't compare Elijah Schaefer to that. Because Elijah Schaefer sounds like every dickhead, pig-headed, asshole boss that I've ever had who thought being rich meant that they could do whatever they want. Now, maybe I've had like particularly bad bosses in the private sector, but as an example, the Nordstrom brothers, the Nordstrom brothers who worked for Nordstrom, it was known that they flew into every single Nordstrom. They would find the prettiest girls in all of their stores, their dad's business. And because they were set to inherit like I don't know if it's $1 billion, but it's definitely like a multi-million dollar fashion line. So there would be girls in the makeup counter, in the lingerie department, in the female sales department, in the designer department, who would all want to hang out and hook up with them, that they basically use the allegations, or not the allegations, they use the implication of them being the princes of Nordstrom to party with and fuck a bunch of random chicks and then dispose of them the second they became inconvenient. And now they're all like 50-year-old married men. But in their 20s and 30s, they use their clout, money, and influence to basically have sex with and drink with and party with and do drugs with as many of their dad's employees as possible. And that's obviously like unethical, if not immoral. And I'm sure plenty of girls got treated horribly during that whole thing. So yeah, so it's like I would compare Elijah Schaefer more to like the Nordstrom boys abusing their wealth, power, clout, and privilege in order to, you know, fuck random people. Vazraka, thank you for the gifted. Thank you for being my favorite lurker. Tessie Boy, you're my second favorite lurker. Brooklyn, you're my third favorite lurker. Anyways, back to it.
Have, I guess, legal documents on them. Just to be clear, once again, what I'm saying in this video has nothing to do with my former employer. It doesn't have anything to do with my time at that company, and it has nothing to do with the ins and outs of my lawsuit. What I am talking about here relates to things that I saw in my personal life, and a lot of what I am articulating has actually taken place after both Elijah and I left that company. Anyway, when my lawsuit dropped and my accusations and claims about Elijah became public, a lot of people said that I was a horrible feminist demon person who was trying to get even with a man. People said, like I mentioned, that I was trying to be to Elijah. People just flat out said that I was lying, that I had made things up. It's sort of hard to explain how this happened, but also as my relationship broke down with Elijah, a lot of my close friends either jumped ship completely or just decided to say nothing. And I think the reason for the saying nothing is obviously because people don't want to be involved in drama and whatnot, which I get and I can respect that. The people who jump ship, though, I think that must have to do with the fact that Elijah always made it seem like he could help you get ahead if you were very loyal to him, which, you know, was always kind of nonsense because he made out like he had all these connections and could do all these things, but it very, very rarely materialized. But, you know, when you're in a situation where if you're a smaller creator or whatever and you want to grow, you know, you're going to hit your wagon to the person that you think can get you further ahead, which was not me at the time. And, you know, I think it's crap, obviously, but I get it. You know, why would you want to side with the person who's getting publicly lambasted? That sort of doesn't make any sense. But with that said, the other component to this is that because Elijah is a pathological liar, I can only imagine the things that he was saying about me behind the scenes to people, and, you know, what kind of a picture he was painting. So I think there are a lot of factors with that. The reason I bring it up is because I do want to demonstrate that. Well,
Elijah, weirdly enough, is a little bit clouded up. He is boys with Tim Pool. He has participated in documentaries. He has his own alt media presence. He had his own show. He's currently running his own show, although apparently financially it's been like a disaster and it's on the verge of imploding. And along with his personal drama, it's probably even more likely to implode. So Silver says, how was that hard to explain how it happened? It's the most obvious set of events ever to understand. Yeah, sure. I think it's very easy to understand if you've ever seen it before. I think if you've ever seen people who are clouded up with daddy's money, abusing the system in order to take advantage of people's naivete about their power in order to gain sex and favors and be obnoxious in reference to drugs and partying. If you've ever seen, if you've seen that once, you've seen it a million times.
I was publicly going through, you know, a lot of horribleness. And then at the same time, I didn't really have any friends, and I didn't really have anyone around me. Almost to add insult to injury, a bunch of people in the industry actually reached out to me at the time to express their support, but they wouldn't do so publicly, which again, you guys have to understand, you know, when you're talking about angry audiences and all this kind of thing, like people just don't want to be involved in drama. And, you know, to a large extent, I get that. But with that said, Elijah's behavior was an open secret and something that most people knew about because they witnessed it at events and parties and whatever that were taking place in the space. Like this message from a big creator who told me that anytime this person would see Elijah at events, they'd run away because he was creepy. Those of us who were friends with Elijah also got to witness a lot of this behavior in real life all of the time because he has a problem with substances. And when people are on substances, they obviously behave in a way that is different to how they act in real life. Real life? No, what am I saying here? When they're sober, they act differently to being sober. I am tired and hungry. But despite all of this, I feel like I sort of got hung out to dry because a lot of people knew that what I was saying was truthful, but they just weren't prepared to publicly back me. And so this narrative that I was this horrible demon lady was born and then persisted, which sort of makes no sense because if we're being honest with ourselves, there is really no meaningful benefit to a woman on the right wing in the media space, especially going after a man publicly in the media space for his behavior as it pertains to sex-based mistreatment. People automatically do not believe you because of the Me Too movement and other movements like this, and people assume that you are weaponizing the legal system. There's no upside to this. I'm serious. There's no upside to this. There's no.
And by the way, this is why Lauren Southern, you know, basically, I would say swept through silence. This is why she swept for the right-wing ecosphere for so much. When she finally did her confessional essay where she let go of all the bullshit that all the right-wing creators had put her through, she effectively had like, it wasn't like cancelable dirt. It wasn't dirt that was going to destroy the careers of these people, but she basically had dirt on like 8 different people who were acting like A-list celebrities when realistically they're Z-list internet celebrities. But because they were making enough money in order to be Z-list celebrities, they acted like A-list celebrities. And they were total douchebags. Like Faith Goldie backstabbed her on a project in reference to South Africa. Whoever that guy was who was in England who liked to fight Muslims, that guy, you know, basically was an alcoholic piece of shit who virtue signaled about a bunch of stuff, but then betrayed his own movement. Elijah Schaefer allegedly tried to hook up with Lauren Southern at some point. I think that was alleged very recently when it came out with the Sarah Stock stuff, and also did the same thing with like the drugs and alcohol. Apparently in her new book, Lauren had already told me in 2022, summer of 2022, when we were working on the Baltimore documentary, she already told me that she had been to, like, she was invited by some conservative creators to go to Andrew Tate's house, and that she had been like blacked out and drugged, and she didn't know what happened. I think she was sweeping her own rape. But basically she wondered after the fact. Oh, Tommy Robinson, that's who I was thinking of. But she was wondering if afterwards, if the conservative creators that she had traveled with, that she had previously trusted, if they set her up to be drugged at Andrew Tate's place. So yeah, like once you go through that level of abuse, I understand there's no advantage to coming forward, but if Sydney Watson and Lauren Southern had come out at the same time and said, no, F you, like this is happening and it's bad and this is not the right wing, like this is not the right wing that we want, this is the evil and the corruption that we're calling out on the left wing, then yeah, that would have been like a ballsy thing to do, and they would have paid a huge public price. Of course they would have paid a huge public price. But we probably would have had substantially less chicanery, substantially less shenanigans, and substantively less rape from these characters. You know what I'm saying? So I don't hold it against Sydney Watson. I don't hold it against Lauren Southern. You're basically going against your own audience and asking to be crucified. But, you know, I think it's still the right thing to do. I think it's still the right thing to do. So it does make me sad that I'm happy that Lauren stood on business. I'm sad that Lauren Southern didn't stand on business earlier. I'm happy that Sydney Watson is standing on business, but I'm sad that Sydney Watson took so much shit early and nobody rallied to help her out. Stop, I have the flu and I'm laughing up phlegm. No. I will continue to be consciously funny and unconsciously funny in perpetuity. Silver says the Me Too movement brought to light how exactly this scenario plays out. And she says she wasn't bleed because of Me Too. Cry me a fucking river. How does she think this would have played out in a world without Me Too? Well, yeah. Silver, I'm with you in that regard. But I don't think that she's saying that like, oh, Me Too made this worse. I think she's saying that the right wing is hostile to Me Too, which is why when she came out, she was effectively derided as like a harpy, a villain, a succubus. Even though she felt like, no, I was actually like a pretty principled player in the right wing.
Leave all women for the right wing. So for me, my motivation is and has always been to advocate for myself and to tell the truth. But self-advocation.
Destiny started stream. Maybe join in. Why? Why? You want me to finish the Preddy thing so I can lose more people who'll hate my guts? So I can check in on how he's doing emotionally since he got swatted? So I can yell at him about the Epstein files? What do you want me to yell at Destiny about?
Doesn't exactly keep you warm at night, and this became a very isolating, lonely, sad time. And honestly, it was one where I was being bombarded day in and day out with abusive messages and comments from Elijah's audience. This went on for literally years, and I bet you this is going to happen to this video as well. Don't be surprised if those of you who lurk the comments see a bunch of this crap. Yeah, these people will come to basically videos that I made, videos that I was in, whatever, and just leave heinous, horrible, horrible comments, and obviously messages as well. As soon as my lawsuit dropped, I was correctly instructed to not say anything or respond to anything publicly. So I kind of just had to sit back and roll with being lied about and misrepresented. And so began one of the darkest times in my little life. I think a lot of you knew during this period that I was not okay because you would reach out a lot. Like, people would reach out a lot and message me and be like, hey, are you doing okay? You don't seem okay.
Y'all are fucking crazy. So Dana Kyle Cloud says, irrelevantly funny, go forward. I mean, I was trying to say unintentionally funny. If I said irrelevantly funny, I think that's also unintentionally funny. Giga Impact says, no, I want to see the Iran talking and Epstein. Okay, well, I think I need a plan for that because I'm not ready to throw elbows, bro. Did Destiny get swatted? Yes, allegedly you got swatted last night. Jonas says, this is what happens when you have a movement that selects for the least qualified, uneducated ghetto degenerates. Kind of. Go over the tactics of the SWAT team that visited him. That would be dope. Short says, I'd call him a cuck or something. Why do you guys wake up every day and choose violence? Like, I know that's why you're my audience member. I know that's why you're my audience member. But, like, have you ever thought about waking up and not choosing violence every fucking day? Like, what the hell? Eric Dom says, don't know what the Gilgamesh comment is about, but the way I understood a couple of YouTube videos I've seen, he failed at being invincible, but succeeded in experiencing mortality and becoming an adult. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if I said Gilgamesh, I don't know if I meant to say Gilgamesh, but I think I said Samson, and somebody objected to Samson being a hero, but Samson is a Jewish hero. Samson is a guy who was like a strong example of a strong Jewish warrior who was tempted by an e-thought who made him cut off his glorious hair, which made him weak. And then when he was enslaved and captured in a temple and basically on the verge of death and humiliation and weakness, he prayed to God to make him strong again. And then he used the strength of himself to bring the temple down on the heads of Israel's enemies. So it's about being God's best boy, falling in love with an e-whore. Yeah, and then he did 9/11. Yeah, and then 9/11ing your enemies, right? You know what I'm saying? He's a hero. I mean, for Jews, I understand if you're a pagan who was in the temple, you'd be like, damn, that motherfucker's a terrorist. But, like, you know, that's a joke I disavow. You disavow yourself? You guys are wild. Sacred Snow says, what if the guy that swatted him was just a stream sniper trying to get the drop on him in Arc Raiders while he answers the door? Oh my God. Oh, you guys are brutal. Okay. Sorry. No, let's try to actually do the content, you monsters.
Okay. And I was suffering.
Oh, and by the way, if you ditch me for Destiny, I understand there's plenty of DGG COG crossover, but just leave me running in the background. It's not that hard. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to the 22 separate super chats that happened today. Thank you for Vaz Raka and Anonymous Chatter and Grassroots Hegemon and WellQC John for being my most recent donors. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Let's keep going with the content, though.
It's kind of funny because I wouldn't necessarily describe myself as a particularly strong person because I am quite emotional, but I would say that I am someone who endures. So I force myself to put myself back out there.
See? Thank you, Unark. I appreciate you. What is it? I have Destiny in the background, lol. You're the main. See, that's what I want. That's what I want. I'm actually making content. So if he's just playing Arc Raiders and hanging out, run him in the background until something interesting happens.
and to start doing shows and interviews and go on panels and whatnot. But looking back, it was like every show I did at the time, I was trying to minimize myself because I didn't want to be bashed anymore. For example, when I was on trigonometry, I so wanted to say all these things and go hard on specific ideas, but I don't know, I completely held back because I wanted to spare myself from further attacks. And it's just so to admit that, because that's not who I am. I've never been this sad, weak thing. And yet, I was downtrodden. That sounds pathetic. I don't know how else to describe it. I internally was a steaming pile of sads, and there was no escaping it. I'm still sort of there today a little bit where I don't weigh in on a heap of stuff because I just want to be left alone. And to be quite frank with all of you, that's why this video was a really big back and forth for me mentally, trying to decide if I wanted to weigh in and wanted to potentially put a target on my back, which this is going to inevitably do. And as you can tell, that the angry side won out. So yeah, the more that Elijah would make.
I think it's a Danish kroner. So Sabian Green with 100 Danish kroners, I think, says your stream is already running in the background. Thanks, King. Thanks. I appreciate you. And then somebody said, did you see the AI video of the swatting cop sliding down Tiny's PC and searching for the January 6th video? I did not see that. That sounds brilliant.
Comments about me, and his weird little cronies would make comments about me, the more that his audience would come to the comment sections of whatever I was posting about or videos or whatever and write horrific fanfic about raping and murdering me. And it was relentless for a while there, and admittedly it made me kind of bitter. It honestly got to the point where people would invite me on their shows and I'd turn them down and just explain that I didn't want them to have to deal with the heat that having me on would bring, because the comment sections weren't just being overwhelmed for me, they were being overwhelmed from, for these people as well. I'm sorry, I can't speak. Like I said, I'm hungry. While all this was happening too, I had the pleasure of finding out that Elijah was also talking incredible amounts of crap about me behind the scenes to industry people or to people that I knew at parties and at events and when he was in studio. He told people that I tried to sleep with him, which is just... This is also not terribly surprising because he would make this same claim about many of the women who he came into contact with. He said that I tried to break up his marriage. That was a fun one. He said that I was this insane feminist crazy person who he had to sue to shut up. Periodically, I'd get a message saying that Elijah was in studio with someone and they heard him say that he won a lawsuit against me for millions of dollars. This one's weird to me because this is so easily disproven and it's just such an odd thing to lie about to begin with. I don't know what to do with this one. Recently, actually,
Silver, I disavow. This is a wild comment. This is a wild comment. What's wrong with you? Dana, I did give you a mod. But you didn't disagree, though. I hate you. All right. All right. Okay. This is a family show. And for those of you who are like, I'm confused. What is Connor talking about? What did Silver say? You can consult your screen. I'm not going to read it out loud. That is wild. That is a wild comment. That is banana pants. That is. I'm gonna leave it up for 3 more seconds just so you can appreciate the comment that I totally disavow. Okay, you got 3, 2, 1. I disavow, Silver. I will make no comment on whether or not I agree or disagree. Okay. Grassroots for 5 says people can dislike Sydney, but her story being 1-to-1 to Lauren Northerns makes me think it's earnest. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. Guys, weirdly enough, I would love a coalition between like the earnest right-wingers, right? Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Are you serious? Christian Valera says she defended the Tate brothers. What? Rachel says, I'm a woman and I don't disavow that comment. God, I just wake up every day and y'all motherfuckers just choose violence every day. Rachel, are you in the DC area? I think Silver is single. Samson for 5 says, what a fun stream. It's a wild stream. It's a wild stream. Rhino channel, purple logo. True. Christian Blair says, correct. Amy Dangerfield, not Sydney, but I wouldn't be surprised if she did too. Oh, okay. All right, good. Okay. So if I would be shocked. Hold on. I would not be shocked that a female right-wing creator was defending the Tate brothers. I would not be surprised by that. However, I would be surprised because I think Sydney Watson and Lauren Southern are friends. And somebody correct me on this lore. So Destiny was tweeting something horrible. I forget what it was, but people went so far as to make a manga AI-generated cartoon of Lauren Southern coming back to, I think, Sydney Watson's apartment that Destiny was hanging out in, and she was yelling at him and saying, you're ruining your career. You are making it impossible for people to work with you. You're radioactive, you're a shitbag, and you're hurting yourself. And there's like a panel of an anime Lauren Southern yelling at an anime Destiny. And I'm pretty sure that happened in Sydney Watson's apartment. So Rachel says, sometimes a bit too moderate for my taste, yet I seem to keep coming back. Lol, Cotter reminds me of my cousins. Well, good. Thanks for coming back, Rachel. I appreciate you.
Like a month ago, he was publicly saying this. He went on Sean Mike Kelly's podcast and said that I sued him and he had to spend millions of dollars to defend himself and that I lost.
You know what's funny? This is the second time I've been sued for millions of dollars. The first time I got sued was for having Nick Fuentes on my show.
You got sued for that?
I got sued for millions of dollars for hosting Nick Fuentes on my podcast.
Who sued you for that?
2022. Sydney Watson, Australian YouTuber who was my co-host at the time. I thought it was weird. I got sued for sexism. And then people thought it was being sued for sexual, like assault or sexual harassment, but it was sex harassment based upon me targeting her as a woman. So they claimed it was about discrimination, but really she was bitter because Nick Fuentes made her look bad on a podcast and it ruined her reputation. And so she couldn't sue him for being smarter than her. She went after one of her best friends. She was my neighbor too.
Wow.
And yet tried to get me fired. They stole my YouTube channel in the process, crashed my career, got me stuck in lawfare. All because I had a person they didn't like on my podcast. It was a crazy time.
Bruh. Oh, it was Ashley St. Clair? Sorry. You're right, Dubious Gal. You're right. It was Ashley St. Clair. But you got to bear in mind, Sydney Watson, Ashley St. Clair, they sound like they could be the same person. And I'm pretty sure they're both brunettes. But anyways, yeah. You throwing out terms like lawfare, that's throwing off my bullshit meter. Saying you're getting sued because you had somebody on your podcast instead of, I don't know, hostile, like a fostering like a hostile work environment when everybody says you're a piece of shit. Yeah. So I'm gonna go over this again because I think it's actually really important. A Jew introduced me to this concept, Dennis Prager. I know a lot of people hate Dennis Prager, but I like Dennis Prager just fine. Also, he's getting his just desserts right now. I think he had a stroke and he's partially paralyzed. So if you're like, damn, I wish God would visit karmic hell upon my enemies, and you consider Dennis Prager one of your karmic enemies, then, he's suffering right now. But Dennis Prager, he went over taking the Lord's name in vain, which if you say GD, God, and then damn it, then that's one way to take the Lord's name in vain. You're taking the divine and you're mixing it with the profane. However, the worst way to take the world's name or the worst way to take God's name in vain is to cloak yourself in the righteousness of religion while doing all of the most profane things possible. And what is it? It's like one of the 10 commandments is like, thou shalt not lie. right? Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife, all that kind of shit, right? And so Elijah Schaefer is cloaking himself in the religion of Christianity while being a vindictive, lying, manipulative, drug-addicted piece of shit cheating on his wife, right? So fuck Elijah Schaefer, right? And if he seeks forgiveness, atonement, whatever, he becomes a better person, good for him, right? Like I said, forgiveness is for everybody. But if he remains a self-righteous, hypocritical, drug-addicted, philandering, lying, manipulative piece of shit, then all of the karmic balance that's coming his way, he has earned. He's earned it. Christian Lara says, I remember Destiny saying he debated Dennis at a school and Dennis made a bunch of 9th graders spurred cry over his 1350 comments. That's so based. Sorry, was that supposed to make me hate Dennis Prager or was that supposed to make me like him? What? I'm trying to engage with the content in a way that, makes it flow, but you guys keep saying wild shit. Christian Lara says, I remember Destiny saying he debate. Oh, wait, hold on. I read that one. Eric Dom says, no, the Song of Ice and Fire, not for that one. Wait, where is it? Where'd it go? Did you delete it? Somebody said, oh, here it is. Silver says, Ashley was smudging her house and sacrificing animals before Elon came over to make a deposit so she could get knocked up. What's wrong with you guys? Dude, you guys are so spicy today. What the hell? Oh my God. I guess everybody had a tough weekend, huh? Good Lord.
But I beat that one, got out completely. Apparently it's not illegal to have Nick on your podcast, but it'll cause you problems.
Now, why Sean hasn't deleted this entire episode, or at least edited this part out of it, I don't know, because Sean is aware of the fact that this is a lie because I DM'd him and told him that. Why Sean did not reach out to me before publishing actual lies, I also don't know, because I would have set the record straight if he just asked. And Sean, if you watch this, or if somebody sends it to you and maybe gives you the cliff notes, I will say it's probably in your best interest to delete this kind of thing because it's not true. So,
Wait, this is dumb from Sydney's perspective. If you have one person allege something and another person allege something different, you're not responsible for what that person said. They are. So I don't know what this guy's fucking problem is. Connor, your talk with Pisco was irritating. Just answer questions instead of giving hour-long history lessons from Wikipedia. Lol. Poor. And then Christian Valeris is pointing up to it. Damn, Christian. A2, Christian Valeris. Thou hast betrayed me. Damn. Getting told to wrap it up by my fucking audience. This is y'all. You know what? I'm not going to wrap it up. Okay? No, we're going to wait here in mild silence. And I'm going to pull up this Dave Chappelle clip.
Years, we've all watched celebrities accepting awards get played off by the house orchestra when their speech runs on too long.
My parents were really disappointed when I dropped out of school for that year, but I felt like I really just needed to find myself.
Word.
But then, I was like, you know what? Let me just go to Howard, like my father, Well, then my girlfriend, Gina, she called me up. She said, girl, you have got to get down to Emory, down to Hotlanta. I was like, Gina, number one, why are you calling me up trying to confuse me? Spellman's in Atlanta, too. Second of all, I'm vacillating here trying to...
With the Wrap It Up box, you've got that same power right in your pocket.
So then I just went to Howard, where I majored in sociology. I made a lot of friends and had a really good time. So that was college. How about you?
From the makers of the Home Stenographer comes the Wrap It Up box. It's like being the director of an awards show everywhere you go.
Young man, you've been found guilty by a jury of your peers.
The crime you've committed was very serious. And before I sentence you, I'd like to say a few words about your arrest record. What the hell?
Yo, the sign is real simple, B. It says wrap it up. Wrap that up, B.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Man, you want some too? You better wrap it up. You better wrap that gavel up, B. I'm talking about what I was telling you.
With the wrap it up.
Y'all get the point.
I think it's also pretty important to note that while the YouTube video that I have shown you here that I screen recorded has fewer than 1,000 views as of filming this video, Sean Kelly actually cut a clip from this podcast and posted it on Instagram and made sure to include my face, which, like, yeah, really great work, Sean. I super appreciated that. By the time I was made aware of it, it had accumulated somewhere between 300,000 to 500,000 views with hundreds or maybe even thousands of comments. I wish I'd taken a screenshot so I could have showed you guys, but yeah, it had lots of views, lots of comments, and I got lots of messages. Because I'm a glutton for punishment, I will, for all of you, link the YouTube podcast in the description box so that you can view it for yourself, because obviously for the sake of brevity, I cut out some of what was said, but if you want the full picture, it'll be there for you to watch in your own time. So this never happened. I never sued Elijah, and I genuinely have no idea why people keep running with this when this, again, is so easy to corroborate. If this had happened, there would be public court records about it, which there are not. Elijah also tweeted about this as well, saying in late 2025 that he was wrongfully sued by an ex-colleague and she lost. He said that people defamed him over her slander, which she leaked to the press. Never spoke to the press, never sued him. When he was questioned about this, he said that he had copies of depositions and that he was locked up by an NDA that would disprove what I have to say, and that I got my ass handed to me in court. Again, we were never in legal proceedings with one another. He was never deposed for these made-up legal proceedings, and I never got my ass handed to me in made-up court. Don't do drugs, kids. Anyway, as you can imagine, I once again got an influx of angry little messages calling me all sorts of names and being abusive because of this lie, because someone decided not to fact check and just publish crap that Elijah was saying. And I have to imagine that Elijah would bank on the fact that I wouldn't defend myself, because it's a real...
This goes back to the earlier topic, guys. This goes back to the earlier topic. So what happens when you both get in trouble? We went over this with the we went over this with the leftists who got arrested for fighting at the DGG thing, and we brought this up in reference to the school context, which is effectively like the schools trying to discourage fistfights in their halls said, if anybody is caught fistfighting, both parties will be subject to disciplinary action, and you will both be suspended. You will both be suspended, and eventually you'll both be expelled. So if you get caught, I mean, back in the 2000s, I'm pretty sure they had like a 3-strike rule, basically, where once you hit like 3 long-term suspensions, then you're liable for expulsion. Now, of course, we had like a bunch of shitbag kids who had nowhere else to go, so they went past all those suspensions. But we also had, I think there were some people who probably shouldn't have been expelled who were expelled because they violated a certain amount of rules and the admin had it out for them. So anyways, the point is that, like, what it does when you fear punishment, when you fear the truth, when you fear exterior hostility, I suppose, is you allow bullies to bully without consequence, right? So Elijah, according to Sydney, because she had a smaller audience, because she was vilified as a feminist, because she was vilified for being a critic of a great man, because she was viewed as somebody who was participating in the Me Too movement, blah, 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 blah. She basically had to grit, and she was subject to an NDA in reference to her settlement with whatever Elijah Schaeffer's parent company was. She was bullied into silence, and it is only now that everybody else has found out how big of a piece of shit this guy is that she's able to add to the dog pile. But the truth is, what if she just stood her ground? What if she just, like, what if Elijah Schaeffer was throwing her weight around and she was like, hey, I was best friends with your wife. You cheated on your wife. You're an alcoholic and a piece of shit. And fuck you. And you totally lie about our lawsuit. I can't talk about the lawsuit, but the lawsuit is publicly available at this website, at which point you can see what the allegations were. Eat a fucking dick, right? If she did that, how much sooner would have Elijah Schaefer's reputation imploded? How much sooner would his public reputation have imploded? So, and that's the same thing with like Lauren. Like, part of the reason why I think Lauren is having a tough time either coming back or not coming back is because she allowed herself to be bullied into silence for so long. She didn't call out the race realists when she was with them, maybe because she agreed with them. She didn't call out the ethno-nationalists that were sexually abusive towards her when she was with them because she wanted to propagate their message. And she was catering to their audience. So if she complained about her sexual mistreatment, even from her alleged boyfriend, there's like a horrible date that was taped with Lauren Southern and her ethno-nationalist boyfriend in Europe at the time. I don't know if they were dating. I don't know if they hooked up, but it was like a romantic date. And then he's basically telling her to her face that like women shouldn't have loud, boisterous opinions and they should defer to their men in all things. And so as a result, like if you're not down with that, then you're not down with me. And she's just kind of like, cool. I'm sorry. Have you met Lauren Southern? Do you think she has the capacity to keep an opinion to herself? She does not. Even pretending for a second that she thought that that opinion was normal, or thought that that opinion was like virtuous, or thought that she would even be able to abide by that opinion herself is fucking laughable. Yeah, Sacred Snow, did she shoot him with a fucking flare gun? She should have. She should have shot him with a flare gun. She should have been like, fuck you. Like, I'm a part of the ethno-nationalist movement as well. I think Europeans are being drowned out by mass immigration. I think North America is being drowned out by mass immigration. But I have opinions. I'm a woman. I want to flex nuts in the public space. And you can't tell me not to have an opinion because I'm an opinionated person. That would have been like a more honest take from her. But because she wanted to continue to cater to this douchebag's audience, she was like, yeah, that makes sense. Come on, bro. Like, and that's the thing. It's like the idiots don't see through it, but anybody who has an IQ above 90 sees through it. And I think that's part of the problem is so much of the population is so fucking stupid that if you want a huge audience, you have to pretend to be stupid yourself. And I think that's like, I'm not trying to be too like, you know, jerking myself off. I think I'll find my niche eventually. I think I'll find my content flow eventually that we will become a popular show. But at the same time, like, don't cater to idiots unless you want idiots to be your base. AK Batu Sai with the 10 says, if you're offended of when it isn't intended, you would be a fool. But if you're offended when it is intended, you'd be a bigger fool. That's why I'm pushing back on you fighting words take. Okay. If you're offended when it isn't intended, you'd be a fool. Okay. So if I walk up to you and I say, hey, how about instead of trying to unfuck America, how about you unfuck your relationship with your kid? Is it intended? But if you are offended when it is intended, you'd be a bigger fool. Okay. And if I walked up to you and I said, you're a fucking pussy who can't get bitches, you don't stand for anything, you have no principles, and you don't have the balls to back your own political ideology, you're a fucking queef. If somebody said that to you, do you think that offense is intended? Because I would argue that offense is intended in both situations. Void Parrot says, what if one Stashtony interviewed Obama? The spams would be hilarious. Holy shit, that would be amazing. Anyways, not everyone has the balls to be confrontational. Lauren is confrontational. Lauren went to fucking Turkey in order to confront migrants. Lauren went with me to Baltimore and we were like running around the town and criminals almost carjacked us. Lauren's an incredibly confrontational person. Anyways, sorry, back to the content. I just, you know, I wish Sydney and Lauren had balls faster. That's what I'm saying.
Catch-22 with these people, right? If you say something and you react to it and respond to it, you're doing two things. Number one, you're giving these people what they want. You're giving them the attention that they so desire, and they kind of win. You are also breathing life into their psychobabble. The other side of this is that if you don't say anything, then you're basically giving them license to keep talking crap about you as much as they want, and they know that you're not going to do anything to defend yourself. On that point too, if I had done something here and sent this guy like a cease and desist letter or something and asked him to stop lying about me publicly, all that would do is help him further this narrative that there's lawfare being perpetrated against him and basically strengthen.
Yeah, so why not just make a YouTube video? I know I'm being an asshole here to Sydney Watson, and I understand that I'm not a female, so I don't experience the same anxieties and fears that females experience. But why not just make a YouTube video and be like, hey, I was boys with, Elijah Schaefer for a long time. He treated his wife like shit. He cheated on his wife. He verbally abused people in personal and professional settings. I'm under an NDA with a parent company for professional settings, but he's maligning me in reference to, the way that he characterizes said lawsuit. Lawsuit's publicly available. Here's the link. This guy is a cancer on the right wing. He is AIDS. He is herpes. He pretends that he's more clouded up than he is, but he's constantly drunk, constantly doing drugs, constantly cheating on his wife. He's a huge piece of garbage. And for all the people who are going to bombard me in the comments, you can eat a bowl of wieners too. Like, I would watch. Not only would I watch that video because it would be excellent drama, I would applaud that video, of course.
This narrative that he's constructed around himself. And of course, for me, that would just bring about more of the same crap that I have been dealing with for the last 4 years.
Sorry, real quick. AK Batusai says, well, you can be offended, but should be disciplined enough not to just lash out at someone who's trying to provoke you. Okay. Maybe I'm overcompensating for my life. Okay. Maybe I'm overcompensating for my earlier life. But what I'm going to tell you is that in the Marine Corps, during boot camp, you are only allowed to fight in certain limited circumstances. Okay. 95% of the population. What substance was he doing? At least alcohol, but other people have like alleged cocaine as well. So, and Benadryl. Benadryl, cocaine, and alcohol are the allegations. So in the Marine Corps, you have to stand in the position of attention 90% of the time. You're getting your ass kicked 90% of the time. The drill instructors are fucking you up by ordering you to do physical exercise, and you're not allowed to lash out at them. You're not allowed to get mad at them. And especially when you hit the fleet, you can do Marine Corps martial arts, you can go shoot guns, you can fight with your friends when you're drunk and all that kind of stuff, but you can't fight your supervisors, right? You can't fight the people who are talking shit to you all the time, which is effectively your non-commissioned officers and officers, and they're always talking shit to you. So you basically go for 4 years with people talking shit to you, and you're not allowed to swing on them. The only people you're allowed to swing on are people in your peer group, and they're the people who aren't even talking that much shit. Then, when in law enforcement, you can't swing on people either, because your whole point is to be, I mean, there are cops who definitely swing on people, but I would say they're bad cops. But when you're a cop, you can't swing on people either. There are tons of people who talk so much smack to so many people. Dude, I have people saying that they were like, they're going to kill me. They're going to kill my family. They're going to, I'm a piece of shit. I'm a traitor and I should kill myself. And, all my friends are F-slurs and you're not so tough without that gun and badge and blah, 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 blah. So basically for 4 years, it's people just like yapping in your ear about how big of a piece of shit you are. And then you can't just swing on them. Like they have to commit a crime in order for you to try to take them into custody. And then when they resist arrest is when you can pepper spray them or whoop them or whatever. But oftentimes they don't resist arrest. So you don't, so you don't get to swing on people as a cop either. You might find an excuse every now and then to do so, but you can't just while out. And if you while out, you're going to get in trouble. Right? So anyways, the point is, I spent 8 years of my life involved in like violent institutions, not being allowed to swing on someone. But I think that kind of makes you like hunger for an opportunity where somebody is being unjust and you have the capacity, either the moral authority or the legal authority to take action. Right? So that's where, for me, it's like the reason why I'm telling you guys is because I know where the legal barriers are. The legal barrier is that if somebody engages in assault, which means that they put you in fear of imminent physical battery, you can take action in self-defense. Now, once again, you probably shouldn't throw the first punch. You should get into a defensive posture and say, hey, bro, if you're going to fucking swing, let's go. Right? because you're talking crazy shit. So we're either going to do this or we're not. And then at that point, it's incumbent upon them on whether or not they commit battery against you in the first place, because you're in a defensive posture. You're not taking the first swing, but you're also calling them out on their bullshit. That's where I think the sweet spot is. Starting fights is not the sweet spot. Committing assault is not the sweet spot. Committing simple battery is not the sweet spot. Engaging in a fray, which is like voluntary mutual combat in public that disrupts the world, you need to be ready to catch the misdemeanor. You need to be ready to catch a misdemeanor. But as long as you don't kill the guy, as long as you don't like beat him within an inch of his life, as long as you don't cause permanent physical injury, then a misdemeanor is a $500 bail. With a bondsman, that's $50, dude. So you just need to be ready to like catch a misdemeanor, go to jail, pay $50 to a bondsman, give him like a lien on your vehicle, go to court and say, hey, judge, I actually don't think I should be in jail for a fray because that other dude was chatting shit. Here's the video of him fucking starting the fight. I think he's engaging in fighting words. I was acting in self-defense. Fuck this other guy. You know what I'm saying? But you got to be ready for that. And if it's simple battery without injury, the chances of you making it to a court are like super low. State attorneys do not give a shit about simple battery. Fellrunner says, when I think about the choices people made in life, it's hard to, I think of the Uvalde Leo spending 45 minutes not acting. Yep. They should have had the balls to rip off the Band-Aid and go in, even if it means that they were going to get hurt. 100%. Sacred Snow says, off topic, but I just started rewatching the John Bernthal Punisher because I got added on a Disney Family Plan. You saw that, right? It's right up your alley. Shit, we might break that down whenever I do Counterpoints Crime. Sorry, 1 second. Let me check the goal. So we got an hour left on the goal, but we're already at 4 hours and 30 minutes. You guys already hit 2.5 goals. If you guys want to chip oil or whatever, that's cool. If you're tapped out, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. We had a good day. Sacred Snow says, off topic, but I just, yeah, that's what I read. Connor, did you ever shoot an unarmed person talking shit in your dreams? Yes. I probably didn't. I don't think I have. But, you know, there's unarmed people I would kill if I didn't think God was real. I brought this up before. Back when O.J. Simpson was alive, he's dead now of old age, but O.J. Simpson, like 99%, murdered his wife and his wife's boyfriend, stabbed them to death outside of their apartment complex in a cold-blooded murder. And his defense team was married to the Kardashians. Weird. I think it's like Robert Kardashian or something like that. And Robert Kardashian went through the most sleazeball defense attorney tactics possible to get him off, and he got off. Yep, Samson brought up the other one, Casey Anthony. Casey Anthony duct taped her daughter with around her mouth and her hands and her legs, put her in a briefcase, threw her into the trunk of an abandoned vehicle and let her die from exposure, partied for 60 to 90 days. And then the reason why she got off is that she alleged that her family had let her drown in the pool, and then they had covered it up. Like, she wasn't involved at all. It was her mom and dad who had accidentally drowned Casey Anthony in the pool, and then let her, and that she actually had nothing to do with it, and they disposed of the body. But that doesn't explain the duct tape. That doesn't explain her Googling like how to get chloroform. It doesn't explain anything. So actually, Casey Anthony, 99.9 committed infanticide, but she got off murdering her own daughter, and she currently lives in South Florida with the private detective that worked for the defense. She is dating the private detective that worked with the defense. There is a 99.9% chance that that chick murdered her child. So yeah, like I can't commit murder, even what I think is justified murder, because I do fear the creator of the universe. And I understand that's silly. Like, I shouldn't fear, you know, we probably die and it's lights out, right? There's a strong chance that you just die and it's lights out. But I am afraid of the judgment of the creator of the universe. And I think that if I actually did something that criminal, that would wear and tear on my conscience for the rest of my life. But if I did not believe in a higher power, if I did not believe in karmic justice, if I did not believe in the justice system, then Casey Anthony is somebody who, in my opinion, she's got to go. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not going to do anything. I'm not going to do anything. I don't want you to do anything. But she's one of the people that should have been like exiled, or in like the old days. Let's say that we were in a tribe and we knew that she was guilty of infanticide. I think she would need to be exiled or capital punished by the government. She's dating the investigator. Yep. She's dating the PI for the defense team, or at least she was like 5 or 10 years ago. Sager's Note says, well, I got to drive. Have a great day. Well, I hope you're not driving to South Florida based off of anything that I said. I'm not going to do anything. Also, this is where she lives. I know. But yeah, that fucks with me sometimes. Absolutely, it fucks with me. Real Serious says, if the only thing keeping a person decent is the expectation of divine reward, then brother, that person is a piece of shit. Real Serious, how about we invert that thing? If the only thing keeping a person decent is the expectation of divine retribution, then brother, that person is me. So, all right. Enough Fed posting about Casey Anthony. Let's go through a little bit more content.
So to be extremely, extremely clear, so there is no doubt, nothing that Elijah has said about me privately or publicly has been true. And when he inevitably watches this video or is sent this video and goes insane online, which he's going to do, he is going to lie about me some more. And the things that he says about me now are still going to be untrue. And this type of behavior, just by the way, isn't exclusive to Elijah. This is definitely like a running theme with some online personalities and people in the industry and in the media space. When they don't have dirt on you, when they don't know anything about you, they just lie. They pull lies out of thin air, they make crap up, and they say it with such confidence that people are dumb enough to believe it. And I feel like this has been successfully demonstrated when you consider all the lies that Elijah has told about me so far to date. So I think the lying, the pathological lying, is a really, really big component to all of this that's definitely going to get missed in all of the drama and the crap that's going on online. And the reason that I want to bring it up is because I think it is how this person has successfully maneuvered so many people in the ways that he wants to, and how he has not only deceived them, but almost had them act based on his dishonesty. I would argue that most people, maybe not most, maybe just a lot of people who know things about Elijah are too fearful to come forward and say anything about him because they know that he's a loose cannon. But what I've realized over the years is that it doesn't really matter if you back him or not. He's going to lie about you anyway. He will threaten to sue you, as he's done on numerous occasions, to random people online. And I know he's done this to at least one of my remaining friends that I have in the media space who never even got close to talking about him. The best way that I can describe it is that Elijah neutralizes anybody who might blow the whistle on him by systematically lying about them to people around that person and him, and also telling lies about that person publicly to cover himself in the event that they might speak out. He obviously did this to me, but he also did this to other people that were in his life when I was friends with him. He would tell lies about these people and isolate them so that if they ever did say anything, no one would believe them. For example, when I found out that Elijah had cheated on his wife for presumably the first time, he took me out to get coffee with him, or coffee lunch, I suppose, and he proceeded to grill me to ascertain what I knew or didn't know at the time, and then borderline threatened me about not saying anything to anyone. And he does it in such a way that the threats are not super obvious, but the undercurrent is there. And obviously,
dude, this is where I love having autism. Because dude, if somebody was like vague posting threats to me, I would be autistic enough to ask. Let's say that I knew that he had cheated with Sarah Stock, and he knew that I knew, and he was like, "Yeah, you know, if that lie ever got out, and you knew about it, and I knew that you knew, and I knew that it came from you, you know, that wouldn't really be good for everyone. Like it would hurt our professional relationship. You know, the bosses, they've been upset about your performance recently, so I might have to talk to them about it. You know, that would hurt my family and hurt my kids. So, you know, realistically, I think this is something that we should keep between you and me, you know, just for everybody's benefit." And then I would just be like, Wait. So if I tell your wife, what are you gonna do? but it wouldn't even be because like it wouldn't even be because like I'm trying to be mean or something. It's so I could like map out the minefield of like what's happening. Like it wouldn't even be because I was like, I'm like trying to play back into the threat. I would just be like, no. I really want to understand. I really want to understand what you're telling me right now. So please lay it out. Oh God. Why was she talking to Elijah? Because they were neighbors, bro. They were neighbors. So Sydney Watson actually used to work on the same show as Elijah Schaefer. I forget if they worked for The Blaze or something like that. But yeah, they were working on the same show together. And then not just that, but they had the same bosses, and not just that, he encouraged her to move down to Texas and basically live in the same apartment complex. That way they could be neighbors and hang out. And so she did. And they were like neighbors. And she hung out with his wife all the time, but didn't hang out with him solo that often. Wowman says, Connor, wait, let me draw a mind map real quick so I can understand why you're threatening me. I'd be like, hey, dude, y'all need to watch The Wire. But there's this thing late in the later seasons called a co-op, where all the gangsters who are dealing the drugs in Baltimore, they do a cooperative where they share the connect for good drugs, but they also share the connect, or they share responsibility for like violence and discipline and territory and all that kind of stuff. And there's this guy who really looks like a nice guy. He's kind of like a fatter dude, light skinned. I can see his face in my mind's eye. And he's taking notes when the co-op is having a meeting at a hotel. They actually meet in a conference room in a hotel. And then he's writing fucking notes. And Stringer Bell, one of the main gangsters in the show, goes, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Oh, I'm taking like meeting notes in case there were members who weren't here." And Stringer Bell yanks the yellow pad out of his hands and shreds the paper. He's like, "Ninja, are you taking notes on a criminal conspiracy?" And that would be me with the mind maps. I'd be like, okay, hold on. So I know that you cheated on your wife, and we work for the same boss, and Frank likes me, but John doesn't. So you're saying you'll talk to Frank, but maybe I won't get fired because John loves me. And you're also saying that this would be bad for your kids, but you're also a lying piece of philandering shit. And so maybe your kids will be better off without you in the long run. You're also a drug addict. So actually, I think you have more risk than I do. The chair hasn't recognized you yet. Shut the fuck up. God, The Wire is so good, man. God, it's good. All right, that's enough autism. We only have a few minutes left, so let's push it.
This did not exclusively just happen to me. This happened to other people in his life. I know that it did. And I think this is probably why he was able to, like I said, maneuver people so well and so easily, and probably why he's been able to keep people quiet for this long. Within the media space completely, and this is probably the same for Hollywood and for left-wing media and blah, 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 there is an element here of mutually assured destruction. So everybody...
Very common. I noticed that with Destiny, with Lauren, with Tim Pool, with all these people, some of them had like more dirt on other characters than other characters had dirt on them. But I think the Lauren thing between Lauren and Destiny was like a big thing for a long time, where Lauren wasn't talking. Hold on. Excuse me. I don't think Lauren wanted to talk smack about Destiny. I think she always liked him. Like even when they stopped talking, I think she still liked him. But I do think that like secret, the secretive nature of their relationship weighed on both parties. And so as a result, it just felt like this kind of like this weight on Steven and this weight on Lauren, because it wasn't true. And they knew that it would drive discourse, and their enemies could use it against them. And I think on a subconscious level, subconscious, I think Steven was reckless. I think Steven was reckless with his personal information. Number one, because he doesn't have a strong sense of shame. But number two, because like I think he does want to be called out on some degree. I do think that people want, like Destiny does want to see who is willing to be a sycophant and brown nose and suck up to me, and who will call me out on my bullshit. And I think that at this point, he's probably realized that the biggest sycophants are oftentimes the people who are going to betray you the hardest. Because what they're doing is they're sweeping, but they're getting all this dirt on you in the meantime. And then you betray them, or they betray you, or whatever, and then the relationship explodes. And then everything that they had previously kept secret on your behalf, they expose in order to damage you, because now they're spurned, now they're spiteful, now you're no longer friends or whatever. So they try to hurt you. Whereas I think the people, and I do consider Kyla and myself to be these kinds of people. I think that we're both Steven's friend, but I also think that we call him out, like in public and to his face, and we say, hey, I think this was bad, and I don't like this, and I don't like that, and all that kind of stuff. But we also, ironically, I think are the least likely people to backstab him, because we make ourselves known quantities in the calculation of relationships. And I think you need to be careful with that, especially if anybody in my chat becomes like a wealthy, powerful person, if you have money and if you have clout, if people are constantly praising you and brown nosing you and sweeping for you and all that kind of stuff, you kind of need to look out for those people, because those people are probably trying to get something that they can bury you with eventually. I think that the people who are most likely to call you out while still being your friend are actually probably your true friends. So little free bit of advice to people who are having problems finding the snakes in their midst.
Knows everything about each other. People love to gossip. And when you find things out about people that they've done that are horrendous, there's sort of this agreement that takes place that I won't say your horrendous thing if you don't say my horrendous thing. And so there exists this ecosystem of agreed upon not talking. That's not a very fancy way of putting it, but you get what I am saying. This has probably been a very long video as
Hedonic Samuel. I think they really did care for each other. I think that's true.
It is. And so this really just brings me to the last and short final point of what I want to say here. I am positive that there are some of you who are thinking, why now, Sid? Why is this the time that you are finally speaking out?
Because it's politically advantageous, and I've already taken so much shit over the past 5 years that now that everybody is dogpiling him, I'm happy to add to the dogpile, because realistically it's his just desserts. Now, let's see what she says versus what I said.
NDA aside and, all the other crap aside. And the simple but probably not terribly satisfying answer is that there is now evidence that has come out that has not come from me. I think it is worth understanding that I went through a discovery process as part of the suit that I was involved with, which means that the claims that I made, I could corroborate, and I could always corroborate. But the truth of the matter is that this story always needed to be told independently of me in order for a large portion of people to find it credible and to also believe the information as it came out. As I mentioned, and as much as people don't like to hear this, the reality is that if I had been the one to say all of this, there was a very large possibility that I would not have been believed, as I wasn't to begin with, because of Me Too and Believe All Women and all these other movements. At the end of the day, none of us are perfect. And I'm not just saying that was like a throwaway thing. Like, it's true. None of us are perfect. We're all flawed. We've all made mistakes. We've all done and said crap that we wish we could take back, that we regret doing or saying. We have probably wronged people that we wish that we could unwrong, for lack of a better way of describing it. We've just done things, and I don't think that that's any revelation, but it's the truth. And so, that applies to me. I have done things that I wish I could take back. I've said things I wish I could take back. I have acted in ways that are embarrassing to think about, and I don't like it. And there's people that I have definitely wronged over the years who I have tried to apologize to, and a lot of those people, probably all of them actually, have been gracious enough to accept those apologies, and we have stronger, better relationships for it, or we have a mutual understanding of fineness. But generally, making mistakes is not a problem if you are on a quest to be a better person and if you are continuing to grow and learn from your mistakes. Again, this all sounds like...
This is probably the best thing that's been said in the past couple of hours, so I'm happy I stuck through it in order to get to the end. So once again, conservative ideology, I know that we there's plenty of conservatives who are hypocrites and liars and take God's name in vain in the wrong way. And I know we don't believe in God as a chat. Maybe I do, maybe you don't. That's not the point. The point is that, like, the part that I want you to steal is have an ideal. Okay. Have an ideal for who you want to be. Okay. Have an ideal for what you want to be. Who do you want to be when you're in your 20s? Who do you want to be when you're in your 30s? Who do you want to be in your 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s? And then let's be real, if you make it to 80, amazing, but chances are you're going to die soon. So probably just enjoy the ride for as long as you can before you punch out. But having an ideal, like, do I care about truth? Do I care about loyalty? Do I care about monogamy? Do I care about children? Do I care about animals? Do I care about the way that I eat? Do I care about the way that I, drink alcohol or don't drink alcohol, or smoke weed or don't smoke weed? And the point is, you're not gonna, no human that I know of has ever achieved the ideal. They have not been the perfect person at all times in everything that they've ever striven, strided, strode, whatever that word is. They have not been perfect in the things that they strode towards. But the point is that there's two options. You can have the unconsidered life that I think Plato or Aristotle talk about, where they're like, the unconsidered life is not worth living, which is probably bullshit. Let's be real. The unconsidered life actually sounds really fun sometimes. Or you can live a really considered life where you think about what you want, who you are, who you want to be, et cetera, and then you pursue ideals. And so Sidney Watson coming out and saying, like, hey, I'm a flawed, fucked up individual and I fucked up plenty of shit, but I'm still striving towards ideals. I think that's admirable. And I think what is not admirable about Elijah Schaefer is pretending to be an ideal person while being a total hypocritical, unapologetic piece of garbage. It's not if he's sinned. It's not if he's fallen short of the glory of God. That's not the problem. The problem is whether or not he's a piece of shit who is unapologetic and hypocritical. Conserve says you're a deist. If you follow your God's example, you're going to have kids, pack them a lunch if they're lucky, and wave goodbye while telling them good luck. Conserve, dude, y'all are on something today. What happened? What happened to my chat? Are you guys remembering childhood trauma over the past 40 hours? Holy shit, you guys are violent today.
Little huggings and kumbaya, but it's the truth, like when you know that someone's messed up, but that they're trying to be better, you're like, yeah, like, go you. Like, you can advocate for people like that. But Elijah was this way when I knew him. And there were times over the years where I would get a snippet about what he was doing, and I think, oh, he's on the right path. Like, he's trying. But now I just see that I think he's just gotten worse, honestly. And because of that, he's gone on to not only victimize more people, but hurts the people dearest to him and create more and more problems, not only for himself, but the people in his orbit. It's why I'm so pressed by the recent news and all these allegations and whatnot, because, none of this is okay. None of this should have happened. And it's also why I feel now I would like to say something, because I do not think that this is a person who on his own is going to get help or get better or change. And as long as that continues to be the case, he is going to keep victimizing people, and that's not acceptable.
All right. If you want to watch the final little bit, then go check the final little bit. It's 2:30. I got an appointment on 3:30. I got to drive in order to go set appointment. So I got to dip out. But I'm going to thank everybody who chatted. Y'all were off the chain today. We were probably at like 1:30 during the Destiny leftist drama. Obviously, in the afternoons, we dropped down, but we got plenty of super chats. So thank you for Grassroots. Grassroots was like huge today in reference to support, but also thank you to everybody else who supported. Let me thank everybody else. So, and Grassroots. AK Batu Sai, thank you for the 10. Samson with the 5. Grassroots with the 5. Sapient with the 100 DKK. Vazraka with the gifted. Anonymous with the 10. Grassroots with the 5. Well QC John with the 20. Grassroots with the 10. Grassroots with the 10. AK Batu Sai with the 5. AK Batu Sai with the 10. It's just Avi with the 5. Grassroots with the 10. Grassroots with the 20. Old School with the 2. Sean Kaplan with the 5. Grassroots with the 20. Fell Runner with the 5, Grassroots with the 5, Old School with the 10, Chapingro with the gifted, and Ten Hauser kicking us off today with the oil with the $20. Thank you, Ten Hauser, for kicking us off today. Ladies and gentlemen, I had a blast. I hope you had a blast as well. Go watch your other favorite streamers. I will be live on Counterpoints Politics tomorrow. I'm going to run to my appointment now. It was seriously fun. You guys, you cracked me up a lot today. Y'all were just like wiling out. I have all the memes from today were like insane. So I appreciate you. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to the 26 separate donations. I parasocially love you. Thank you for the support. Have a great day. Bye for now.